Chapter 1501, Bet. You can compete, but there's no need to suppress your strength. Your Excellency's Azura evil dragon can just use its normal strength to compete with the little dragon. Zhou Fight said. The Azura evil dragon faltered for a moment before its expression completely darkened. Anger appeared on Lord of 10,000 Evil's face. Haha. Wanting to defeat the Grade 1 Supreme God Azura evil dragon as a Master God tier advanced grade expert? How can you win? What does this common people's regal mean by saying such ridiculous things? Is he deliberately humiliating us because he knew that he could not defeat us? These thoughts appeared in an instant. Just as Lord of 10,000 Evils was about to say something. I am the king of all living beings in the world. A deep voice sounded. Then, he saw Zhou Fight's aura increase rapidly under the shocked gaze of Lord of 10,000 Evils. He had just advanced to Master God tier advanced grade God Spirit. Now that he had cast King, he had instantly become a top Master God tier advanced grade God Spirit. He seemed to be about to break through this realm and reach the Supreme God Spirit realm. Boom! Zhou Fight's divine might directly broke through the limits of a Master God tier advanced grade and reached the level of a Grade 1 Supreme God as if following Lord of 10,000 Evils and Azura evil dragon's wishes. The surrounding ultimate void environment shook slightly at this moment. At the same time, the dragon god of all life was a pet-type dragon god that could grow up with its master. The moment Zhou Fight became a Grade 1 Supreme God, his strength also increased to the level of a Grade 1 Supreme God. Roar! Due to the increase in strength, the dragon god of all life raised its head and roared. The divine dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, almost all the living beings in a radius of nearly 10,000 kilometers could hear the dragon god of all life's dragon roar. Meanwhile, Lord of 10,000 Evils and Azura evil dragon were completely dumbfounded as they looked at the calm Zhou Fight and the arrogant dragon god of all life. What? What just happened? Isn't this pair of master and servant just at the Master God tier advanced grade? How did they become a Grade 1 Supreme God in the blink of an eye? The Lord of 10,000 Evils racked his brains and quickly thought of a piece of information about the common people's regal. It's rumored that the common people's regal has a heaven-defying Lord Law skill that can increase one's God Spirit realm. I didn't pay much attention to it, but which expert doesn't have a powerful Lord Law skill after all? Nonetheless, I didn't expect this. This brother common people's regal of mine has a Lord Law skill that can increase his cultivation level. He can actually raise his cultivation level from a Master God tier advanced grade to a Supreme God. He is too powerful even if he is only a Grade 1 Supreme God. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at Zhou Fight, who was emitting the aura of a Grade 1 Supreme God, and the importance he placed on him instantly increased by more than 10 times. Initially, he looked down on the common people's regal who only had the strength of Master God tier advanced grade, no matter how polite he appeared on the surface. But now, looking at the other party's genuine Grade 1 Supreme God faction, it was enough for him to treat them as equals even if it was only temporary. Needless to say, the dragon god of all life under him had also been strengthened to the level of a Grade 1 Supreme God as the other party's strength increased. In addition, the other party had just incite defection's Grade 1 Ultimate Void Supreme God Chaos. This meant that the other party already had the power of 3 Supreme Gods. Even though they were both Grade 1 Supreme Gods, Lord of 10,000 Evils treated them seriously and equally. At this moment, Zhou Fight did not seem to realize that the sudden increase in his pet and his strength had the same effect on the other party. He chuckled and said, "Let's start the competition now. Who will reach Savas City first?" The Lord of 10,000 Evils and Azura evil dragon exchanged a glance before nodding. Okay. In that case, why don't we set up another bet? If my blood cloud wins this competition, I will give 3 supreme divine artifacts to Brother Common People's Regal. If Brother Common People's Regal wins this competition, can Brother Common People's Regal show me the Lord Law skill to increase your strength? How about it? The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked. 3 supreme divine artifacts and a law skill secret technique that could increase one's strength to the Supreme God level. In the eyes of outsiders, it was really hard to say which was more valuable. The Lord of 10,000 Evils might think that the two were equal. He might even think that the 3 supreme divine artifacts were more valuable. Of course, 3 supreme divine artifacts were nothing to Zhou Fight. He did not lack supreme divine artifacts at all. Forget about the supreme divine artifact. I want 3 universal race divine artifacts. Zhou Fight directly refused and asked for what he wanted. 3 Universal Race Divine Artifacts. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression changed slightly. The Azura evil dragon also looked like it wanted to complain. 3 Universal Race Divine Artifacts. They were not inferior to Supreme Divine Artifacts at all. It was even more valuable to the race leaders who valued the development of their race. You are asking for 3 Universal Race Divine Artifacts right from the start. Your appetite is really big. Unexpectedly, the Lord of 10,000 Evils pondered for a few seconds and actually nodded. Okay. Let's bet on it. He believed that with Azura evil dragon's abilities, he would be able to defeat the dragon god of all life, who had relied on a secret technique to raise its strength to that of a grade 1 supreme god. Zhou Fight smiled when he heard that. Shall we start now? He asked. Okay. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't stand on ceremony and immediately gave the order before disappearing from Zhou Fight's sight on Azura evil dragon's back. It was obvious that he was speeding up on his nomological techniques or secret arts as he headed toward Sorrow's city. Zhou Fight was speechless. This guy was really impatient. He was not in a hurry. He even waved his right hand and placed a tea table and 2 chairs on a flat area above the dragon god of all life's head. Zhou Fight walked over and sat on the chair. He instructed Bai Yun and the rest to let them know who would be the first to reach Sorrow's city between him and Lord of 10,000 Evils as he brewed tea for himself. After making the arrangements, it was quite some time before he slowly said, "Little dragon. Let's go to Sorrow's city." "Yes, master." The dragon god of all life nodded. Then, he opened his dragon mouth and suddenly spewed out a 7-colored pillar of light. This 7-colored pillar of light shot out into the ultimate void. In just a few seconds, it actually formed a teleportation vortex. On the other side of the vortex, one could vaguely see a dark purple city standing in the ultimate void environment. That was one of Zhou Fight's goals, Sorrow's city. When Zhou Fight saw this scene, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Normally speaking, in the ultimate void environment, unless a will-level existence could forcefully break through the ultimate void and carry out teleportation, other existences, even supreme gods, could not break through the ultimate void and carry out ultra-long-distance teleportation. Zhou Fight and his subordinates had not been able to do this before. However, after Zhou Fight obtained the dragon god of all life that Zhou Zhou had sent over and briefly understood and tested his abilities, he was shocked to discover that the Lord Law skill of the dragon god of all life could actually be used in the ultimate void. Chapter 1502. 3 Universal Race Divine Artifacts. At that time, he did not even have the strength of a grade 1 supreme god and was only an advanced grade master god. He could easily use the Lord's Law skill in the ultimate void to travel through the heavens to carry out ultra-long-distance teleportation. When Zhou Fight saw this, he even specially asked the dragon god of all life how he could do this. In the end, the dragon god of all life said that he was just able to do such a thing. He could do it whenever he wanted to and didn't find it difficult at all. Zhou Fight was speechless at this reason. However, he also realized that the little dragon, the supreme dragon god from another world, could indeed do some things that the legendary dragons of this universe could not. For example, he could teleport freely in the ultimate void. Zhou Fight, who knew about this, was naturally very excited. With the little dragon's move to transcend the heavens, it would be much easier for him to occupy the bases of other ultimate void races in the ultimate void battleground in the future. The only pity was that the little dragon's transmigration could only be used by its master. It could not bring an army directly to Sava City. Otherwise, he would have already arrived at Sava City with his army. At the same time, this was also the reason why he dared to accept the Lord of 10,000 Evils challenge. Why wouldn't he want the 3 Universal Race Divine Artifacts for free? Zhou Fight stopped thinking about it. And got the Dragon God of all life to hide himself. At the same time, he completely concealed his presence. He passed through the teleportation vortex with the little dragon and arrived in the sky not far away from Sava City. Then, he drank tea while waiting for Lord of 10,000 Evils and the armies of both sides to arrive. Half an hour later, Zhou Fight, who was drinking tea, suddenly sensed something and looked up. A blood-colored figure flew over from afar and quickly hid himself and landed in another spot not far from Sava City. Even though Zhou Fight could not see the other party, he already knew that it was Lord of 10,000 Evils. He opened his friend list, found Lord of 10,000 Evils, and informed him of his location. Lord of 10,000 Evils. A moment later, the Lord of 10,000 Evils brought Azura evil dragon to Zhou Fight and silently looked at Zhou Fight and the dragon god of all life. What are you looking at, brother demon lord? Zhou Fight was baffled. I just didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. The Lord of 10,000 Evils sighed and asked. When did brother common people's regal arrive? I got here about half an hour ago. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. The Lord of 10,000 Evils and Azura evil dragon's eyes widened upon hearing this. About half an hour ago? What kind of joke is this? The Lord of 10,000 Evils and the Azura evil dragon couldn't imagine how fast the other party would have been if they had arrived in Sorrow's city half an hour ago. Even the Aurora Kingdom's supreme god, who was known as the fastest supreme god among the supreme gods, could not reach this speed, right? Brother common people's regal teleported here. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought of something and his expression changed slightly as he said excitedly. Little dragon has the ability to teleport in the ultimate void. Zhou Fight replied. There was nothing to hide actually. Others could guess it at a glance. The Lord of 10,000 Evils still couldn't help but take a deep breath even though he was mentally prepared. He had the teleportation ability in the ultimate void battleground. Wouldn't that be equivalent to one of the greatest advantages of the ultimate void creatures? Wouldn't it no longer be a problem in front of his brother common people's regal? Looks like the common people's regal was sent here by the supreme will for a reason. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought. The Azura evil dragon beside him also stared blankly at the dragon god of all life. It actually had the ability to teleport? Then he didn't lose in vain. It wasn't just an injustice. The other party had the teleportation ability and was already on the winning side from the start. He even foolishly flew towards Sorrow's city. Azura evil dragon felt like laughing as he recalled how he had vowed to compete in speed with his opponent. However, having the teleportation ability in the ultimate void battleground was a huge advantage. His master would definitely be very tempted, right? The Azura evil dragon looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't say anything after he regained his senses. Instead, he took out 3 items. They were a dark yellow treasure bell, a pitch black stick, and a jade that emitted cold air. Zhou Fight sensed the aura on it and his expression changed slightly. These 3 items were all ethnicity divine artifacts. Moreover, they were all universal race divine artifacts. If you're willing to bet, you have to admit defeat. These 3 race divine artifacts are yours. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said. There was obvious pain on his face. With that, he waved his right hand, and the 3 universal race divine artifacts flew in front of Zhou Fight. Thank you, brother demon lord. Zhou Fight smiled. If I had known that you had the teleportation ability, I wouldn't have competed no matter what. The Lord of 10,000 Evils sighed. Zhou Fight chuckled and did not say anything else. Instead, he first recognized these 3 race divine artifacts as his master. Then, he checked the information of these 3 race divine artifacts. The first was the dark yellow precious bell. Race divine artifact name, black yellow treasure bell, low-level race divine artifact. Equipment grade, unique one of the race human bind, replaceable. Race divine artifact ability heaven and earth, increases the luck of the human ethnicity by 1%. It is actually a luck type ethnicity divine artifact? Zhou Fight thought in surprise when he saw this effect. Luck could be said to be the most important thing for a race. If a race had enough luck, then no matter how weak this race was now, unless they encountered a race with stronger luck, they would definitely rise in the future. Experts of their races, treasures, opportunities, turning misfortune into fortune, calamity into fortune. Luck could satisfy all these things that only happened based on probability, as long as there was enough time. It could be seen how important luck was. Still, n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. 1% of luck was very little. As expected of a low-level ethnicity divine artifact. Zhou Fight complained in his heart and looked at the black rod. Race divine artifact name, heaven raising staff, low-level race divine artifact. Equipment grade, unique one of the race human bind, replaceable. Race divine artifact ability heaven raising power, when humans use staff-type weapons, it increases the user's strength by 20%. Zhou Fight's mouth twitched after reading it. Alright. It is a useful but not so useful low-level ethnicity divine artifact. He did not say anything. He looked at the third ethnicity divine artifact, which was the cold jade. Race divine artifact name, divine winter jade, low-level race divine artifact. Equipment grade, unique one of the race human bind, replaceable. Race divine artifact ability heart of winter, humans are unafraid of cold weather. The corners of Zhou Fei's mouth twitched again. Then, he consoled himself. At least the humans didn't have to wear thick cotton padded jackets in winter. Forget it, forget it. In any case, he had obtained it for free. It was better than nothing. However, when he looked up at Lord of 10,000 Evils, he still complained. Brother Demon Lord, these three ethnicity divine artifacts are quite useless. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled and didn't reply. Chapter 1503. Void Great General. Zhou Fei put away the three universal race divine artifacts. Zhou Fei was already mentally prepared for this, even though the effects of these three universal race divine artifacts were relatively useless or ordinary. He had not said that he wanted any top-notch universal race divine artifacts in the beginning after all. In that case, it was hard to say if Lord of 10,000 Evils would agree to this bet. It was not bad to obtain these three universal race divine artifacts now. Why didn't Brother Common People's Regal bring his army over? The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't say much about this matter and asked curiously. Little dragon can only bring me, its master, here. Zhou Fei shook his head. There was nothing to hide. I see. That's a pity. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said regretfully. He heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. It was already ridiculous enough to be able to perform ultra-long-distance teleportation in the ultimate void battleground. It would be too heaven-defying if he could still teleport the army around. Fortunately, he could not do it. Then, Lord of 10,000 Evils sat down and chatted with Zhou Zhou while waiting for their army to arrive. As they had paid attention to hiding themselves, during this period, the garrison of Sorrow's city did not realize that the enemy leader they were guarding against was already sitting at their city gate and drinking tea leisurely. 2 hours later, the Demon Lord and Eternal Mothership had just arrived near Sorrow's city. However, just as the two spaceships arrived, they heard an alarm in Sava's city not far away. Then, they saw ultimate void god spirits fly out of the city and stand above the city, looking at them warily. I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly. Zhou Fei said. The Supreme God level defense setup of Sava's city is a Grade 2 Supreme God level defense setup. It's even stronger than the defense of Chaos City. Furthermore, its anti-exploration and anti-exploration abilities are extremely strong. It's not surprising that it discovered us. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression was normal. He had clearly expected this situation. Zhou Fei nodded. Since he had been discovered, then they should start the war without any qualms. At this moment, two ultimate void god spirits with the pressure of a Grade 1 Supreme God flew out of Sava's city. They were the two vice city lords of Sava's city. Void Great General Solomon. There was also the Void Great General Elzam. The Lord of 10,000 Evils. And that new Supreme Lord Reserve Army. You're the ones who captured Chaos City, killed City Lord Chaos, and even made us head to Chaos City as guests, so much so that the whereabouts of City Lord Savas are unknown. The Void Great General Solomon said. He had a dark purple body and two purple spiral horns on his head. He held two unblemished sabers that emitted a faint purple fluorescent light and pointed at Lord of 10,000 Evils and Zhou Zhou unhappily. Is our city lord dead or alive? The other Void Great General, Elzam, who was as large and bloated as an abomination and held a meteor hammer, said with a dark expression. They didn't expect it either. Their city lord had only gone out to eat with the city lord of Chaos City when Chaos City was destroyed. Their city lord was also implicated and nothing was known about his situation. The reason why Savas city could secure its position as a Grade 2 void base was because of Savas, the city lord with the strength of a Grade 2 Supreme God. Now that the city lord's whereabouts were unknown, coupled with the fall of Chaos City, how could he not panic? He looked at Solomon in disgust. This fellow had always coveted his position as the city lord. The whereabouts of the city lord were unknown, but not only was Solomon not worried, he became even more arrogant. He had always insisted on confirming the fact that Savas had died and wanted him to become the city lord legitimately. Elzam naturally did not want such a thing to happen as Savas's trusted aide. Moreover, even if Savas died, the one who would inherit the position of city lord should be him, not this fellow that he hated. These thoughts only flashed through his mind. He looked very calm on the surface, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. At the same time, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at each other and smiled after hearing Solomon and Elzam's words. This guy doesn't seem to know that his city lord has already defected to the brother common people's regal. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Brother common people's regal, do you want to show off to them? Shake their morale. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Sure. Zhou Fight had the same thought. Then, they revealed themselves. When the two of them appeared out of thin air in front of Sava city, Solomon and Elzam were shocked. They did not expect that these two enemy faction leaders had already arrived at them early, and they had not even found a trace. However, they did not bother too much about it. So what if they could hide themselves? Wouldn't they still have to wait obediently outside the city in front of the Grade 2 Supreme God level defense facilities of Sava city? You're the new Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Solomon sized up him and was surprised to discover that the other party was at the level of a Grade 1 Supreme God like him. Even the mount under him was at the Supreme God level. This guy had only become the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army for a short time, but he was previously a Grade 1 Supreme God. Thinking about how he had worked so hard to barely become a Grade 1 Supreme God and was still far from becoming a Grade 2 Supreme God, a hint of jealousy appeared in Solomon's eyes, but this expression was quickly hidden by him. Kid. He's not old. You're quite capable of causing trouble. Watch me for a while. I'll cut off your head and offer it to your excellency. Towards the end, Solomon licked his purple lips, his eyes burning with ambition. If he could take down Lord of 10,000 Evils or one of the common people's regals, he would definitely be able to become the city lord of Sava city, right? No. At that time, I won't be a small city lord. Perhaps your excellency will reward me with resources to advance to the wool level. At that time, I'll be a Void Emperor General under the Emperor. Zhou Fight glanced at him indifferently. Then, with a thought, he called Sorrows out. Sorrows quickly came out and stood in front of Zhou Fight. Greetings, Your Majesty. He stated respectfully. Today, you will be the Deputy General who conquers Sorrows City. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Majesty. Sorrows concurred without hesitation. Then, he said, the Vice City Lord of Sorrows City, Elzam, is my trusted general and also my good friend. I'll persuade he to surrender. He will definitely yield to us. Go on. Zhou Fight nodded. Sorrows left respectfully. Then, he came to the front of the two cosmic battleships and the thousands of capital units army and looked down at Sorrows City. When he appeared here, the ultimate void god spirits below immediately erupted. Chapter 1504. Second Grade Supreme God Building Third Order Gold Ball. Especially Elzam and Solomon, who looked at Sorrows in shock. They had no idea why the city lord was standing there. Could he be standing there under threat? However, he didn't have any enemies around him, nor did he seem to have any restrictions on him. At this moment, Savas spoke under the gazes of many ultimate void god spirits. Elzam, Solomon, and all the ultimate void god spirits in Savas city. I've already submitted to the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, which is His Excellency the Common People's Regal. The Void Emperor is cruel and heartless. He is headstrong and conceited and does not make a good master. The Common People's Regal is one of the future successors of the Supreme Will. Not only does he treat his subordinates well, he also has supreme luck on him. He will definitely rise in the future. He is the good lord we should serve. Now that our army is besieging Sorrows City, there's no doubt that Savas City has fallen. It's just a matter of time. Everyone, give up resisting. This way, not only will we have a new way out, we would also not have to withstand the pressure of the Void Emperor. Our new master and the Supreme will also treat us, the first batch of ultimate void god spirits to submit to them, well. We will only die if we insist on resisting. You know my personality very well. I really don't want to fight with you. Towards the end, Savas sighed with some true emotions. He heard Solomon retort sternly as soon as he stopped. You traitor, Savas! You actually dared to betray His Excellency the Void Emperor and become the enemy's lackey. You even dared to publicly reveal the fact that you betrayed us and even wanted to bewitch us to become traitors like you. How shameless! To think that we trusted you so much as the city lord previously. I didn't expect you to repay us like this now. Are you worthy of His Excellency the Void Emperor's nurturing of you? I announce that from now on, I'm the city lord of Savas City. Savas City will officially be renamed Solomon City. All the ultimate Void God Spirit soldiers of Solomon City, watch carefully. If anyone dares to listen to that traitor's bewitchment and betray our Void Emperor, kill them immediately. If they violate the order, they will be punished with the same crime. After Solomon finished speaking, he glanced at Elzam with a dangerous gaze. In the entire Solomon City, the person he felt most likely to betray was naturally Savas' trusted general, Elzam. At this moment, if this Elzam dared to betray him at all, he would dare to immediately lead the generals to kill him. Of course, it was naturally best not to betray him. He also hoped to use Elzam's hand to deal with Savas and the two Supreme Lord Reserve armies so that he could make an unprecedented contribution and become popular in front of the Void Emperor. And Elzam's subsequent actions made him heave a sigh of relief. He said to Savas in the sky with a disappointed expression. City Lord, no, Savas, you disappoint me too much. Why did you betray the Void Emperor and join the Supreme Lord Reserve Army? Can't you tell that these so-called Supreme Lord Reserve armies will be expelled from the ultimate Void battlefield sooner or later? Even their Supreme Great Cosmos and Crimson Great Cosmos will be breached by us sooner or later and become a part of the ultimate Void. You've submitted to a future failure. Is your taste already so bad? Or are you trying to save your life, so you compromised to become their lackey and say those words just now? Elzam. Savas' expression suddenly became very serious, even a little fanatical and holy. I serve under my master's command with all my heart. In addition, the future of master and the entire Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos is not something you can decide with a few words. However, I'm sure that in the future, the winner of the war between the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Ultimate Void will definitely be master. How can you be so sure? Elzam was even more disappointed. That is because our Lord is the will of the heavens. Savas said firmly. Crazy. Solomon sneered. Elzam was silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. Looks like we can only meet on the battlefield. I will never betray His Excellency the Void Emperor. Saros did not say anything else. Instead, he returned to Zhou Fight's side and said respectfully. Your Majesty. I also know a weak point of the Supreme God defense facilities in Savas City. As long as we attack this weak point with all our might, we can break through the defense of Savas City. At that time, Savas City which is void of their defense would indeed be worthy of being your Majesty's possession. Tell Zero the weak point. Zero will lead the soldiers to attack together. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction. He had originally thought that if Savas's persuasion failed, he would use the Son of Destiny to subdue Saros City. However, if he could rely on the weak point that Saros mentioned to attack Saros City, he could save the number of times he could use the Son of Destiny to deal with Wanlong City. On the other side, Savas had already arrived at Zero and talked about Savas City's weakness. The Grade 2 Supreme God Defense Facility in Savas City is called the Triple Golden Cudgel. It's a Grade 2 Supreme God Divine Artifact and also a Grade 2 Supreme God Defense Building. Not only is its defense extremely powerful, it can almost withstand most attacks at the level of a Grade 4 Supreme God. It can even absorb attacks for its own use. As long as the controller gives the order, it can counter-attack all the attacks absorbed by Triple Golden Cudgel to the attacker. It can also counter-attack 3 times in a row. The power of these 3 counter-attacks can even stack, causing the attacker to die under its own attacks. In the Ultimate Void, many powerful Grade 4 Supreme Gods died in the face of the counter-attack of these 3 heavy gold coins. Back then, a Wool-level Void Emperor General rewarded me with this Triple Golden Cudgel and asked me to guard Savas City. In the end, I discovered something when I took over Triple Golden Cudgel. I don't know if it's because I've experienced too many battles or because of other reasons, but I actually discovered a loophole on its surface. This loophole is extremely small. Only a god who has personally controlled the entire Triple Golden Cudgel will know that location. And I happen to control it. When Saros City activates the Triple Golden Cudgel later, I'll tell you the location of the loophole and the time to attack. When the time comes, you just have to listen to me and attack. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. I guarantee that we can destroy Saros City. Saros said. Sure. Zero chose to believe in Saros. At the same time, in the outside world, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils also began to command the army to attack Solomon City. Chapter 1505. Begin the offensive. Zhou Fight did not send troops near Savas City according to Savas' plan. Instead, from afar, he ordered the Supreme God Realm soldiers and Supreme Holy Mage gods to launch a long-range attack on Savas City from afar. Endless law skills and supreme divine techniques shot towards Savas City like a dense meteor shower with astonishing might. The entire sky above Savas City seemed to be completely enveloped by a meteor shower at this moment. The ultimate void god spirits of Savas City could not even see the normal ultimate void environment. When they looked up, they could only see all kinds of long-range attacks that filled the sky and continuously landed on the surface of Savas City. There was a buzzing sound just as these attacks landed in the sky above Savas City. Then, an incomparably huge dark golden shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air and enveloped the entire Savas City. The attack from the army of god spirits, which numbered in the tens of billions, melted into the triple golden cudgel like water when it landed on the huge phantom. Furthermore, after entering the triple golden cudgel, it was weakened and absorbed 3 times in a row. When it really fell into the interior of the triple golden cudgel, it only caused a slight tremor inside the triple golden cudgel. It did not cause the triple golden cudgel any damage at all. At this moment, Solomon, the new owner of the triple golden cudgel, felt that the triple golden cudgel he controlled actually had such a shocking defensive effect. He was immediately overjoyed. At this moment, Solomon, the new owner of the triple golden cudgel, felt that the triple golden cudgel he controlled actually had such a shocking defensive effect. He was immediately overjoyed. As long as I have this treasure, even if Lord of 10,000 Evils and the new Supreme Lord's Reserve Army double, they will not pose a threat to me at all. Humph. So what if Savas became a traitor and defected to the enemy? With me, Solomon, around, I, a Grade 1 Supreme God, can also guard this Grade 2 Void Base City. Solomon said proudly. Did he discover that the difficulty of defending the city was not as high as he had imagined? He could still defend Solomon City even if Savas betrayed him. Hi! At this moment, he suddenly discovered something, and his expression changed slightly. His will was focused on an inconspicuous but real small hole in the triple golden cudgel. Why is there a damaged hole here? Has it been in disrepair for a long time? Or is it because of past wars? Savas asked in shock. He looked at the tiny hole. He relaxed his brows slightly after a while. Fortunately, the hole in this triple golden cudgel is internal, and it's very difficult to discover from the outside. Otherwise, if the 2 Supreme Lord Reserves find out about this weakness of the triple golden cudgel and launch a targeted attack, the triple golden cudgel might really not be able to defend against their attack. That would be bad. He muttered inwardly. And as long as they did not attack the location of this small hole, the 30,000 gold coins and the Solomon City would definitely be safe. When the reinforcements arrived, it would be the end of the 2 Supreme Lords Reserve Army. At that time, he would be able to rely on this huge contribution to ask Your Excellency for credit and reward. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Then, he suddenly raised his head, wanting to look for Savas, who had long disappeared from the sky. That's not right. That traitor Savas will definitely know the location of this loophole. At the thought of this, Solomon felt his divine spark tremble slightly, and he looked a little flustered. Will he tell the army of the Supreme Will the location of this loophole so that he could use it to attack my Solomon City? I don't think so. He had just joined the Supreme Will. He will not tell them everything as soon as he joins, right? Solomon comforted himself in his heart. However, his expression turned uglier and uglier. A moment later, the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils continued to attack the triple golden cudgel of Solomon City. The triple golden cudgel emitted a faint golden light, seemingly unaffected by the massive number of attacks from the outside world. However, Zhou Fight remained calm as if he was waiting for something. Even though Lord of 10,000 Evils did not understand the situation, since Zhou Fight, the commander-in-chief, did not say anything, he did not say much. At this moment, Zhou Fight suddenly received some news, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at Lord of 10,000 Evils. Brother Demon Lord, I'll treat you to a good show next. What show? The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked. Brother Demon Lord, wait a few seconds. This show will be over soon. Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. Lord of 10,000 Evils could only nod and wait. At the same time, Zhou Fight looked out from inside the Eternal Mothership. Savas suddenly said. The offensive energy in the triple golden cudgel should be almost fully stored now. Next, I have to suddenly increase the strength of my attacks by 3 times. Moreover, I have to focus on the loophole of triple golden cudgel. This way, before Solomon can react, it can instantly fill up the triple golden cudgel's energy and deal fatal damage to it. At that time, the triple golden cudgel will have too much attacking energy. In addition, there will be gaps that can leak out. At that time, the triple golden cudgel will explode because of the excessive energy compression. Even though this will severely damage the triple golden cudgel and it might even be completely scrapped, this can at least break through Savas City's defense and allow His Majesty to successfully take down Savas City. I understand. Zero said. Then, he directly began to give orders to the entire army, including the 10 billion God Spirits army brought by Lord of 10,000 Evils. Zhou Fight was now the commander-in-chief after all. He had the right to mobilize all the soldiers, including the soldiers on his side. Nov. L. B //JNN. All soldiers and God spirits, listen up. From now on, release all your divine power and focus your attacks on a fixed location. Focus your strongest attacks on the attack location in the shortest time possible. I've already sent you the exact location of the attack point. Take note of your aim. Countdown begins now. 3, 2, 1. Attack. With Zero's order, the tens of billions of God spirits began to jointly attack the location of the loophole. A few minutes ago, Solomon thought that Savas had not told the army of the Supreme Will about the shortcomings of triple golden cudgel. He even heaved a sigh of relief. This traitor is quite smart. He didn't use all his trump cards. But in the next moment, he saw that the law skill attacks and supreme divine techniques that filled the sky were all gathered together. The various nomological lights even mixed together and even turned into a chaotic pillar of light that struck the loophole of triple golden cudgel. The triple golden cudgel was completely filled with surging attack energy just for a moment. In the next second, rumble! A huge explosion sounded and this triple golden cudgel, which had protected Savas City for tens of thousands of years and had experienced countless battles and killings, directly caused an unprecedented explosion. Chapter 1506. Killed a Supreme God. Bai Yun's Supreme God Inheritance. All kinds of law skills shot out in all directions from the triple golden cudgel's shattered interior like released prisoners, killing or seriously injuring every enemy who dared to block them. And the one who was most involved was Solomon. As the controller of the triple golden cudgel and in order to use it, he was the closest to it. Therefore, when the triple golden cudgel exploded, the unprepared Solomon almost used his face to withstand most of the power of the explosion. A Grade 2 Supreme God Divine Artifact was also a Grade 2 Supreme God level defensive building. In addition, there were tens of billions of God spirits, hundreds of millions of true God tiers, tens of thousands of Master God tiers, and all the attacking energy of the 7 Supreme Gods stored inside. Under the combined destruction of these energies, Solomon only had time to open his mouth wide and show a terrified expression before he was instantly destroyed to the extent of disintegrating into ashes by this big explosion. A Grade 1 Supreme God had died just like that before the battle had even begun, but it had already ended. Not far away, Elzam had avoided the misfortune of death because he was relatively far away. However, he had also vomited purple blood from the impact of the explosion. It was obvious that he had suffered considerable injuries. He looked at Solomon, who had already fallen, and his pupils constricted slightly. Clearly, he did not expect that Solomon, who had just strutted around proudly and was proud of becoming the city lord, would die in front of him. However, it was not the time to think about this. Without any hesitation, he flew into the sky and shouted. All ultimate void god spirits of Savas City, listen up! Solomon has fallen. The triple golden cudgel also exploded under his failed operation. It can't be any worse now. Our Savas City has already lost all its defensive capabilities. Only us ultimate void god spirits are left. However, we can't defeat the Supreme Lord's reserve army at all with the number of our god spirits. Everyone! Let's surrender! The city lord of Savas City has already surrendered. Why should we soldiers persist? Only by surrendering can we have a chance of survival. We'll die if we don't surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, many ultimate void god spirits, true god tiers, and even master god tiers began to curse him as a traitor. Some even ignored the difference in class and directly attacked him. Elzam was not surprised at all towards this. The ultimate void god spirits under the Void Emperor were very loyal to the Void Emperor. Even if they encountered a choice that concerned their lives, many ultimate void god spirits were willing to persist in offering their faith to the Void Emperor, even if the price was their deaths. Therefore, facing the attacks of these god spirits of the same race, Elzam did not hesitate to choose to attack and kill all these ultimate void god spirits who dared to attack him, a supreme god. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Now that he was the only supreme god left in Savas city, he was naturally not afraid of their attacks. In order to quickly resolve the current battlefield, he had to use thunderous means to eliminate these clansmen who opposed his idea. Only then could he quickly end this war. The effect was also very obvious. The voices opposing he on the battlefield became much softer after consecutively killing 50 to 60 ultimate void master god tiers and 1000 true god tiers and god spirits. No god spirits dared to attack him again. At this moment, the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils had already descended from the sky and charged into the blasted city of Savas. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will not be killed. Bai Yun said coldly. Seeing this, Elzam hurriedly hastened to persuade these ultimate void god spirits to surrender to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Under such circumstances, even though most of the ultimate void god spirits were still unmoved, a small portion of them had already begun to waver. However, Bai Yun did not have that much patience. They still had to go to Wanlong City and completely conquer the territories of the Wanlong War after conquering Savas City. How could they have the time to dawdle with they here? Moreover, in such a situation, those who were still hesitating and unable to see the situation clearly were not qualified to be soldiers of their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Kill! Bai Yun said coldly. Then, she picked up the bow and pulled the arrow. Furthermore, there were a total of 9 Master God tier advanced grade silver arrows on the bow. These arrows were all consumables. The cost of each 10 arrows was as high as 1 Master God tier advanced grade divine crystals. It could be seen how expensive the cost was. However, there was no choice. The Grade 3 Supreme God Realm inheritance that His Majesty had bestowed upon he came from a 9-arrow Supreme God known as 9 Arrows. Moreover, the strength of the inheritance of the Supreme God of the 9 Arrows was that apart from his top archery skills, he had all kinds of expensive arrows. This was also one of the reasons for his strength. Therefore, he could not save on the arrows. Otherwise, he would not be able to unleash the power of this Supreme God's inheritance. Fortunately, Bai Yun was also very rich, so it was not a problem for her to buy the materials to forge the arrow branches. Speaking of which, Bai Yun picked up the bow and pulled the arrow. In just an instant, the 9 arrows on the bow shot out in unison. Moreover, the moment they shot out, the 9 arrows transformed into 81, 729, 729, 65, 61. In almost an instant, these 9 silver arrows became 531,444 arrows. These 500,000 arrows rained down on these ultimate void god spirits. Moreover, every arrow could accurately kill a god spirit. The most amazing thing was that these 500,000 arrows seemed to have an automatic targeting system. Not a single arrow would repeatedly hit the same enemy. The result was, Bai Yun's arrow had caused the deaths of 531,444 god spirits under the shocked gazes of the god spirits. No one who was hit by the arrow survived. When Bai Yun saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on her face. Then, she exhaled lightly and retracted her arrow. When Bai Yun saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on her face. Then, she exhaled lightly and retracted her arrow. However, the power of the 9-arrow Supreme God was displayed at this moment. In less than a breath, Bai Yun realized that her divine power had recovered by about 1%. Which meant, she only needed to wait for 50 seconds on the spot to replenish her divine power before shooting out the arrow. It could be seen how powerful this inheritance was. And Bai Yun's arrow seemed to have aroused the passion of the Divine Kingdom's army and Lord of 10,000 Evil's army. The armies of both sides entered the battlefield and began to eliminate all the ultimate void god spirits who were unwilling to surrender. In less than 2 hours, about 80% of the ultimate void god spirits in Solomon City had died. The remaining 20% were ultimate void god spirits who were willing to join the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and thus had their lives spared. Zhou Fai nodded slightly when he saw this. The war in Solomon City was finally over. Next was the biggest tough nut to crack in this war zone, Wanlong City. The entire territory of the Wanlong War could return to the embrace of their supreme will after taking down the main city of Wanlong. That would be a milestone. At the same time, it was a magnificent feat that Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others didn't even dare to think about in the past. Chapter 1507. To worship supreme gods. Capture Savas City. 1. What a show! The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned when the triple golden cudgel exploded. When Savas City was completely captured, he came back to his senses and exclaimed in amazement. He looked at Zhou Fai beside him with unconcealable envy in his eyes. 2 days. This newly appointed Supreme Lord had only been in the Ultimate Void battleground for 2 days, but he had already conquered a Grade 1 Ultimate Void base and a Grade 2 Ultimate Void base. This was the first great victory for their supreme willpower in 1,000 years. It was also a victory that Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't even dare to think about in the past. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, this new Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army had done it as soon as they arrived. This made he feel awkward. At the same time, he was certain of something. It was not without reason that the Supreme will sent this common people's regal here. They could indeed give them the best victory against the Ultimate Void clan. At the same time, he looked down at the half-ruined Savas City and couldn't help but feel happy. Being able to personally witness and participate in this matter was something that he felt very good about. This was because he hadn't won a battle in a long time. Even though the victory in front of him didn't have much to do with him, since him was participating, it meant that him was related. Even if him was only participating, he could still raise his head slightly in front of the Supreme Will. Perhaps this brother common people's regal of mine can really drive the Ultimate Void race out of the Ultimate Void battleground in the future and let the Ultimate Void battleground return to our hands. This thought suddenly appeared in Lord of 10,000 Evil's mind. Then, he hurriedly shook his head. It had only been 2 victories. How could he have thought so far ahead? He couldn't be arrogant. He couldn't be arrogant. Right at that moment, Savas brought an Ultimate Void God Spirit to Zhou Fai from afar. This Ultimate Void God Spirit was Elzam. Your Majesty. This friend of mine is willing to surrender. What he said just now was just to prevent Solomon, who is already dead, from becoming suspicious. Savas introduced and pleaded for Elzam at the same time. Greetings, common people's regal Your Excellency Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Savas said respectfully and nervously. Zhou Fai looked at the Ultimate Void Supreme God who had just joined them. He suddenly said. Did you really just say that so that Solomon wouldn't get suspicious? When Elzam heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and his eyes revealed fear and panic. Savas' expression also changed. Your Excellency. I really just wanted to make Solomon not suspect anything. In that situation, Solomon wouldn't have kept me if I had the slightest intention of seeking refuge with City Lord Savas. I could only say those words in order to protect myself and later seek refuge with City Lord Savas. Elzam knelt on the ground and said in a panic. Savas did not say anything. He just stood at the side and looked at Elzam in silence. Lord of 10,000 Evils watched this scene with a faint smile. After an unknown period of time. All right, get up. Zhou Fai suddenly said. Then, he stood up and smiled at him. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. From today onwards, you are this Emperor's Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's 2nd Supreme God Consecrator after Savas. Thank you, Your Majesty. Elzam is willing to die for Your Majesty. Elzam said respectfully. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Fai chatted with Elzam for a while more before letting Savas leave with him. Just as Savas and Elzam left, Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled and cupped his fists in congratulations. Congratulations to brother common people's regal for obtaining another supreme god subordinate. There was unconcealable envy in his eyes. This was a genuine subordinate of a supreme god. Even if he was only a grade 1 supreme god, he was still a top-notch expert in the myriad worlds. In this ultimate void battleground, he was also a top-notch existence, second only to the first group of willpower level experts. Such an expert was easily obtained by Zhou Fight. How could he not be envious? He had spent a lot of effort to summon or personally nurture these supreme gods, even though he had many supreme gods under his command. The amount of effort, energy, and price spent was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Even he didn't want to experience it again. Now that he saw that Zhou Fight had actually obtained 2 supreme gods so easily in 2 days, and one of them was even a level 2 supreme god, he even felt a little sour in his heart. I didn't expect to get a subordinate of a supreme god. Zhou Fight said with a smile. He originally thought that he still needed to rely on the Son of Destiny to instigate incite defection to become the second supreme god's subordinate. He did not expect to obtain one with just Sava's words. It was a pleasant surprise. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled and said. That guy's guilty look was interesting. It's a small matter. I wouldn't be much better than him if I were in his shoes. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he thought in the past as long as he is willing to submit to me. No one is perfect when it comes to matters, not the heart. Zhou Fight shook his head. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded in agreement. A moment later, Bai Yun came over and told Zhou Fight that they had found Solomon City's base star core under Sava's lead. Chapter 1508. To worship supreme gods. Capture Sava City. 2. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fight followed Bai Yun and flew to the front of the base star core. He looked at the base star core and a text notification appeared. Base name, Sava City, Grade 2 Supreme God Base. Treasure name, Void Base Star Core, Polluted. Treasure grade, Grade 2 Supreme God. Treasure effect, it can become the core of the base after determining the location of the base. With the base star core as the center, it can create any kind of base and add any buildings. At the same time, it can monitor all life forms within a radius of 100 million light-years. Note 1, this base star core is a polluted void base star core. You can purify it with 1 million military credits and restore it to its original appearance and effect. Note 2, if you fuse 3 Grade 2 Supreme God base star cores or void base star cores, you can evolve them into Grade 3 Supreme God base star cores or Grade 3 Supreme God void base star cores. Prompt, purify and occupy. Obviously, Solomon had not had the time to change the name of the base since he had only occupied Sava City for a short period of time. He could be considered the Void Base City Lord who had been in office for the shortest time. Zhou Fight nodded after reading the message. As expected of a Grade 2 base star core, its surveillance range doubled. Occupy first. He didn't think too much about it and said directly. He no longer had any points in his hands, so he naturally could not purify it. Soon, a text notification appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully occupied Sava City, Grade 2 Supreme God Level War Base. Please name your war base and choose the form of your base. When Zhou Fight saw this, he did not hesitate and directly replied. Base form selects planet. He was quite used to the base form of the planet. Once the name and base form are determined, a quest notification appeared. Mission notification, congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun. You have successfully conquered Sava City and eliminated or conquered the Void Great General Solomon, Grade 1 Supreme God, Void Great General Elzam, Grade 1 Supreme God, and Void Great General Savas, Grade 2 Supreme God. Reward, 6 million military merits and 3 Supreme God Realm mission medals. Seeing this, Zhou Fight opened his mission panel. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battleground, the second leader of the Supreme Wool Camp. Military merit, 6 million points. Mission medal, 3 Supreme God Realm mission medals. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction. He could cleanse it now. Purify the base star core. He said. 2 more lines of text appeared. In the process of purification. Congratulations, you have successfully purified the void base star core. Only then did Zhou Fight look at the information of the new base. Base name, Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 2, Grade 2 Supreme God Base. Treasure name, Supreme Base Star Core. Treasure grade, Grade 2 Supreme God. Treasure effect, it can become the core of the base after determining the location of the base. With the base star core as the center, it can create any kind of base and add any buildings. At the same time, it can monitor all life forms within a radius of 100 million light-years. Note 1. If you fuse 3 Grade 2 Supreme God Base Star Cores or Void Base Star Cores, you can evolve them into Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Base Star Cores. Zhou Fite nodded slightly after reading it. This was the only way to take this Grade 2 Supreme God level base under his control. He turned to look at Lord of 10,000 Evils and said, "Brother Demon Lord, let's rest for an hour before heading to the main city of Wanlong." "What's the rush?" the Lord of 10,000 Evils asked in surprise. He felt that the results of today's battle were enough to go back and celebrate. We can't waste this opportunity. Zhou Fite shook his head. Of course, most importantly, he hadn't used the Sun of Destiny today. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He wanted to use it on the enemy of Wanlong City. When the time came, he would definitely gain a lot. Okay. The Lord of 10,000 Evils agreed after some thought. The common people's regal made sense. Moreover, he also wanted to see how far this brother common people's regal could go. If he could really subdue the entire territory of Wanlong in 2 days. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't dare to imagine how excited he would be. Perhaps even the Supreme Will would personally inquire after finding out about such a result? Zhou Fite nodded. By the way, I'll go with you, but aren't we going to do anything about this place? Aren't we going to leave some garrison or something? The Lord of 10,000 Evils suddenly thought of this and hurriedly asked. After today's battle, Sava City has already been reduced to half a ruin. Even the Supreme God level defense facilities have been shattered by us. There's nothing to guard here. Even if this place is snatched back when we're not around, we can directly snatch it back. The Ultimate Void Clan wouldn't do such a thing if they weren't stupid. We can go to Wanlong City without worry. Zhou Fite said. You're right. Lord of 10,000 Evils thought for a moment and nodded. They should have sent someone to guard this place if the triple golden cudgel hadn't been broken and they had obtained it. However, the triple golden cudgel had already been broken. If he wanted to send people to defend it forcefully, he would definitely have to expend a lot of manpower and resources. Even so, he might not be able to defend Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 2 without Supreme God level defense facilities. They were about to attack the main city of Wanlong, so it was indeed not appropriate for them to disperse their troops and do such things to weaken their strength. Right at that moment, Bai Yun walked over and brought along a world ring. Reporting to your majesty, we have collected all the fragments of the 3 gold coins and placed them in this world ring. Bai Yun said respectfully. Zhou Fite nodded and extended his will into it. Then, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This was because the world ring was densely packed with tens of thousands of golden fragments. It was extraordinarily difficult to repair. However, Zhou Fite valued its defense very much. It would be good to use it as a defensive structure for a base city in the Ultimate Void battleground even if he didn't use it as a defensive structure for the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. In the myriad worlds, excluding willpower level powerhouses, I'm afraid the only one who can repair these 3 gold coins is the Supreme God who created them. Zhou Fite thought to himself. The Supreme God who created it was obsessed with artifacts. He was obsessed with creating all kinds of divine artifacts. Even creating a supreme divine artifact was not difficult for the Supreme God who created it. In fact, in the myriad worlds, most of the Supreme God divine artifacts in the hands of the more than 10,000 Supreme Gods were personally created by the Supreme God Creator. From this, one could see the other party's terrifying prestige and strength in the Dao of Crafts. I'll find a channel to meet the Supreme God of Creation. General Zhou began to talk about the world rings. Then, he exchanged information about Wanlong City with Bai Yun and the other generals. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was also participating, so Zhou Fite and the others naturally did not refuse. They could still be considered allies at that moment after all. More than half an hour later, Zhou Fite and Lord of 10,000 Evils soldiers had finished resting. Zhou Fite did not waste any time. He immediately got the soldiers to rush to Wanlong City. He and Lord of 10,000 Evils sat on their dragon god mounts and took the lead to Wanlong City. Wanlong City was not far from Sava City. Hence, in just over an hour, Zhou Fight, Lord of 10,000 Evils, and both armies arrived at a location not far from Wanlong City. They looked from afar and saw a huge city that was 10 times larger than Sava's city standing in the void. This Wanlong City was comparable to the total territory of hundreds of boundless universes based on its size alone. The Divine Kingdom stars that emitted various nomological rays decorated it, looking both magnificent and vast. At the same time, Zhou Fight and the rest also noticed. These Divine Kingdom stars of various sizes seemed to have a mysterious connection with each other. They vaguely formed an incomparably huge and mysterious Divine Kingdom star array that protected the vast void city below the Divine Kingdom stars. Chapter 1509. Traitor. As expected of a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Void Base, Zhou Fight looked at the majestic city and could not help but sigh. However, the Lord of 10,000 Evils had a solemn expression and didn't say anything. He had been the leader of the ultimate void battleground for so many years, so he understood the power of Wanlong City the best. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the number of supreme gods under him multiplied by 5 or 6 times, it was still impossible to forcefully break through the main city of Wanlong. Unless the number of supreme gods under his command increased tenfold, it would be impossible to break through the main city of Wanlong. However, that was obviously impossible. He looked at Zhou Fight. This brother of the common people's regal had been very calm along the way. Next, he would let he see where the confidence that made him so confident came from. At this moment, ha 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 ha, a hoarse and arrogant laugh sounded. Then, he heard more and more laughter. At the same time, there were more and more types of voices, and they came from all directions. Then, as the expressions of Lord of 10,000 Evils and the other god spirits changed drastically, they saw ultimate void god spirits appear in the ultimate void around Lord of 10,000 Evils' army and the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. There were more than 50 billion of them. Moreover, the number of supreme gods and god spirits that could be sensed by the will was as many as 20. They looked arrogantly at Lord of 10,000 Evils and Zhou Zhou, as if they were looking at a group of dead people. In addition, various supreme god-level war machines, war treasures, military formations, and other powerful things were also densely placed in the army. They were accumulating energy, and when they finished accumulating energy, they could release their world-shaking destructive power. This scene immediately made Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression turn ugly. How could he not understand that he had fallen into a trap? However, what puzzled him was how the other party knew exactly when and where they had arrived. It was as if they had long known that they would appear here. At the same time, the Flame Duke Supreme God, who was among the 7 supreme gods under Lord of 10,000 Evils, looked at the ultimate void god spirits that filled the sky and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he regained his calmness. Even his supreme god colleagues did not notice the slight change in his expression. Yet, Zhou Fight noticed. Or rather, he had long begun to pay attention to the Flame Duke Supreme God who had helped him out yesterday. Brother Demon Lord, I feel that there's something wrong with you, the Supreme God. Zhou Fight secretly transmitted his voice to Lord of 10,000 Evils and pointed at the Flame Duke Supreme God. Lord of 10,000 Evils, who was already sensitive at this moment, immediately had a slight change in expression. Common people's regal, what do you mean? You suspect that my Supreme God is a traitor who leaked our war plan, which is why we are surrounded here. You need evidence to say that. What evidence do you have? I don't have any evidence, and I don't have the time to find so-called evidence for Brother Demon Lord. Let me ask you, Brother Demon Lord. Do you think that at this moment, I will frame the Supreme God beside you for no reason and cause our side to lose an important combat power? Do you believe me? n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. This goal was personally told to him by the Supreme Will before he came. Then, he quickly took a deep breath and stared into Zhou Fight's eyes. I believe you. Both he and Zhou Zhou were Supreme Lord reserves personally selected by the Supreme Will. Anyone under he could betray he and become a traitor of the ultimate void race, but Zhou Fight would definitely not. Otherwise, wouldn't that prove that the Supreme Will's judgment was poor? He could even choose a traitor. No matter how stupid Lord of 10,000 Evils was, he wasn't stupid enough to think that the Supreme Will's judgment would be that bad. What Zhou Fight stated at this moment was indeed not necessary to lie to him. What do you want to do? Let's capture him first. Don't let this traitor abruptly attack us in secret. Sure. With complicated thoughts, Lord of 10,000 Evils secretly informed the other 6 supreme gods under his command to work together with the 2 supreme gods under Zhou fight to take down the traitor Flame Duke Supreme God. When the 6 supreme gods heard that the Flame Duke Supreme God, who usually had a good personality, was actually a traitor, they were instantly shocked. However, they also recognized that this was not the time to hesitate and agreed immediately. These 6 supreme gods, Savas and Elzam, a total of 8 supreme gods, silently surrounded the Flame Duke Supreme God. However, because the Flame Duke Supreme God was already guilty and cautious, no matter how careful these 8 supreme gods were, they were still detected by the Flame Duke Supreme God. He immediately became extremely vigilant. Why did these 8 fellows suddenly move at the same time and even indistinctly approach him? It was a matter of life and death. When the Flame Duke Supreme God realized this, he could not help but start to think too much. After only thinking for a second, the Flame Duke Supreme God made a decisive decision. He immediately turned into a fiery light and flew towards the Ultimate Void Race's army. This action caused the expressions of the 8 supreme gods surrounding the Flame Duke Supreme God to change. At the same time, it also made Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression turn extremely ugly. There was actually a traitor among his supreme god worshippers. There was actually a traitor among his supreme god worshippers. He could not help but be furious. He couldn't imagine how much information his good subordinate had leaked to the Ultimate Void Race over the years. It was no wonder that every time he engaged in a large-scale battle with the Ultimate Void Race and wanted to launch a sneak attack on them, he would always fail because the other party was fully prepared. At first, he only felt that the Ultimate Void Race was very cautious when facing a Supreme Lord Reserve. Only now did he react. How was this the other party being cautious? It was obvious that the other party had long known of their sneak attack plan and calmly made preparations. Flame Duke, Lord of 10,000 Evils, couldn't help but grit his teeth. The more he cherished this subordinate of the Supreme God, the more he hated this subordinate of the Supreme God now. Right now, he even wished that he could personally tear the other party into pieces. At the same time, just as the Flame Duke Supreme God was about to charge out of the encirclement of the army and fly towards the Ultimate Void Race's God Spirit army, a figure suddenly emerged in front of the Flame Duke Supreme God. It was Saros. At this moment, Saros was wearing silver-grey Supreme God armor that exuded the might of a Supreme God and holding a silver-grey feather fan. Let's go back. He held the silver-grey feather fan and waved it gently at the Flame Duke Supreme God. In the next moment, the endless violent storm abruptly rolled up and swept fiercely onto the Flame Duke Supreme God. Under the interweaving influence of the power of space and time, plus the Flame Duke Supreme God didn't expect Saros to have such a method. Caught off guard, he directly emerged where he was a second ago. Even though it was only a second ago, it had only been less than 2 seconds since the Flame Duke Supreme God escaped and was blown back. Therefore, when the Flame Duke Supreme God came back to his senses, he abruptly realized that he had already fallen into the encirclement of the other 7 Supreme Gods. Chapter 1510. You'll only know if you fight. I'll fight it out with you. The Flame Duke Supreme God was enraged. 8 colored divine flames boiled around him out of thin air. These 8 colored divine flames could even incinerate the ultimate void around him. However, in the next second, Elzam stood up with a purple bell in his hand. He gently shook the bell, and an invisible supreme law of illusion spread out and firmly surrounded the Flame Duke Supreme God. The Flame Duke Supreme God only struggled slightly before falling into an endless illusion. His eyes immediately became blank. Suppress him, Elzam said. Only then did the other 6 Supreme Gods react. They hurriedly took out a Grade 2 Supreme God-level divine artifact rope and firmly bound him, imprisoning his own laws and willpower, completely rendering him unable to resist. At this moment, the Flame Duke Supreme God had just woken up from the illusion. He looked at the Supreme God divine artifact rope tied to his body in a daze, still not understanding what had happened. Traitor! A former colleague kicked the Flame Duke Supreme God, knocking he down. Then, with a cold expression, he brought he in front of Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Why did you betray me? I've treated you well, right? The Lord of 10,000 Evils stared at the Flame Duke Supreme God. So what if you treat me well? I'm not following you to die with you. The Flame Duke Supreme God stopped pretending and looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils with a cold smile. You're a Supreme Lord Reserve. Without the Supreme Will's order, you probably won't dare to leave this place for the rest of your life. No, you have a deep desire for the Supreme Lord's position. Even if the Supreme Will wants you to leave the ultimate void battleground, you probably won't leave shamelessly. But I'm not. The ultimate void clan is so powerful that you have no chance of winning. If I continue to follow you, I will only be waiting for death. Since that's the case, why don't I join the ultimate void clan? Lord of 10,000 Evils closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had completely turned cold. I'm very curious. How can you be so sure that I'm a traitor? I think my obsure is already perfect. The Flame Duke Supreme God asked doubtfully. This was indeed what he was most puzzled about. He felt that he shouldn't have revealed any flaws. Lord of 10,000 Evils did not speak and only looked at Zhou Fight. Zhou Fight smiled faintly. You're the one who found out I was a traitor. The Flame Duke Supreme God stared at Zhou Fight with wide eyes. Then, he hurriedly shook his head. Impossible. I've been by the side of that idiot Lord of 10,000 Evils for tens of thousands of years, but he hasn't discovered me. You've only been here for 2 days. How can you find evidence to prove that I'm a traitor? Evidence? Zhou Fight sighed and smiled at the Flame Duke Supreme God. Flame Duke Supreme God, how can you still say such childish words now? To us, if we want to deal with someone, do we still need to show evidence? The words of a stronger person are the greatest evidence. I don't have any so-called proof that you're a traitor. I just feel that something's wrong with you. From the moment I saw you, I felt that something was wrong. I trust my instincts. In addition, when the Ultimate Void Army appeared just now, I happened to catch the joy in your heart. That's why I thought you were a traitor. From the looks of it, my intuition was right. The Flame Duke Supreme God was stunned. Then, he smiled sadly and didn't say another word. Kill him. Don't delay things. Zhou Fight looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils and said. Thank you very much. Lord of 10,000 Evils thanked him with a complicated expression. Then, he took one last look at the Flame Duke Supreme God and took out a black gold lotus lamp. As divine power flowed, a black gold light instantly burst out from the lotus lamp and struck the Flame Duke Supreme God's head. The Flame Duke Supreme God's divine spark immediately shattered and died. At the same time, within the Ultimate Void Race's army, a slender woman in purple armor looked at the broken divine lamp in her hand and narrowed her eyes. The Flame Duke is dead, he said. He was called Adu. He was one of the 3 supreme commanders of this encirclement and suppression army. At the same time, he was also a grade 4 Supreme God and also the official leader of the Flame Duke Supreme God. That guy was actually discovered. Another Ultimate Void Supreme God beside him said in surprise. He was the 2nd Commander-in-Chief. His name was Amro. It seems that this operation has exposed he. Unfortunately, it's not easy to find a Supreme God level spy. A grade 4 Ultimate Void Supreme God, who looked like a bat with dark purple eyes and a pale face, exclaimed. It was none other than Rhoda, the Supreme God of the Void who had come to investigate the cause of Kai's death. He was also the Supreme Commander of this encirclement and suppression army. His status was even higher than the other 2 commanders. It doesn't matter anymore. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Amro smiled and said, after we deal with Lord of 10,000 Evils and that new common people's regal, the Ultimate Void battleground will belong to us completely. That Flame Duke will be useless. Besides, he is a traitor to begin with. He might betray us one day. I don't want this guy. Adu and Roden nodded and no longer cared about the dead Flame Duke Supreme God. When are we going to attack? I can't wait to behead that Lord of 10,000 Evils. Amro said excitedly. There's no hurry. We've already surrounded them completely. Let's wait until our war machines are fully charged. When the time comes, we'll give them a big one. Coincidentally, they also need some time to deal with the traitor. We'll give them some time. When the time is up, it will be their death. Ha ha ha. At the end, Rhoda burst into laughter. Don't be so confident. The Flame Duke Supreme God said that the new common people's regal has methods that can induce the enemy soldiers to incite defection. Have you taken precautions? I do asked. You don't have to worry about that. That's the least of your worries. In order to guard against this method, I specially went to His Majesty's place and asked for a treasure. It was specially to guard against that guy's insight defection. Rhoda uttered confidently. That's good then. I do breathed a sigh of relief. Since His Majesty had sent a treasure over, it was definitely foolproof. At the same time, after Lord of 10,000 Evils finished dealing with the Flame Duke Supreme God, he cupped his fists at Zhou Fight. Brother Common People's Regal, thank you so much this time. I owe you a favor. Just accept the Flame Duke Supreme God's corpse and his world ring. Zhou Fight nodded and received the Flame Duke Supreme God's corpse. After he took his world ring, his will entered it and couldn't help but laugh. 3 Supreme God Heavenly Artifacts. This Flame Duke Supreme God is really rich. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said coldly. How could he have 3 Supreme God Divine Artifacts? He must have obtained benefits from the ultimate void race. Zhou Fight acknowledged in agreement. Then, he extracted his spoils of war and barely obtained 4 Supreme Divine Artifacts. The Lord of 10,000 Evils did not inquire what loots Zhou Fight had obtained. He gazed up at the Ultimate Void Clan's army solemnly. Brother Common People's Regal, this battle won't be easy. He muttered. We won't know if it's easy to battle until we fight. Zhou Fight said. Chapter 1511. Battle. Resolute Treasure Seal. 1. Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils looked up at the Ultimate Void Race army. In the beginning, they were puzzled as to why these Ultimate Void Race God spirits did not attack them. However, soon, the Lord of 10,000 Evils and Zhou Fight discovered a vast amount of war machines, war treasures, and military formations among the 50 billion Ultimate Void God spirits. There was no lack of Supreme God-level machinery, treasures, and military formations. At this moment, they were quickly accumulating energy. After accumulating energy, they would release their shocking attack. When the Lord of 10,000 Evils saw this scene, his face immediately turned pale. He immediately looked around and indeed found that they were already surrounded by multiple Supreme God-level arrays. They were simply like turtles in a jar, unable to escape even if they wanted to. This is going to be tough. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression turned ugly. Nov, L, B //JNN. He looked at Zhou Fight and found that he was still calm and composed. The Lord of 10,000 Evils couldn't help but feel curious. This Brother Common People's Regal was clearly just a newly promoted Reserve Supreme Lord, but why did he seem to be even calmer than he in the face of such a crisis? He had a few treasures bestowed by the Supreme Will. He was confident that he could protect him, which was why he was so calm. Where was the Common People's Regal? He had only risen for a short period of time. The Supreme Will probably didn't give him much good stuff, right? Brother Common People's Regal. The other party is about to attack. Do you have any way to deal with it? Lord of 10,000 Evils could not help but ask. We wait. Zhou Fight said. Wait. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned. Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, he saw Zhou Fight's gaze suddenly freeze. Here we go. He said in a deep voice. What's coming? The Lord of 10,000 Evils subconsciously looked up, but his expression instantly changed. The vast amount of war machines, war treasures, and military formations had already accumulated their energy. They aimed at the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils, ready to attack at any moment. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked from afar. It was as if they could see Rhoda, the Grade 4 Supreme God of the Void, smile at them and spit out a word. Die. The next second. Boom 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 boom. The earth-shattering cannon fire carried the terrifying might of the supreme laws. Like a dense meteor shower, it attacked the 10 billion god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils. The earth-shattering cannon fire carried the terrifying might of the supreme laws. Like a dense meteor shower, it attacked the 10 billion god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Finally, there were the spirits of various supreme god-level military formations. They held all kinds of weapons and charged towards the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils together with the Ultimate Void Race's army. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' pupils constricted. When Zhou Fight saw this, he took out 10 supreme divine artifacts without hesitation and threw them into the Ultimate Void army. Then, he did something that none of the god spirits had expected. He said softly, "Explode." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 supreme divine artifacts, which were enough to make countless supreme gods greedy, exploded on the spot. Its power was almost equivalent to the self-destruction of 20 supreme gods at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ultimate void battleground suddenly fell silent. However, in this silence, countless ultimate void race god spirits, true god tiers, and even supreme gods had quietly fallen. As for the attacks that the ultimate void race had been preparing for a long time, nearly a third of them were forcibly negated by this shocking explosion. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he took out another 20 Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifacts without hesitation and threw them in front of the ultimate void race's army, causing them to self-destruct. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the heaven and earth were overshadowed by the brilliance of various laws. The two sides couldn't even see each other's army. They could only see the resplendent and violent light of the explosion. After a long time, when the light gradually dissipated, Lord of 10,000 Evils, who had regained his senses, immediately looked over. Then, he gasped in shock at the scene in front of him. The 50 billion ultimate void god spirit army that had existed just now had suddenly decreased by more than 1 billion. And even 2 supreme gods had died. More than 3,000 master god tiers had also died. And the god spirit army under he had only lost more than 50 million god spirits. Moreover, there was not even a single supreme god among them. Only more than 500 master god tier had died. Of course, this was an extremely shocking loss. If it were in the past, he would have felt heartache for hundreds of years. However, the other party had suffered even more losses. With this comparison, the Lord of 10,000 Evils immediately felt comfortable. And when he saw the number of casualties in the Zhou Fight's Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that the army of gods from the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom seemed to be fine. They were still standing in an orderly line in the void, as if they were ready to fight at any time. And none of them had fallen. Not to mention the fallen supreme gods, even master god tiers, true god tiers, and even ordinary god spirits had not perished in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. At most, he would be slightly injured. However, their injuries healed quickly under their powerful recovery abilities. 0 death. The Lord of 10,000 Evils muttered in his heart. How is that possible? Even 10 supreme gods could not withstand the volley of attacks from the ultimate void army just now. Even if the self-destruction of Zhou Fight's 30 supreme god artifacts offset most of the power of the other party's volley, the remaining aftershock was enough to cause him to suffer a lot of losses. Chapter 1512. Battle. Resolute Treasure Seal. 2. How could there be 0 deaths? The Lord of 10,000 Evils naturally didn't know. Didn't that mean that none of Zhou Fight's subordinates died? It was just that he automatically revived the moment he died, so he thought that he had died completely. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at Zhou Fight with a complicated expression when he came back to his senses. Nov, L, B /JNN. Only now did he realize the most important thing. This brother common people's regal of his actually used the self-destruction of a total of 30 supreme god artifacts to offset and counter-attack the opponent's strongest first round of attack. Even though it was successfully resolved, the Lord of 10,000 Evils still felt heartache. That was a total of 30 supreme divine artifacts. It was enough for 5 fully armed supreme gods. You just threw it out and self-destruct. You can't make them like this even if they were only grade 1 supreme divine artifacts. Even willpower level existences would scold you for being a wastrel if they saw this. As for why the common people's regal had so many supreme divine artifacts, he knew that this was not a good time to ask about it even though he was puzzled. I'll ask that question next time. At the same time, behind the ultimate void race army, Rhoda, Aidu, and Amro stared blankly at the battlefield below. Did I just? Am I seeing this right? Amro was at a loss. You're right. Aidu narrowed his eyes, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. This Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army forcefully self-destruct 30 Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifacts in order to resolve our first round of fiercest attacks. Even though he suffered heavy losses, it's undeniable that he succeeded. Not only did our first round of attacks not work, but we even lost a lot of people on our side. Even 2 of our Supreme God companions died. I'm going to be criticized by the Void Emperor when I get back. I do sighed. Common People's Regal. Rhoda stared at the Common People's Regal below. I thought I had already overestimated you to the greatest extent, so I specially gathered an army to attack. I even personally borrowed treasures from the Void Emperor. I didn't expect to still underestimate you. You're really willing to part with 30 supreme divine artifacts. Rhoda shook his head. Their ultimate void race was the most unrestricted race in the ultimate void environment, so they were the best at living in the ultimate void like fish in water. And because of that, treasures from the ultimate void that could not be obtained by other races could be easily obtained by the ultimate void clan. Even though this kind of harvest was very random, after tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, it still allowed their ultimate void race to accumulate a large amount of racial heritage. Just like Master God tier divine artifacts and Supreme divine artifacts, the Master God tiers and Supreme gods of the ultimate void race each had one at least. Some of the richer Master God tiers and Supreme gods had several divine artifacts. Currently, a portion of the main divine artifacts and Supreme divine artifacts that were circulating in the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Scarlet Great Cosmos were seized from the ultimate void race. However, the ultimate void race did not care about this. Sometimes, they would even take the initiative to give out divine artifacts to rope in the gods in the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Scarlet Great Cosmos. It could be seen how many divine artifacts they had. But he didn't expect it either. The ultimate void race was very rich in terms of divine artifacts. However, this Supreme Lord's fourth reserve army from the Supreme Will did not seem to be inferior at all. No, it was more than not bad. When Rhoda recalled the scene of the 30 supreme divine artifacts self-destructing at the same time, he could not help but click his tongue. Throwing out 30 supreme divine artifacts at the same time in one go was not heartbreaking. Even in their ultimate void race, only those existences with willpower could do such a thing, right? This kid was just a newly promoted Supreme Lord Reserve. Where did he get so many supreme divine artifacts? Rhoda gritted his teeth. Without any time to think, he immediately ordered. Continue to attack the army of Lord of 10,000 Evils and Common People's Regal. It doesn't matter if the first round of offensive is ineffective. Our military strength, the number of war machines, and the number of supreme gods far exceeds theirs. They can be crushed by sheer numbers. Rhoda thought for a moment and added. In addition, find a few top supreme gods who are good at assassination to surround and kill the Common People's Regal and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Especially the Common People's Regal, he is the main target of assassination. We must kill him first. If the Common People's Regal doesn't die, I feel that there will be other accidents. Okay. Then let me go. It's the safest choice for me to personally assassinate the Common People's Regal. I do immediately said. Roden nodded. I do was an assassin type grade 4 supreme god. Among the supreme gods present, I do was ranked second in terms of assassination ability. No other god spirit dared to say that he was number 1. Rhoda was most assured that he would go. Amro was envious and jealous when he saw that. However, he knew his own business. His combat style was completely that of a warrior. He was really not good at the job of an assassin at all. I do, this guy, got a huge credit for nothing. He mumbled. At the same time, in the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Even though Zhou Fight looked calm on the surface, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw that he had forcibly obtained the upper hand in the first round. It was good that he won. With that level of attack just now. Other than thinking of using a large number of Supreme God Divine artifacts to self-destruct, Zhou Fight really could not think of any other way to resolve an offensive of that level in a short period of time. As for the 30 Supreme Divine artifacts that were consumed, Zhou Fight took a look at his number 1 treasure vault. There was a mountain of Supreme Divine artifacts that numbered in the tens of thousands. He felt that 30 grade 1 Supreme Divine artifacts were not a big deal. The god spirits of the Ultimate Void race had especially many divine artifacts on them. Every Ultimate Void god spirit would have at least one divine artifact on them. It was not uncommon for many to have an entire set of divine artifacts on them. With the help of Heavenly Fate Dihuang and various titles, the True God Tier Divine Artifacts, Master God Tier Divine Artifacts, and Supreme Divine Artifacts were all rendered useless by Zhou Fight. After some time, Zhou Fight was confident that even if he had to compete with him in terms of the number of Supreme Divine Artifacts, he would still be able to win. Right at that moment, Zhou Fai saw that after the ultimate Void Race's army experienced the self-destruction of a Supreme God artifact and attacked them again, he subconsciously wanted to use the Sun of Destiny. However, at that moment, a premonition prevented him from releasing it. That's not right. Since the Flame Duke Supreme God is a spy, there's a high chance that he will tell the other party about my insight defection ability. They can't be unprepared when they know what I'm capable of. Zhou Fai thought for a moment. As he let the soldiers resist the attack of the Ultimate Void Army, he took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked. Bodhi Supreme, what method did the other party use to stop me from using the Sun of Destiny? Who did it to? 2 formal questions. Star. Zhou Fai agreed without hesitation. The other party's method of stopping you from using the Sun of Destiny is a willpower level treasure called the Resolute Treasure Seal. This treasure was accidentally obtained by the Void Emperor from the Ultimate Void. I don't know which alternate universe it came from, but it was originally one of the other party's treasures. Its effect is specially used to resist the bewitching methods of a Son of Destiny like you. Later on, after Rhoda learned about this from the Flame Duke Supreme God, he reported it to the Void Emperor. After the Void Emperor found out, he bestowed this treasure to him and let him use it to deal with you. The Bodhi Supreme commented. In other words, as long as I get the Seal of Resolution on Rhoda, I can use the Sun of Destiny normally. Zhou Fai said. That's right. Bodhi Supreme nodded. I see. Zhou Fai nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils. Brother Demon Lord, do you want to make a deal? Zhou Fai asked. What kind of deal? Lord of 10,000 Evils originally wanted to participate in the battle personally, but he didn't expect common people's regal to say such a thing, causing him to be stunned on the spot. Let's join forces and kill that Supreme God of the Void Rhoda. Then, I'll return the victory of the battle in front of you. How'd it go? Bottoms up. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded without hesitation and asked. Which one is Rhoda? Zhou Fai. Chapter 1513. The Little Dragon's Terrifying Support Ability. Zhou Fai waved his right hand and saw Rhoda's image and information appear in front of the Lord of 10,000 Evils. The Lord of 10,000 Evils took a look and his gaze landed on Rhoda, who was behind the other party's battlefield. Grade 4 Supreme Gods have a certain level of difficulty. There's another 4th grade Supreme God beside him. There are other God spirits of the Ultimate Void race guarding the surroundings. It will be difficult to forcefully assassinate them. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said. Just as the Zhou Fai thought that the other party did not want to go. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled and said. However, we can try. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He turned his head to look behind him. Hu Jia, Xian Tong, the two of you follow me to assassinate the enemy commander. If you succeed, you will be rewarded. Yes. 2 supreme gods of different races stood up and flew to the Lord of 10,000 Evils' side. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou Fai reached out and stopped them. Wait. Is there anything else you want to tell us? The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked. You should be able to use these supreme divine artifacts. After Zhou Fai finished speaking, he waved his right hand and a total of 30 supreme divine artifacts appeared in front of them. The Lord of 10,000 Evils, Hu Jia and Xian Tong only took a glance and were shocked to discover that these supreme divine artifacts were actually supreme divine artifacts that were perfectly compatible with their own nomological paths. They could not help but look at each other. Since the other party could take out so many supreme divine artifacts, it could only prove that the other party had more supreme divine artifacts on him. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to take out so many suitable supreme divine artifacts. How many supreme divine artifacts did this common people's regal have? They could not help but think. There was no time to think about the answer to this question. Hu Jia and Xian Tong made a few choices and took 8 supreme divine artifacts. The Lord of 10,000 Evils did not take it. That was because he already had an entire set of supreme divine artifacts on him, and it was an exclusive supreme divine artifact set that he had personally created for him. He did not need Zhou Fai's help. After Hu Jia and Xian Tong finished choosing, they saw Lord of 10,000 Evils take out a shadow cloak and float above his head. Then, Zhou Fight was surprised to see that the two supreme god-level consecrators of Lord of 10,000 Evils and he had actually disappeared into thin air in front of him. I hope it works. Zhou Fight thought to himself. It would naturally be best if they could use the Son of Destiny to win the war. If there was really no other way, he could only use the supreme divine artifact to blast out a path of victory. It was still too prodigal even though they could still win this way. Even though Zhou Fight had the right to do this, it was naturally better not to do it. Then, he looked at the situation on the battlefield. However, after reading it, his expression immediately turned solemn. The situation on the battlefield was not good. The number of gods of the enemy was more than 5 times that of them after all. Moreover, in terms of the number of top combatants like Master God tier and Supreme God, they far exceeded them. Even though the nearly 2 billion Supreme Soldier types under Zhou Fight were almost not inferior to the enemy's 20 billion God Spirit army. However, these nearly 2 billion Supreme Soldier types and the 10 billion God Spirit army of more than 10,000 Demon Lords were still not a match for the 50 billion God Spirit army of the Ultimate Void race. Therefore, on the Ultimate Void battlefield, the Divine Spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were in a rare state of suppression. I can't believe that I've only been in the Ultimate Void battleground for such a short period of time and these guys have already made such a big move. Zhou Fight shook his head. Then, he patted the golden dragon horn in front of him and smiled faintly. Little dragon! Bring out your capabilities and show them to the Ultimate Void race. Sure. The dragon god of all life nodded. Then, he roared at the sky. Immediately after, a halo emitting a dark yellow nomological light emitted from his body and rapidly spread to the entire battlefield. Lord's Law Skill Amnesty for all life. Lord Law Skill Amnesty for all life, instantly recover the injuries of all the soldiers on the battlefield and the soldiers on the right, allowing them to instantly recover their health and recover the energy in their bodies to a full state. Then, another white jade halo burst out from Little Dragon's body and rapidly enveloped all the Divine Kingdom army and Lord of 10,000 Evils army on the battlefield. Lord's Law Skill Blessings of all life, undying. Lord's Law Skill blessed by all life, when your own soldiers and friendly soldiers on the battlefield are fatally injured, your own soldiers and friendly soldiers will not die immediately. Instead, they will continue to maintain their peak state when they are alive and will not truly die until an hour later. Then, another khaki-colored halo burst out from the little dragon's body and rapidly enveloped all the Divine Kingdom army and Lord of 10,000 Evils army on the battlefield. Lord's Law Skill Fearless Blessing, increases the defense of the soldiers on the battlefield by 100% and gives them courage. They can face any powerful enemy fearlessly, calmly, and rationally. Then, another indescribably noble purple halo radiated from the little dragon's body, enveloping the entire battlefield, including the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Lord's Law Skill Blessing of the Heavens, soldiers on the battlefield and friendly soldiers receive the blessing of the heavens. It's easier for them to encounter lucky things, such as dodging attacks, smooth release of skills, epiphany in battle, unexpected counterattacks, and other positive situations. Meanwhile, the enemy shall always encounter all kinds of bad luck, such as exhaustion of magic power, skill backlash, mistakes in cooperation, accidentally injuring their comrades, and so on. Support halos burst forth from the dragon god of all life's body one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the troops of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils present were enhanced by more than 30 support halos. I feel that I'm at least 5 to 6 times stronger than before. My speed has become so fast. How did my law skill become so much stronger? This feeling is really crazy. The army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and the army of Lord of 10,000 Evils were shocked by the increase in their strength. And this was only a superficial increase in combat power. They had yet to notice the various secret improvements such as the blessings of the common people, the blessings of the common people, and the blessings of the gods. When they noticed it, they would definitely be even so more shocked. At this moment, a Master God tier elementary grade God spirit from the Lord of 10,000 Evils camp was hiding from another Master God tier advanced grade God spirit from the Ultimate Void race camp. When the Dragon God of all life's halo ability was augmented on him, the feeling of being caught off guard and improving in all aspects made he instantly stunned. He subconsciously stood rooted to the ground. When the Master God tier advance grade Ultimate Void God spirit behind he viewed this scene, he immediately sneered. You still have the guts to be distracted when you're escaping. Courting death. He seized this short moment and rapidly came to the other party's side. He slashed at the other party's head with his sickle-shaped arms. Chapter 1514. Assassination and reinforcements appear. However, right at this moment, this Master God tier elementary grade God spirit seemed to have sensed the other party's attack. While dodging the other party's attack with incomparable precision, he unleashed his famous law skill Flame Demon overflowing the heavens, accurately striking this Master God tier advance grade ultimate void God spirit's body. Even though this ultimate void God spirit was somewhat caught off guard by the other party's counter-attack, he did not panic. He had the augmentation of the Master God tier divine artifacts inner armor on him. The attack of a Master God tier elementary grade God spirit would not cause him much damage. He estimated confidently. However, in the next moment, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Puff! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of divine blood and was sent flying more than 1,000 kilometers away. When he recovered from the heavy blow, he was shocked to discover that he had been severely injured by that Master God tier elementary grade God spirit. At the same time, this Master God tier elementary grade God spirit under Lord of 10,000 Evils also looked at his palm that was burning with purple demonic flames in shock. What happened just now? When did I have such powerful divine power? I can actually heavily injure a Master God tier advance grade God spirit with a single palm strike. Moreover, my reaction just now was also not right. I actually predicted the other party's attack in advance and dodged it like a Master God tier of the Law of Fate. Is this still me? He muttered. Then, he carefully sensed the changes in his body. Then, as if he had suddenly sensed something, he suddenly looked up at the Dragon God of all life under Zhou Fight. It's the Dragon God under the common people's regal who bestowed us with powerful strength and other abilities. What a powerful and magical Dragon God! I've never seen a Dragon God with such an ability. He looked elsewhere on the battlefield. Under the powerful halo ability of the Dragon God of all life, the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and the army of Lord of 10,000 Evils seemed to have taken medicine. All of them were energetic and their combat strength had increased by more than 5 to 6 times. Originally, they were at a disadvantage under the attack of the Ultimate Void Army. However, after the support of the Dragon God of all life, they actually fought back and forth with the other party at this moment. They did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. What a terrifying halo ability! The Master God tier said enviously. Then, he didn't have time to think and continued to engage in the war. At the same time, the other divinities who participated in the battle had similar thoughts. That was because they were all under the halo ability of the Dragon God of all life, their battlefield combat power and battlefield survival ability had been greatly improved, even supreme gods were no exception. With the help of the Dragon God of all life, it was not a problem for the supreme gods on their side to fight 2 or even 3. When Zhou Fight saw that the battle situation had stabilized, he nodded secretly. Then, he touched the dragon horn in front of him and smiled. Well done! The little dragon snorted and sounded very pleased with itself. Then, Zhou Fight was about to see how Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others were doing. At this moment, he inexplicably felt a strong sense of danger. Without thinking, he slashed out with his sword. Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Law Skill Heaven Destruction Deo. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Rays of white light appeared from the void and formed Aidu's figure. However, in an instant, he turned into countless rays of light again and disappeared into the air. His cold voice echoed in the air. Law skills are good law skills, and supreme divine artifacts are also good supreme divine artifacts. Pity that it's not yours after all. You will definitely die in this next attack. Zhou Fight's expression was calm as he listened to these confident words. However, his body emitted a powerful supreme god's nomological pressure. Coupled with his top grade 3 supreme god realm divine artifact, he looked rather unapproachable. Aidu, who had turned into a colorless light and was hiding in the void, could not help but be secretly shocked when he saw Zhou Fight at this moment. Didn't the intelligence say that this guy was the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army that had risen from the Lord War of the 10,000 races? Why did the newly emerged 4th Reserve Army seem to have the combat power of a top Supreme God now? Was this Supreme Will so strong to nurture a new generation of Supreme Lord Reserve Army? He didn't guess too much. Aidu's attention came back to the assassination. However, at this moment, He suddenly discovered this Supreme Lord Reserve Army and did something he did not expect at all. All of a sudden, he dissipated his terrifying aura, and even his strength had decreased to the level of an ordinary Grade 1 Supreme God. After doing all this, he revealed a smile and did nothing else. What is this guy doing? Did he give up on himself and wait for death? However, he naturally wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. He immediately initiated an assassination attempt on Zhou Fight's back. As long as we kill this common people's regal, we will win this war completely. Ai Du's eyes were filled with determination and fanaticism. The distance between the two was quickly closed by Ai Du at an astonishing speed. Just as he was about to stab into Zhou Fight's divine body and shatter his divine spark. Clang! The crisp sound of two blades colliding rang out. Ai Du was shocked to see that not only was his light shadow demon saber blocked by the other party, it was also sent flying. With a thought, the light saber returned to his hand. Then, he gazed at the black-robed saberman with a solemn expression. Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade! Ai Du! The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said in a low voice, you have become weaker. Ai Du's hands trembled slightly. He found it hard to imagine that this fellow, who had once been defeated by him, was now so strong. He even stated that he had become weaker. You're clearly much stronger than before, okay. Previously, you could only barely fight me, a 4th grade Supreme God. Now, this guy's strength is obviously not weaker than mine. In fact, in a head-on battle, he might even be stronger than me. It had only been a short while since they last met, so how did his strength increase so much? At the same time, when Zhou Fight noticed the other party appear, a faint smile appeared on his face. It was precisely because he had sensed the other party's appearance that he had restrained his aura. With the other party around, his safety wouldn't be a problem after all. This was an existence who had killed a Grade 4 Supreme God like a dog after obtaining his 6th Supreme God divine artifacts after all. At that time, it was only a puppet. Now, its main body had personally come. Your Excellency Heavenly Blade! I didn't expect to see you here. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Zhou Fight smiled. I won't take your Supreme God artifact for nothing. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said. Zhou Fight smirked. Back then, he did not give those 6 Supreme God divine artifacts to the other party for nothing. Sure enough, he noticed the reward. With the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade around, Zhou Fight sensed more relaxed. How did Your Excellency Heavenly Blade arrive to the ultimate void battleground? Was Your Excellency stationed here in the first place? He asked curiously. Lord of 10,000 Evils definitely did not have Your Excellency Heaven Blade under his command. Zhou Fight was very sure of this. That could only prove that the other party had applied to join the ultimate void battlefield alone as a lone god spirit. This was also allowed in the ultimate void battleground, but generally, only supreme gods could apply. Ordinary god spirits were not qualified to apply. No. I was cultivating in the boundless universe. After sensing danger on your side, I opened a spatial rift with my saber and jumped over. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said. Zhou Fight, hi. Chapter 1515, Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. Grade 4 Supreme God Puppet. Zhou Fight was stunned. He split open a spatial rift and jumped in? Are you kidding me? If it was so easy to enter the ultimate void battleground, the Supreme Will would not have limited the number of deities that could enter the ultimate void battleground. Unless... Your Excellency Heavenly Blade, it seems like you've made progress in the path of the sword. Zhou Fight tried to praise him. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade nodded slightly and said. I've gained some insights ever since we parted last time. Now, I feel that my sword Dao has touched the threshold of the Supreme Will realm. Zhou Fight's jaw dropped. The threshold of Supreme Will? Brother, aren't you a Grade 3 Supreme God realm? You haven't even advanced to a Grade 4 Supreme God, and you've already touched the threshold of Supreme Will? Genius. This word appeared in Zhou Fight's mind. This Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade was definitely a top genius. Even the word genius wasn't enough to describe him. He had touched the threshold of the Supreme Will realm without any legacies. If he wasn't a genius, what was he? No wonder he could slash open a spatial rift that led to the ultimate void battlefield. Indeed, the Supreme Gods could not do this. However, if it was a supreme god who had touched the threshold of the supreme will realm, it would not be included. True supreme will realm existences could freely enter and exit the ultimate void battlefield after all. They could even bring god spirits to the ultimate void battlefield like the supreme will. Even though the supreme god of the heavenly blade had not reached that level, it was not a problem for him to come alone. I also have to thank you. If not for your 6 supreme divine artifacts, I wouldn't have been able to touch that threshold. The supreme god of the heavenly blade had a cold personality. However, no matter how aloof he was, he couldn't help but sound happy when he talked about his advancement. Anyone who knew that they had a chance to advance to the supreme willpower realm in the future would be like this. The supreme god of the heavenly blade was no exception. Hi! The supreme god of the heavenly blade suddenly sensed something. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the figure fleeing into the distance. It is Aidu. At this moment, Aidu's mind was filled with thoughts of escaping. What did he just hear? That guy who had once been defeated by him had actually become an existence that had touched the threshold of supreme will? Even in their ultimate void race, such an existence could directly become a top-notch existence under the Void Emperor's holy sun. No wonder that guy could send my saber flying with a single slash. Even if he was 1 level weaker, killing he was like killing a dog, let alone sending his saber flying. No matter how stupid he was, he wouldn't want to fight against such an existence. Therefore, he only wanted to escape. He fled back to the Void Emperor and told His Excellency that there was a supreme will seed there. He begged the Void Emperor to kill he personally. An existence at the level of supreme will was enough to control the situation in the ultimate void battleground. Even the Void Emperor did not dare to underestimate it. They could not allow the supreme will to have another supreme will realm existence at this time now that they were about to take down the entire ultimate void battleground. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw a black-robed figure appear in front of he. He had a calm expression as he looked at Aidu quietly. It was the supreme god of the heavenly blade. Aidu looked at the supreme god of the heavenly blade for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. Heavenly blade. Even though you have touched the threshold of the supreme will realm, you will also be targeted by our ultimate void race. Go seek refuge with your supreme will mother. Otherwise, you'll die behind me sooner or later, Ha ha ha. Goo goo. Halfway through Aidu's laughter, he saw a saber beam arrive in front of him as fast as a stream of light. The saber stabbed into his mouth and then shattered his head. He carried Aidu's corpse to Zhou Fight and threw it to him after doing all this. Is this for me? Zhou Fight asked curiously. The supreme god of the heavenly blade nodded. Thank you very much. Zhou Fight smiled and nodded. Then, he directly extracted the other party's corpse and used the Lord Talent effect of the Lucky Star. A text notification appeared. Lord Talent notification, your spoils of war have been enhanced by Heavenly Fate De Huang Perfect Loots. Quality +1. Title hint, your spoils of war have been affected by the titles of Strongest Lord of All Races and Strongest Lord of All Races. Number of loots +150%. Title hint, your spoils of war have been affected by the title of King of 10,000 Kings. The number of loots increased by 100%. Lord Talent notification, you have obtained perfect loots. Lucky Star notification, you have obtained a special loots light Supreme God Aidu's puppet, Grade 4 Supreme God. Zhou Fight roughly took a look at the spoils of war of this Grade 4 Supreme God. He realized that this fellow was indeed one of the deputy commanders of the Ultimate Void Army this time. He already had 5 supreme divine artifacts on him. Under the enhancement of the talent effect and title, it directly doubled to 20 supreme divine artifacts. As for the other supreme god level treasures and the supreme god level treasures that had been upgraded from Master God Tier +1, there were thousands of them in total. However, to Zhou Fight, who already had tens of thousands of supreme god artifacts, this was naturally not worth his attention. His gaze landed on the spoils of war provided by the Lucky Star. A Grade 4 Supreme God Realm Puppet. Zhou Fight smirked. He really got what he needed. Bodhi Supreme was right. This Lucky Star was indeed easy to drop puppet type loots. Its only chance of using the Lucky Star on this guy was not in vain. He raised his head and looked at the battlefield on Lord of 10,000 Evil's side. Then, his expression froze slightly. That was because the situation on the Demon Lord's side did not seem too good. Your Excellency Heavenly Blade, can you please help my friend? Also, if possible, kill the leader, Rhoda, and bring his corpse to me. Zhou Zhou said. Then, he pointed at Lord of 10,000 Evils and Rhoda, who were fighting the ultimate void supreme gods in the sky. Even if I'm not your friend, I'll still help the Supreme Lord when he is in trouble, Your Excellency. However, since you've taken the initiative to mention it, I'll give it a try and kill them all. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. This is bad, it had been faked by him. Were all saber players this cool? Just as he was thinking, the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade had already raised his blade and turned into a black blade light, rushing towards the battlefield of Lord of 10,000 Evils and Rhoda. He didn't seem to care to hide from the enemies fighting in the center. However, the god spirits of the ultimate void race naturally would not allow this fellow to charge past them and reinforce their enemies. Stop him! Someone shouted first. In the blink of an eye, 3 supreme gods appeared in front of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade and blocked his way. You want to help your Supreme Lord Reserve Army? You have to get past us first. A Grade 3 Ultimate Void Supreme God said with a sinister smile. He could tell that the other party was only a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, while he and the other 2 were both Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. It was impossible for 3 Grade 3s to defeat a Grade 3. However, in the next second, a saber light that illuminated the entire void lit up. Grade 3 Lord Law Skill Immeasurable Saber Light. Chapter 1516. 3 Strikes. Fall. Swoosh. The Supreme God of the Ultimate Void looked coldly at the empty space in front of him. A crack that emitted a faint purple light suddenly appeared on his forehead, and the faint sound of the divine spark shattering could be heard from the crack. In the next second. Splash! His entire body was split in half, and divine blood and flesh scattered all over the sky. The bodies of the other 2 supreme gods were also incomplete in an instant. They wanted to repair their broken limbs, but they were horrified to find that there was a powerful blade light at their broken limbs that prevented them from recovering. They felt despair when they saw this. With a single slash, 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. Why was this Grade 3 Supreme God Realm from the Supreme Will faction so terrifying? At this moment, Saros saw the Supreme Gods under the Lord of 10,000 Evils. He laughed hideously and charged at them. A moment later, he would slay them under his blade. At the same time, the Lord of 10,000 Evils, on the other hand, fell into a bitter battle. He had just secretly led Hu Zhe and Xian Tong to Rhoda's side. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to kill Rhoda, he was discovered by him. Then, they appeared and began a fierce battle with the 2 4th-grade Supreme Gods, Rhoda and Amro. Then, 2 Grade 1 Supreme God guards guarding Rhoda and Amro rushed over. A total of 4 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods were engaged in a fierce battle with Lord of 10,000 Evils and the other 2 Supreme Gods. Lord of 10,000 Evils was indeed the Supreme Lord's 3rd Reserve Army. Even though he was only a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position in the battle against Rhoda, he even firmly held a huge advantage. It could be said that as long as he was given enough time, he could completely kill Rhoda. However, at this moment, an accident happened. A total of 5 Void Supreme Gods suddenly appeared from the void and joined the battle, fighting with Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others. Only then did Lord of 10,000 Evils realize that the Ultimate Void race had brought a total of 25 Supreme Gods, not 20. 9 Supreme Gods of the Ultimate Void camp versus 3 Supreme Gods of the Supreme Will camp. The Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others, who originally had the advantage, fell into an absolute disadvantage under the number of Supreme Gods of the Ultimate Void that was 3 times theirs. They wanted to temporarily retreat from the battlefield, but they soon discovered that these Ultimate Supreme Gods of the Void had long anticipated their intention to retreat and had already set up arrays around them. Not to mention escaping. Even the reinforcements couldn't break in. Ha 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 ha, Lord of 10,000 Evils, don't tell me you really think that we were negligent by being here. We already expected that you wouldn't be able to deal with the main battlefield and could only take the risk to assassinate us, so we specially set up an ambush here. I was waiting for you, ha ha ha. Rhoda laughed wildly. Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression sank slightly, but his mouth was not at a disadvantage. You've ambushed me many times in the past, but I'm still alive and well. This time, you won't succeed either. He said. We'll know in a while. Let's attack together and kill him. I'll ask your excellency for credit later. Rhoda said. Then, he took the lead and rushed forward. The other 8 supreme gods immediately followed. The two sides started fighting again. The more Lord of 10,000 Evils fought, the more his heart sank. Hu Zhe and Xian Tong also had a bad feeling. This was because they discovered that these ultimate void supreme gods not only outnumbered them in numbers, but they were also terrifyingly numerous on supreme god artifacts. Every supreme god had at least 3 supreme divine artifacts on them. Among them, Rhoda had a full set of supreme divine artifacts. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had only seen this supreme divine artifact configuration a few times in the few major battles in the ultimate void battleground. He did not expect to see him again today. At the same time, he felt somewhat glad. Fortunately, before they came, Hu Zhe and Xian Tong had borrowed a complete set of supreme divine artifacts from the common people's regal, allowing their battle prowess to not be inferior to a top-tier 4 supreme god at all. Otherwise, once Hu Zhe and Xian Tong were surrounded and killed, him, who was alone, would definitely not be able to last until now. Ha ha ha, Lord of 10,000 Evils, how is it? Do you feel the feeling of despair? Rhoda felt that the situation was already under control. He was still in the mood to laugh as he attacked Lord of 10,000 Evils. I'll give you a chance to surrender to His Excellency the Great Void Emperor. You are a god spirit with extremely high potential. There is an extremely high chance that you will advance to the Supreme Will Realm in the future. The Void Emperor will definitely admire you greatly if you join us. He might even give you the position of the Void Holy Son. At that time, I will have to address you respectfully even if I see you. How's it going? Join us. I guarantee that it will be much more comfortable than staying with the Supreme Will. He was extremely sincere in his words. He sincerely wanted to invite Lord of 10,000 Evils to join them. The Lord of 10,000 Evils sneered. Let's see if you can still spout such nonsense when I chop off your head. Looks like you're asking for death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. All god spirits, attack them with all your might. There's no need to hold back. Yes. The 8 ultimate void god spirits shouted. n/o/v/b/n.c//om. Then, they surrounded and killed Lord of 10,000 Evils with all their might, making the pressure on Lord of 10,000 Evils even greater. Even though the Lord of 10,000 Evils said it forcefully, he still found it difficult to endure such a situation. Do I have to abandon my 2 brothers and escape? The Lord of 10,000 Evils' mind raced. He still had the trump card that the Supreme Will had rewarded him. It was not a problem for he to escape, but what about Hu Zhe and Xian Tong? These 2 supreme gods had been following him since he rose. He was really unwilling to abandon them. Unless he was really in a desperate situation. At this moment, the Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others suddenly sensed something and looked down. A black saber light appeared in the distance like a pillar of light. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the army and shot over like a sharp beam. Swoosh! In a split second, the layers of arrays set up by Rhoda and the others were shattered by the black saber beam. Which expert is it? Rhoda shouted and was the first to charge forward. My name is Heavenly Blade. I'm here to kill you. He finished speaking. Swoosh! A resplendent saber beam lit up. Grade 3 Lord Law Skill Immeasurable Saber Light. Rhoda was shocked. He immediately picked up his giant axe, the supreme divine artifact, and used it to block in front of him. Boom! He was sent flying more than 10 light years away by the saber. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of divine blood. When he looked at his supreme divine artifact again, he was shocked to discover that a crack had actually appeared on his supreme god artifact. Rhoda was shocked. This was a grade 4 supreme divine artifact. Even a top supreme god would not be able to crack it. Where did this guy come from? At this moment, the supreme god of the heavenly blade shot out another brilliant blade light with the intention to conquer the world. Grade 3 Lord Law Skill Heaven's Will like a knife. This slash completely shattered the supreme divine artifact in Rhoda's hand. Then, the supreme god of the heavenly blade released the third blade light. With a single slash, 10,000 Deo Annihilation. Grade 3 Lord Law Skill Heaven Destroying Deo. A saber beam filled with a destructive aura flashed across countless light years and slashed through Rhoda's divine body. Rhoda opened his mouth wide. Then, his divine body silently split into two and stopped breathing. Grade 4 Ultimate Void Supreme God Rhoda. 3 slashes. Fallen. Chapter 1517. 10 Supreme Divine Artifacts. The Lord of 10,000 Evils, Hu Zhe, Xian Tong, and the other 8 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods watched this scene in a daze. Rhoda, the top Ultimate Void Supreme God, died just like that? They did not even have time to react before they were killed under the protection of the 8 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods? A thought appeared in their minds. Where did this Supreme God come from? At this moment, the face of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade finally appeared in front of the gods. Your Excellency Heaven Blade! The Lord of 10,000 Evils said in surprise. Is it the Heavenly Blade? Hu Zhe and Xian Tong were also very shocked. They naturally knew this #1 saber expert among the Supreme Gods. In the past years, the other party had even joined the Ultimate Void battlefield alone as a lone God spirit and fought the Ultimate Void army with them. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had even tried to recruit him, but unfortunately, he was rejected by the other party on the grounds that he liked freedom and did not like being restrained. At that time, the Lord of 10,000 Evils did not care. He had done similar things too many times after all. It was not the first time he had failed. Almost every Supreme God who came to the Ultimate Void battlefield to fight against the Ultimate Void race, had been recruited. They mainly focused on casting a wide net to catch more fish. He had 3 Supreme Gods under his command, and he had recruited them in such a way. Even though he had failed in everything else, he was still happy. He just didn't expect it. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, who had once rejected him, had actually grown to this extent? 1 God and 3 slashes killed the strongest Grade 4 Supreme God Rhoda. Rhoda could not even resist. What kind of strength was this? Could it be quasi-willpower level? The Lord of 10,000 Evils muttered. Only an expert of this level or a Supreme God who came into contact with this level could have such strength that exceeded comprehension. Was the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade already a quasi-willpower expert? At the thought of this, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of loss. At this moment, the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade used the cloning technique to create a clone of himself. Then, this clone picked up Rhoda's corpse and turned into a black saber beam that flew in the direction of Zhou fight. Along the way, no Ultimate Void God Spirit dared to stop this person's path forward. It was simply as if he had entered an uninhabited place. However, the God Spirits present, including Lord of 10,000 Evils, Amro, and the other Ultimate Void God Spirits, felt that it was only right. This was a Supreme God expert infinitely close to the quasi-will level. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Stop him? Who dares to stop him? Even if it was just a clone, it was not something they could easily deal with. Then, Amro and the others looked at the main body of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade again. Then, they saw this Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade looking at them as if they were dead. I promised Your Excellency the common people's regal. I'm going to kill you all. Heavenly Blade said in a low voice. The remaining 8 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods turned around without hesitation and flew in all directions. He immediately used the technique to escape into the Ultimate Void so that the killing God could not find them. If it was Lord of 10,000 Evils, there was really nothing he could do against such a method of escaping into the Ultimate Void. Unfortunately, they were facing the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, who had already touched the threshold of Supreme Will. With a thought from the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, 7 clones instantly appeared beside him. The 8 Supreme God of the Heavenly Blades raised their blades at the same time and cut open a void crack in front of them. Then, these 8 Supreme God of the Heavenly Blades entered the void crack at the same time and disappeared. These 8 void cracks quickly healed after the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade disappeared. The Lord of 10,000 Evils, Hu Zhe and Xian Tong looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. The other Ultimate Void God Spirits nearby did not dare to approach them, afraid that the killing God would return and casually kill them. Lord Demon Lord, what should we do now? Hu Zhe transmitted his voice. Xian Tong also looked at the Lord of 10,000 Evils nervously. Don't panic. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said calmly, Your Excellency Heavenly Blade's prestige is still there. If we make any abnormal movements now, it will make us look timid. At that time, we will be in danger. We'll wait here. Waiting for what? Hu Zhe immediately asked. Wait for the common people's regal to attack. Just now, the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade had already killed the Grade 4 Ultimate Supreme God of the Void, Rhoda. He also sent a Divine Power clone to send Rhoda's corpse back to him. Your Excellency Heavenly Blade has already done what the common people's regal wants. Next, let's see how the common people's regal makes a comeback. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said. Hu Zhe and Xian Tong looked at each other. Even though they trusted their lord's decision very much, could that brat, common people's regal, really lead them to turn the tables? The two god spirits thought about the young appearance of the common people's regal. Even though they knew that he had already taken down 2 ultimate void-based cities, they still felt that it was a little unreliable. However, they had no choice now. They could only trust this new Supreme Lord Reserve Army. At the same time, Zhou Fight looked at the clone of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade in front of him and the corpse of Rhoda in his hand. A smile appeared on his face. As expected of a top Supreme God expert who had touched the threshold of Supreme Will. Despite the pressure of the 9 ultimate void Supreme Gods, he could still easily kill Rhoda and bring his corpse back as if he had entered an uninhabited place. Such a battle record! This was the first time Zhou Fight had seen it. It was too shocking. At this moment, the clone of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade put down Rhoda's corpse and let he float in front of Zhou Fight. Then, he said. My main body needs my help. I'll go back first. Sure. Zhou Fight did not ask further and nodded. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade nodded. Then, his divine body collapsed into countless light spots and dissipated in the ultimate void. Zhou Fight looked thoughtfully at the spot where the other party had disappeared. The ultimate void Supreme Gods were all extremely good at escaping through the void. Especially since they were in an environment suitable for them to fight in the ultimate void battlefield, they would definitely be able to escape like fish in water. Even if the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade had already touched the threshold of Supreme Will, he was probably not much stronger than them in terms of pursuit. Of course, he could definitely kill him. At most, it would waste a little more time in pursuit. During this period of time, nothing could go wrong on his side. It's more than nothing going wrong. Zhou Fight looked at Rhoda's corpse in front of him and smiled. Then, he directly extracted the other party's loots. This Rhoda was indeed the commander-in-chief of the Ultimate Void Coalition Army. Other than the 6 Supreme Divine Artifacts he was wearing, there were 4 other Supreme Divine Artifacts with different functions in his world ring. Moreover, 4 of the Supreme Divine Artifacts had reached the peak of Grade 4. Zhou Fight naturally accepted them with a smile and put them all on. Chapter 1518, Resolute Treasure Seal. Activate the Son of Destiny. His Heavenly Fate De Huang talent could at most upgrade a Master God tier Advanced Grade Divine Artifact to a Grade 3 Supreme Divine Artifact, but a Grade 4 Supreme Divine Artifact could not be upgraded. Therefore, 99% of the Supreme Divine Artifacts in his first treasure vault were Grade 3 and below Supreme Divine Artifacts. There were pitifully few Grade 4 Supreme Divine Artifacts. Now, it was much more than enough. Most importantly, he now had this set of Master God tier Divine Artifacts and the enhancement of the King. His current combat strength was no longer inferior to a true Grade 4 Supreme God. Of course, it was still incomparable to a top-notch 4th grade Supreme God like Rhoda, who had reached the Grade 4 and had a full set of Grade 4 Supreme Divine Artifacts. He was even further away from reaching the threshold of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. He didn't think too much about it. His gaze swept past the other massive loots and landed on one of the seemingly inconspicuous rings. This ring was completely brass-colored and emitted a faint brass light. It looked no different from an ordinary ring. However, Zhou Fight could still tell at a glance that it was different. It was a fundamental difference. It seemed. This was an item that did not belong to their world. He looked over carefully. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Resolute Treasure Seal. Treasure grade, willpower level, low level. Treasure effect, control the power of faith contained in the Resolute Treasure Seal that has the attribute of resolute will. It can protect living beings within a certain range and prevent them from being affected by the bewitching abilities of the outside world. Wearing it on normal days can also protect the wearer from the invasion of the will of other will-level existences. Treasure description, a treasure from the otherworldly great cosmos that contains the power of the otherworldly great cosmos. After the otherworldly great cosmos was destroyed, it wandered in the ultimate void. Later, it was occasionally obtained by the Void Emperor and now it's in the hands of his enemies. This is the will-level treasure that Rhoda used to stop my Son of Destiny from working. Low-level willpower level. Zhou Fight was deep in thought. Every life form had different thoughts and the will they could nurture was also strange. Strictly speaking, there were no two identical wills in the myriad worlds. It was also because of the difference in will that after countless years of research, the god spirits and spirits divided their will into 3 levels according to the essence of their will. In other words, low-level will, middle-level will, upper-level will. This was also the difference in level of will. And existences that surpassed the upper-level willpower realm were will powers. At this realm, Zhou Fight only knew about the Supreme Will, the Crimson Overlord, and the Void Emperor. Speaking of which, Zhou Fight played with the resolute treasure seal in his hand, his eyes filled with interest. Even if it's only a low-level willpower treasure, it's still my first willpower treasure. Moreover, this resolute treasure seal is also very magical. It's actually a combination of the power of will and the power of faith. Moreover, it looks like the power of faith is the dominant force. It's unbelievable. As expected of a treasure from the other world's great cosmos. The extraordinary tier path is indeed different from ours. Zhou Fight liked this resolute treasure seal very much and wore it on his hand. With this, he would not be afraid that other supreme gods or even willpower level existences who had mastered bewitching methods would attack him and his subordinates in the future. Only then did he sense that the resolute treasure seal was still protecting the ultimate void army. He immediately turned off the resolute treasure seal and launched the Son of Destiny at the ultimate void army without hesitation. The Lord Talent notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your supreme unique Lord Talent, Son of Destiny. You have been blessed by the heavens. 50% of the enemies in the enemy Lord's faction have been summoned by the heavens and have become your loyal subordinates. Lord Talent notification 1. There are a total of 12,131,234,354 low-tier deity level ultimate void god spirits, 5,129,381,092 mid-tier deity level ultimate void god spirits, 2,829,382,344 high-tier deity level ultimate void god spirits, 232,314,231 ultimate void true god tiers, 8,211 ultimate void master god tiers, 3 grade 1 ultimate void supreme gods, 1 grade 2 ultimate void supreme god, and 1 grade 3 ultimate void supreme god left their organization and became your destiny. Follower. Even though he was mentally prepared after Zhou Fight finished reading, he could not help but smile. The insight defection of the Son of Destiny had actually directly induced him to have 20,089,997,790 ordinary god spirits, 232,314,231 ultimate void true gods, 8,211 ultimate void master god tiers, and 5 ultimate void supreme gods. Now, when he asked Zhou Fight how he felt, there was only one word. Awesome. Such gains from insight defection were definitely not available in the Supreme Great Cosmos. Only in the ultimate void battlefield, a battlefield that only god spirits could enter, would there be such shocking insight defection gains. Zhou Fight felt like he was about to fall in love with this place. Then, he looked at the battlefield and did not hesitate to order these gods who had just been turned around by the Son of Destiny to immediately counterattack their comrades. The Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others floated quietly in the void. He looked calm. In fact, they were panicking. Why isn't Your Excellency Heavenly Blade back yet? What happened to the common people's regal's victory? If we continue to be in a deadlock here, we'll really be exposed in a while. Hu Zhe and Xian Tong were anxious. Even though Lord of 10,000 Evils had a trump card to protect himself, he was slightly worried when he saw that the two brothers were in such a hurry. Common people's regal. What do you think the trump card that can win is? The Lord of 10,000 Evils muttered in his heart. At this moment, Hu Zhe and Xian Tong suddenly discovered something and looked at the battlefield below in shock and disbelief. When Lord of 10,000 Evils saw their expressions, he instantly realized something and immediately looked over. On the huge ultimate void battlefield, the ultimate void army, which was originally attacking the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and the army of Lord of 10,000 Evils, suddenly started fighting for some reason. The god spirits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were already used to this scene, so they immediately seized the opportunity to attack the ultimate void army that was still resisting with their infighting allies. The army under Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned for a few seconds because it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, they then reacted and immediately followed the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's army to attack the remaining ultimate void army. The situation, which was originally barely even, was almost instantly reversed with the use of the Sun of Destiny. What a terrifying insight defection ability! The Lord of 10,000 Evils was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. Even though the nomological skill power comprehended by every Lord God Spirit was different. He had only seen such heaven-defying nomological skills like the common people's regal from a few heaven-defying Lord God Spirits. As for those heaven-defying Lord God Spirits, almost all of them had willpower. 2 of them had even successfully advanced to the willpower level. Then, he came back to his senses and suddenly realized something. Now, the supreme gods in the ultimate void army had either been killed by the supreme god of the heavenly blade or fled, or had been instigated by the common people's regal to incite defection, or were still stubbornly struggling. However, judging from the situation, they would probably die in the end. Half of the god spirits below the supreme god realm had also been incite defection by the common people's regal. Didn't that mean that? In his eyes, this war that was almost hopeless and irresistible in the beginning could actually be celebrated in advance? Chapter 1519, Victory. The Lord of 10,000 Evils immediately became excited thinking of this. If they could win this battle, it would be the first major victory in the ultimate void battleground in the past 5,000 years. They had also obtained a victory of this scale 5,000 years ago, under the lead of the Supreme Will and the Supreme Army. However, as the Supreme Will shifted its attention to the Illusionist clan and the Supreme Army left the ultimate void battleground, everything returned to normal. Even the territory obtained from that battle was quickly reclaimed by the ultimate void clan. The Lord of 10,000 Evils often hated himself for not being capable enough, but he was helpless against the powerful void race that occupied the right time, place, and advantage. However, everything has changed with Zhou Fight's arrival. First, they took down 2 ultimate void bases, and now, they were about to defeat an ultimate void army. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had not dared to think of such a result for a long time. This was all brought about by this Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Hurry! Let's join the battlefield and kill a few more ultimate void supreme gods. You won't have any credit at all if you continue to sit out. The Lord of 10,000 Evils suddenly realized this and hurriedly said. Then, he was the first to rush towards an ultimate void supreme god on the battlefield below. Hu Zhe and Xian Tong also realized this and hurriedly rushed down to kill this ultimate void supreme god with the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Victory was imminent. If he didn't attack now, he wouldn't have a chance to attack. When the 3 gods surrounded and killed this ultimate void supreme god, their mentality was also quite strange. They never expected that their mentality had undergone such a huge change in such a short period of time. On the other side, Zhou Fight looked at the current situation and nodded slightly. Not surprisingly. He had most likely won this war and it was only a matter of time. 2 hours later, as the last ultimate void god spirit was killed, the entire battlefield finally lost the clamor of the massacre, leaving only the sound of the god spirits cleaning up the battlefield. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils led the god spirits to Wanlong City after the battlefield was cleaned up. On the surface, Wanlong City was protected by a supreme god-level defense facility. However, they broke through this supreme god-level defense facility and easily entered Wanlong City with just 1 round of attacks. Bai Yun and Hu Zhe joined forces and led a group of god spirits to search the entire Wanlong City before returning to Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Reporting to your majesty. There's no ultimate void god spirit in the entire Wanlong City. Even that supreme god-level defense facility is not presided over by a god spirit. It's all because of its defensive instincts. Bai Yun reported. I knew it. How can a grade 3 supreme god realm defensive building be so fragile? The Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head. Have you found the base star core? Zhou Fight asked. Found it. Bring this emperor along. Yes, your majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he began to lead the way. Zhou Fight looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils and smiled. Brother Demon Lord, how about coming with me? Brother Common People's Regal, I won't go when you're inspecting your loots. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Even though he also wanted to witness the official occupation of the main city of the myriad Dragon War territories, he still knew when and what he should and should not do. However, Zhou Fite shook his head. This time, it was Brother Demon Lord and I who took down Wanlong City together. Now that we're going to completely take over Wanlong City, how can I go alone? Brother Demon Lord, come with me. Really? Lord of 10,000 Evils could not help but ask. Brother Common People's Regal seemed to want to share this result with him. However, in this war, he and his subordinates were almost useless. At most, before he took down Rhoda, his evil army and the main combat army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom resisted the ultimate Void Army for a period of time to summon the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade for Zhou Fite to take down Rhoda. Next was the matter of Zhou Fite using the Sun of Destiny to turn the tide. He and his subordinates did almost nothing. Could this be shared with the common people's regal? Of course. Zhou Fite could tell what Lord of 10,000 Evils was thinking at a glance. He could not help but sigh inwardly. How long had it been since this guy had encountered a victory on such a scale? He was so careful when sharing the spoils of war with him. And Lord of 10,000 Evils did not guess wrongly. Zhou Fite was indeed willing to share the results with him. As for why he didn't enjoy the spoils of war alone, the reason was very simple. First, even though Lord of 10,000 Evils had some thoughts about competing for the Supreme Lord position, at least he did not have any dirty tricks. Instead, he was willing to compete fair and square with him. That point alone was enough to make Zhou Fite feel that the other party was at least a respectable opponent, so he had a good impression of him. Second, Zhou Fite was clearly much more outstanding than Lord of 10,000 Evils from the performance of this war. Since their performance was clear, it did not matter how much higher they were. In that case, it was better to share a portion of the results with Lord of 10,000 Evils. This way, he might be able to fight for the other party to become his ally. Moreover, he could prevent himself from looking ugly in the eyes of the Supreme Will. He had come to crusade against Wanlong City with Lord of 10,000 Evils after all. Moreover, the other party had indeed contributed, so he really shouldn't monopolize the results. At this moment, Lord of 10,000 Evils could also tell that Zhou Fite indeed wanted to share the results of the battle with him. The smile on his face immediately became even more sincere. If that's the case, I'll accept it respectfully like how you say it in the Cerulean planet. Brother Demon Lord, you're so considerate. You actually understand my native language. Zhou Fite chuckled. Then, the two of them, together with a group of supreme gods, passed through the main district of Wanlong City and arrived at the City Lord Manor. Finally, they stopped in an independent small world inside the City Lord Manor. These ultimate Void Master God tier had opened up an exclusive small world in the City Lord Manor in order to protect the Void Base Star Core. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the Grade 3 Base Star Core in front of him with emotion in his eyes. Zhou Fite looked at the Grade 3 Base Star Core and smiled. Base name, Wanlong Main City, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Base. Treasure name, Void Base Star Core, Polluted. Treasure grade, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Treasure effect, it can become the core of the base after determining the location of the base. With the base star core as the center, it can create any kind of base and add any buildings. At the same time, it can monitor all life forms within a radius of 100 million light years. Note 1, this base star core is a polluted void base star core. You can purify it with 1 million military credits and restore it to its original appearance and effect. Note 2, if you fuse 3 Grade 2 Supreme God Base Star Cores or Void Base Star Cores, you can evolve them into Grade 3 Supreme God Base Star Cores or Grade 3 Supreme God Void Base Star Cores. Prompt, do you want to purify and occupy it? Purify and occupy. Zhou Fite said. Chapter 1520, Mission completed. Reward. The Supreme Will appears. In the next second, a text notification appeared. In the process of purification. Congratulations, you have successfully occupied Chaos City, Grade 1 Supreme God Level War Base, and purified the Void Base Star Core. Please name your war base and choose the form of your base. Zhou Fite said. The war base is called the Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 3. Base form chooses planet. Change completed. Zhou Fite looked over. Base name, Blazing Sun Base Planet No. 3, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Base. Treasure name, Supreme Base Star Core. Treasure Grade, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm. Treasure Effect, it can become the core of the base after determining the location of the base. With the base star core as the center, it can create any kind of base and add any buildings. At the same time, it can monitor all life forms within a radius of 100 million light years. Zhou Fai nodded slightly after reading it. This time, they had completely occupied Wanlong City. Suddenly, lines of new text notifications appeared in front of Zhou Fai. Ultimate Void Battlefield Mission Tips. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, you have successfully conquered the main city of Wanlong and the entire Wanlong War territory, and eliminated or conquered Void General Savoy, Grade 1 Supreme God, eliminated Void General Thunder Emperor, Grade 2 Supreme God, eliminated Void General Yuli, Grade 2 Supreme God, eliminated Void General Yuka, Grade 2 Supreme God, eliminated Void General Wanlong, Grade 3 Supreme God, and are rewarded with 10 million military merit points, 5 Supreme God level mission medals, and 1 opportunity to promote the race artifact. Zhou Fai smiled and opened his mission panel. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battlefield 2nd Leader of the Supreme Will Camp. Military merits, 1.4 million points. Mission medal, 8 Supreme Mission medals. Other reward, 1 chance to advance to a racial divine artifact. Zhou Fai nodded in satisfaction after reading it. Now, the only mission I have left is the exclusive mission of conquering the Void Mystic Realm. He thought to himself. He could start on this mission after he sent someone to gather information. At this moment, the Lord of 10,000 Evils congratulated and sighed. Congratulations to Brother Common People's Regal for conquering the main city of Wanlong and taking down the entire territory of the Wanlong War. How many years has it been? We've finally done this again. I have to thank Brother Demon Lord for your help. I can't do this on my own. Brother Common People's Regal, you flatter me. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, endless white light suddenly lit up in the sky. These white lights gathered together to form a pure white eye. It was the Supreme Eye. When Zhou Fai, the Lord of 10,000 Evils, the Supreme Gods, and all their subordinates saw this Supreme Eye, they bowed without hesitation and extremely respectfully. Greetings, Lord Supreme Eye. Common People's Regal, Lord of 10,000 Evils. The Supreme Eye said. We're here. The two god spirits stood up and said respectfully. The Supreme Eye's pure white eyes swept across Zhou Fai and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Its gaze stopped on Zhou Fai for a while, and its eyes revealed obvious satisfaction. The two of you have retaken the entire territory of the 10,000 Dragon War and made a great contribution. The rewards for your missions are no longer enough to reward you for what you did. Tell me. What do you want? Zhou Fai and the Lord of 10,000 Evils' eyes lit up at the same time. The Supreme Eye was asking them for their opinion. This was a rare opportunity. Zhou Fai and the Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at each other. The Lord of 10,000 Evils wanted Zhou Fai to speak first, but Zhou Fai shook his head slightly. Seeing this, the Lord of 10,000 Evils knew that the other party had not thought it through. Hence, he pondered for a second and stood up. Reporting to the Supreme Will, I actually didn't contribute much in this battle. Most of the things were done by the Common People's Regal. It was also him who turned the situation around and saved us. Therefore, I'm really embarrassed to ask for anything. Lord of 10,000 Evils stopped talking after saying that. The Supreme Eye looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils. A few seconds later, it said. Lord of 10,000 Evils, as the leader of the Ultimate Void Battlefield, even though you don't have enough progress, you didn't disappoint me in terms of conservation. I'm also very satisfied that you and the Common People's Regal are on the same side this time to snatch back the territory of the 10,000 Dragon War. These are 3 supreme proofs. Take them as your reward. I hope you can work with the Common People's Regal in the future to protect this territory of the Ultimate Void Battlefield and not let the Ultimate Void race invade our Supreme Universe. Also, your previous mistakes are over. You don't have to dwell on the past in the future. Prepare for the future with all your might. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was overjoyed. The Supreme Will forgave him for losing his territory when he faced the Ultimate Void race in the past. This had always been the biggest knot in his heart. He did not expect that the Supreme Will would actually be willing to forgive him now. Supreme Proofs. What's that? Zhou Fai was curious. However, he didn't ask. He was thinking about what he wanted. Was he going to increase the number of supreme gods around him? That was not necessary. He had the Son of Destiny, so he was destined to have no lack of supreme god-level experts in the future. It was even more impossible for him to want a divine artifact. Increase his strength level? Even though Zhou Fight was only at the strength realm of an advanced grade master god tier, his true combat strength was no longer inferior to an ordinary grade 4 supreme god. Therefore, he did not have much need for this. He wanted to protect his trump card? That was possible. However, Zhou Fight felt uninterested. With Heavenly Fate De Huang around, he could have as many treasures as he wanted in the future. There was no need to use this precious opportunity on this just because he lacked treasures. Woman? That was even more impossible. Then what did he need? Suddenly, Zhou Fight knew what he wanted. That was indeed what he needed the most at the moment. At this moment, the Supreme Eye also turned its gaze to Zhou Fight. Clone of common people's regal, have you thought of what you want? The Supreme Eye asked. Lord Supreme Eye, I want a treasure to increase my will realm. Zhou Fight said. His will realm had been improving slowly after he entered the will divine transformation realm. Even though his inheritances from the other supreme gods could allow him to have more understanding of the will divine transformation realm, the time saved was not enough for Zhou Fight's will to increase greatly in a short period of time. If his willpower could not increase, it would be difficult for his strength and realm to increase. His main body was already used to the feeling of his strength increasing rapidly. Such a slow increase made him and his clones somewhat depressed. That was why he made such a request. This was also the reward that Zhou Fight felt that his main body wanted the most. Chapter 1521, Supreme Proofs. Sure. The Supreme Eye said. A drop of water that emitted 7 colors appeared in front of Zhou Fight as soon as he finished speaking. Then, the Supreme Will said. The reward has been given to you. The danger of the ultimate void battleground has yet to be resolved. What you've done so far is only the first step to resolving this danger. Next, you still have to continue conquering and snatch back more territory of the ultimate void battlefield. Your mission will only be completed when you completely expel the ultimate void race and become the master of the ultimate void battlefield again. Common People's Regal, Lord of 10,000 Evils. I have high hopes for you. Your performance this time has proven that you did not let me down. Continue to conquer more territories in the ultimate void battleground. You don't have to worry about the rewards. As long as you do well, I have everything you want. Do you understand? We understand. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils said respectfully at the same time. Supreme Eye took one last look at Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils before slowly dissipating into the ultimate void. Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils slowly stood up. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Previously, I didn't mention that I was a clone to Brother Demon Lord. Brother Demon Lord, don't take it to heart. This is all the main body's fault for being too cowardly. Zhou Fight happily pushed the blame to Zhou Zhou, who was far away in the reincarnation sacred palace. Then, he changed the topic and said, however, Brother Demon Lord, don't worry. I'm the main body's origin clone. I'm almost no different from the main body. The main body can also know the situation here through me. Haha, actually, I already knew that your main body had the ability to clone. Therefore, I guessed that you were a clone of him when you came. I just obtained confirmation now. I don't care about that. The Lord of 10,000 Evils chuckled. Then I'll still call you Brother Common People's Regal in the future. Sure. Zhou Fight nodded. Sure. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't care. Who wouldn't have mastered a few cloning techniques to reach their current strength? He really did not care about this. It was fine as long as the Common People's Regal knew about the situation here, it was fine. Brother Common People's Regal, I'm benefiting from you this time. Then, Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the 3 golden badges in his hand with a happy expression. Zhou Fight looked curiously at the golden badge in the other party's hand. Was this the supreme proof that the Supreme Will was talking about? What can it do? Zhou Fight asked Lord of 10,000 Evils directly. This supreme proof is very useful. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said happily. He pointed at the 3 supreme proofs and said, these 3 supreme proofs are all the nomological essence of a fallen supreme god. They are condensed by a secret technique created by the Supreme Will. Each of them can immediately create a Grade 1 Supreme God. 3 Supreme Proofs can give birth to 3 Grade 1 Supreme God experts under me. Zhou Fei's eyes widened. 3 Supreme Proofs could create 3 Grade 1 Supreme God level experts? This effect is so ridiculous. He suddenly regretted it. If he had known that the effect of the Supreme Proofs was so powerful, he would have asked the Supreme Will for it. With the contributions he had made in today's battle, the Supreme Will might be able to give him 5 to 6 Supreme Proofs. Then wouldn't he have 5 to 8 more Supreme God level experts under his command? The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at Zhou Fei's expression and seemed to see through his thoughts. He chuckled. Brother Common People's Regal, listen to me first. Even though these Supreme Proofs can instantly create 3 Grade 1 Supreme God experts, it also has a considerable flaw. That means that a Supreme God who has used the Supreme Proofs will only be able to stay at the Grade 1 Supreme God level for the rest of their lives and will never be able to improve. Zhou Fei was originally very interested in the Supreme Proofs, but his interest was immediately halved when he heard this. He had the Supreme Unique Lord Talent, the protection of the Supreme Will. Coupled with the endless inheritance of the Supreme God, if his subordinates wanted to become Supreme Gods and walk further on the path of the Supreme God, in terms of difficulty, it would be thousands of times easier than other ordinary God spirits. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for him to want such a flawed Supreme God Spirit inheritance to limit the future growth of the God spirits under him. Of course, this was still very tempting to those gods who had no hope of becoming Supreme Gods. At this moment, the Lord of 10,000 Evils suddenly reached out and handed the 3 Supreme Proofs to Zhou Fei. Brother Demon Lord, what are you? Zhou Fei was stunned. Brother Common People's Regal, I didn't contribute much in today's battle. I really feel guilty accepting these Supreme Proofs. I think it's most suitable for you to accept it. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Zhou Fei looked at the other party. Even though there were no emotions on his face, he felt a little emotional. This Lord of 10,000 Evils was capable. Brother Demon Lord, you should keep these 3 Supreme Proofs. I don't need them. You've seen my ability. With my ability, it's not difficult for me to want the Supreme God. And Brother Demon Lord's losses today are not small. Zhou Fei said to Lord of 10,000 Evils. Then, he looked at the 1,000 Evil army behind him. After today's battle, the 1,000 Evil army had lost more than 2 billion God spirits and Master God tiers. More than 5,000 of them had died, and 3 Supreme Gods had died. The losses could be said to be heavy. As for him, because of the Resurrection Altar and the Resurrection ability, not a single God spirit died. Lord of 10,000 Evils followed Zhou Fei's gaze and looked at the 1,000 Evil army. He took a deep breath and smiled. The losses today are indeed not small, but compared to the results of the battle, this loss is already very good. Moreover, even though I've lost many God spirits, these fallen God spirit slots can be replenished by the God spirits in the battle channel of the myriad races. Even though our ultimate void battlefield is very dangerous, there are also huge opportunities. Many God spirits want to come here. It's just a pity for my 3 brothers. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression darkened. The 3 fallen Supreme Gods were all his good brothers who had lived together for more than 10,000 years. In addition to the traitor, the Flame Duke Supreme God, he had lost 4 Supreme Gods in today's battle. This loss was indeed too great. When Zhou Fei saw this, he smiled and returned the Supreme Proofs to the other party. So I'll leave the Supreme Proofs to you. I won't lack Supreme Gods in the future, but I can't lack a powerful ally like you now. And you can keep the relics of your 3 Supreme Gods. In the future, there might be a chance to revive them. Revive the Supreme God. The Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head. That can only be done by some Supreme Will level experts who are good at living beings. Keep it. What if? Zhou Fei asked meaningfully. Lord of 10,000 Evils pondered for a few seconds before nodding. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei was also thinking. He already had a Supreme God level subordinate. In order to prevent the death of a Supreme God level subordinate, if he had the chance in the future, his first choice should be to get himself a Supreme God level Resurrection Lord talent. If he could revive the Supreme God, the overall combat strength of his subordinates would increase greatly again. Then, he looked at the drop of water in front of him. Chapter 1522, Race Divine Artifact Building Tree City Breaking Hammer. Treasure name, source of will. Treasure grade, Supreme God. Treasure effect, it can increase one's willpower potential and strengthen one's willpower. Treasure description, a will-type treasure without the attribute of will. It's the best treasure to nurture and increase the level of will, but it's rare and difficult to collect. Even supreme will level experts rarely have such a treasure. The source of will. Zhou Zhou looked at the rainbow water droplet and nodded slightly. He did not know how much the rainbow water droplet could increase the level of his main body's will. Hopefully, it could improve a little. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Then, he threw it into the number 1 treasure vault and let his main body take it away to refine it. At this moment, most of the soldiers under he and Lord of 10,000 Evils were already exhausted after the battle just now. Therefore, after Zhou Zhou left a portion of the god spirits to station on base No. 3 and base No. 2, he directly let the god spirits under him rest on base No. 3. From then on, this blazing sun base 3 planet would be their first base camp. As for he brought Bai Yun and the little dragon back to the Demon Lord base planet to exchange for some treasures. Demon Lord base planet. Zhou Zhou looked at the Supreme God Realm monument in front of him and began to check the treasures inside. He had long been prepared, so he directly swept past the uninterested treasures and looked at the city-breaking treasure. Over the past 2 days, even though he had taken down 3 cities of the ultimate void race in a row, outsiders seemed to have it easy. But in fact, Zhou Zhou knew in his heart that if he had not grasped the Super Lord talent of the Son of Destiny, coupled with the help of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade today, it would have been very difficult for him to complete the battle results of the past 2 days. Putting aside the fact that he was not strong enough, Zhou Zhou also had a deep impression of the defense strength of the Supreme God-level defense facilities in the cities of the Ultimate Void base. These things caused he a lot of trouble. If not for these Supreme God-level defensive facilities, he could easily take down more Ultimate Void base cities with the help of the Son of Destiny. So, the moment he returned, he specially came to search for city-destroying treasures. As he searched, hundreds of Supreme God city-breaking treasures appeared on the Supreme God Realm monument. Zhou Zhou looked at them one by one. Taiyan Divine Needle, Grade 4 Supreme Artifact. Taiyan Emperor used 182 kinds of high-level materials such as Taiyan Moonlight, Laurel Godwood, Taiyan Magic Iron, etc. and refined them with Huangquan Fire, Juya Magic Fire, Purgatory Mysterious Fire, and Taiyan Divine Fire. It is said to be indestructible and unbreakable. Military merit required for redemption, 50 million military merit points. 20 Supreme God Mission Medals. Racial Artifact, Holy Spear of Destruction, Advanced Racial Artifact. The racial treasure of the advanced bloodline race, the Destruction Clan, which can destroy most items in the world. Military merit required for exchange, 25 million military merit points. 3 Supreme God Quest Medals. Racial Artifact, Construction Wood Sky-Breaking Hammer, High-Level Racial Artifact. This was created by the Supreme God of Creation using a branch of the Wool-level treasure, Jian Mu. It is one of his most proud works. It has a special attack effect on defensive buildings and can easily break through various defensive buildings and facilities. Military merit required for redemption, 15 million military merit points. 6 Lord God Quest Medals. Void Divine Barrier, Intermediate Race Divine Artifact. Open the Void Divine Barrier and turn yourself and the surrounding life forms and things into nothingness. In this state of nothingness, you can pass through most things in the myriad worlds. Required military merits, 3 million military merits, 1 Master God Tier Mission Medal. Zhou Zhou browsed through them one by one. After looking at all the city-breaking treasures, he thought for a long time and finally looked at the high-level racial divine artifact, the Construction Wood Sky-Breaking Hammer. Even though this racial divine artifact did not have the effects of the race, his specialization in defense-type buildings met Zhou Zhou's needs. He had the best effect among all the city-breaking treasures. Therefore, Zhou Zhou decided to exchange for it. Still, 15 million military merits and 6 Master God Tier Mission Medals. I don't have enough. Zhou Zhou rubbed his chin. He only had a total of 14 million military credits. He still lacked a million to buy it. He thought for a moment and contacted Lord of 10,000 Evils, who had just returned to his palace to rest. At the level of Lord of 10,000 Evils, there was naturally no problem of sleeping. But today, he had fought consecutively with several Supreme Gods and was even besieged by several Ultimate Void Supreme Gods. He had almost fallen to a life and death crisis. In this situation, his divine body, soul, and even will had been squeezed to the limit. Therefore, in order to make up for the deficit caused by today's battle, he had to rest well. However, even so, when he received Zhou Fei's message, he immediately replied. However, after some thought, he simply turned off the information box and teleported to Zhou Fei. "Brother Common People's Regal, what's the matter?" Lord of 10,000 Evils walked over and asked directly. "I don't have enough military merits on hand. I just want to borrow 1,000,000 from you. Is that okay?" Zhou Fei said directly. Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned before he said generously. "Why would I need to borrow it? Wait for me." With that said, he summoned a panel and began typing something. Soon, Lord of 10,000 Evils typed it in and sent it. Then, he looked at Zhou Fei and smiled. "Brother Common People's Regal, look at the battle channel of the myriad races." Zhou Fei did not ask why. He nodded and opened the battle channel. At this moment, the battle channel of the myriad races was very lively. Countless god spirits were discussing here. The reason why they were so lively was because of the announcement at the top of the channel. Zhou Fei looked over. "All God announcement, congratulations to our Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army for conquering a Grade 1 Ultimate Void Base Chaos City yesterday. Today, they consecutively occupied Sava City and the main city of Wanlong, allowing the entire territory of the Wanlong War to officially return to our Supreme Will Camp. This is our first huge victory in 5,000 years. Let us congratulate the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. In addition, as a reward, I, Lord of 10,000 Evils as the leader of the Supreme Will Camp in the Ultimate Void Battlefield, will take out 20 million military merits and 10 Supreme God Mission Medals from the Public Military Merit Award pool as a reward to our Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army." At the end, Zhou Fei's eyes widened. "Oh my god, 20 million military merits and 10 Supreme God Mission Medals. This was more than he had earned in a day. That's too much," Zhou Fei said. Not much at all. Today's battle is destined to be recorded in the history of the Ultimate Void Battleground. Furthermore, Brother Common People's Regal and your subordinates destroyed so many supreme gods who were captured. It's a considerable blow to the Ultimate Void race. If it weren't for the fact that there aren't many public military merit award pools, I would have given you more." The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Zhou Fei thought for a moment and nodded. Since the other party had said so, he would accept these military merits and Supreme God Mission Medals. Chapter 1523, The Powerful Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. 1. Zhou Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted the 20 million military merits and 10 Supreme God Mission Medals. Then, he directly bought the race's divine artifact, the construction wood sky-breaking hammer. Following his purchase of this race's divine artifact, most of the military merits and Supreme God level mission medals he had just obtained immediately disappeared. However, Zhou Fei did not feel that it was a pity. Following his purchase of this race's divine artifact, most of the military merits and Supreme God level mission medals he had just obtained immediately disappeared. However, Zhou Fei did not feel that it was a pity. The key is how to spend it. He had decided to buy this racial divine artifact right away. It was very worth it. He looked at the emerald green war machine in his hand that looked like a model and realized that its form was extremely similar to an ancient battering ram. From the looks of it, its effect was exactly the same as the introduction of the divine artifact he had just seen. Okay. With my current strength, if I activate it with all my might, I reckon I can easily destroy a Grade 2 or even Grade 3 Supreme God defensive building. If I have a Grade 4 Supreme God under my command and have a Grade 4 Supreme God to activate it, even a Grade 4 Supreme God level defensive building should be easy to break through. Zhou Fei was excited but felt a little regretful instantly. This was because he currently did not have any Grade 4 Supreme Gods under him. At most, he had a few Grade 2 Supreme God Ultimate Void God Spirits. There were none at Grade 3 and 4. Previously, there were a few Grade 3 and Grade 4 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods in the Ultimate Void Army. Unfortunately, they could not be reversed, so they were all wiped out. I didn't. The Lord of 10,000 Evils has won. And looking at Lord of 10,000 Evils, if I go to war in the future, he will definitely follow me and gain some credit. When the time comes, I can take the opportunity to borrow the 4th stage Supreme Gods under him to use this construction wood sky-breaking hammer, right? Zhou Fei thought. Zhou Fight did not care about taking credit. It was fine as long as he was better than Lord of 10,000 Evils in the eyes of the Supreme Will. It didn't really matter how outstanding he was. The Supreme Will wouldn't care either. Then, he looked at his remaining military merits and medals. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battleground, the 2nd Leader of the Supreme Will Camp. Military merits, 19 million points. Mission Medal, 12 Supreme Mission Medals. Other reward, 1 chance to advance to a racial divine artifact. And so many military merits and Supreme God Mission Medals. What do you want? Zhou Fight stroked his chin and flipped through the various treasures on the Supreme God Realm Monument. A moment later, he shook his head. There were indeed many treasures in the Supreme God Realm Monument that even he coveted. Especially when it came to racial divine artifacts, he wanted almost everyone. However, most of these race divine artifacts were of considerable benefits in the long-term development. They were those race divine artifacts that did not have high benefits in a short period of time. It was useless for the time being. This made Zhou Fight hesitate. However, he didn't hesitate for long before making a decision. Let's not exchange for the treasures here for now. There's nothing to be missing at the moment. It's not too late to exchange for it when you lack relevant treasures. Zhou Fight thought. Right at that moment, a void fluctuation appeared not far away from Zhou Fight. Bai Yun immediately stood in front of Zhou Fight and looked ahead warily. The Lord of 10,000 Evils also looked warily at the source of the void fluctuation. Next, an ultimate void crack appeared out of thin air and a black-robed figure walked out. It was the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade who had gone to chase after the 8 Supreme Gods. Your Excellency Heaven Blade. Zhou Fight, Lord of 10,000 Evils, and Bai Yun walked over happily. Your Excellency, Common People's Regal. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said in a low voice, look. He waved his right hand, and the corpses of the 8 ultimate void Supreme Gods appeared out of thin air on the ground. That terrifying Supreme God pressure immediately silenced the entire planet of the Demon Lord's base. These are the 8 ultimate void Supreme Gods that escaped. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the corpses of the 8 ultimate void Supreme Gods in disbelief. Even though he was already mentally prepared for this scene. However, when he really saw the corpses of the 8 ultimate void Supreme Gods, he could not help but be shocked. This was the Supreme God of the ultimate void race. They were best at escaping in the void. In an environment like the ultimate void battlefield, they would only be like fish in water if they wanted to escape and avoid being hunted. In the past, when they encountered such an ultimate void Supreme God who escaped into the ultimate void, they could only look at the ocean and sigh. They had no motivation to pursue at all. They couldn't catch up at all because they had tried it a long time ago. They did not expect that the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade would not only catch up to them, but also kill them all. This would shock countless gods who had fought against the ultimate void race. As expected of a quasi-supreme willpower expert. After the shock, the Lord of 10,000 Evils was envious. A quasi-supreme willpower expert. If he could become that kind of powerhouse, even if the common people's regal made such a great contribution today, he would still have the courage to continue competing with him and the other 2 Supreme Lord Reserve Army for the position of Supreme Lord. But now, after seeing Zhou Fight win consecutively, he felt that he was seriously lacking in confidence. When Zhou Fight saw the corpses of the 8 ultimate void Supreme Gods, he was equally shocked, but not surprised. He had long understood this person's strength after all. Chapter 1524, The Powerful Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. 2. Your Excellency Heavenly Blade is really brave. Zhou Fight praised sincerely even though he was not very surprised. Your Excellency Heavenly Blade is already a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert, right? The Lord of 10,000 Evils asked. Just a little more. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said, I'm only a Grade 3 Supreme God realm now. When I become a perfected Grade 4 Supreme God, I'll be considered a true quasi-supreme willpower realm. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was speechless. Isn't it just a matter of time? The current him was almost no different from a true quasi-supreme willpower realm expert. Congratulations to Your Excellency Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade for becoming a quasi-supreme willpower elite. I hope Your Excellency Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade can break through the bottleneck soon and become a true supreme willpower elite. The Lord of 10,000 Evils took a deep breath and congratulated with a smile. How hard is it to take off the word quasi? I might stay on the same level for countless years. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said lightly. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils did not say anything. That was because what the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said was true. Since ancient times, there would always be a small group of top Supreme Gods who comprehended a trace of the power essence of the Supreme Will and became quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm experts. Then they would be stuck at this stage for the rest of their lives. Only a very small number of peerless God Kings could truly break through the cage and surpass the limits of the God Spirits to become Supreme Willpower Realm experts. From there, he would rule the vast heavens. Even existences like the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord were only a step away. However, it was this step that stopped countless top Supreme Gods. Frankly speaking, even though Lord of 10,000 Evils said it was a blessing, he did not believe that the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade could do this. Because it was too hard to. As the Supreme Lord's Third Reserve Army, he enjoyed the resources bestowed by countless Supreme Wills, but so what? Until now, he was not even comparable to the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. He could not be considered a quasi-Supreme Willpower expert and could only be considered a top Supreme God. At the thought of this, the Lord of 10,000 Evils could not help but think of the two Supreme Lord Reserve armies in front of him. God King Heaven Punishment. Spring Autumn Dharma Lord. Those two. One of them guarded the river of time, eternal and indestructible. The other one had long followed the Supreme Will to fight against the Illusionist clan and was famous across the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Illusionist world. The two of them had long become Supreme Willpower Realm experts. As for himself, he was still far from reaching the Supreme Willpower level. At the thought of this, his expression could not help but darken. Right at that moment, a shocking change happened. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood, and the aura on his body suddenly decreased and became weak. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils' expressions changed drastically. Your Excellency Heaven Blade, what's wrong? Zhou Fight immediately helped the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade up and asked with concern. After interacting twice, he already felt that the other party was a good friend that he could begin to get to know. Therefore, his concern was naturally sincere. It's just a small injury. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said, when I was chasing these 8 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods just now, I killed the last level 3 Ultimate Void Supreme God. I wanted to return immediately. I didn't expect to encounter 3 quasi-Supreme Willpower experts of the Ultimate Void race. I had a great battle with the 3 of them and escaped. He spoke very calmly, as if it was not what he had experienced, but what a stranger had experienced. However, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils could naturally hear the danger. Those were 3 quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm experts of the Ultimate Void race. Moreover, there was a high chance that he was not a newcomer like the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade who had just become a quasi-Supreme Willpower expert, but a veteran. Under such circumstances, the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade could actually fight against 3 quasi-Supreme Willpower experts and escape successfully. Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils found it unbelievable. Powerful. It was too powerful. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils exclaimed in their hearts. However, when Zhou Fight sensed the condition of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade's divine body, he frowned slightly. There were many mutated divine powers intertwining and destroying in his body. Cracks appeared on the surface of the divine spark, and his soul was in turmoil. Even the most important will became a little dim. You call this a small injury? Your Excellency Heavenly Blade, your injuries are not small. Zhou Fight said solemnly. I'm the Supreme God of the Saber Dao. I've experienced countless calamities in my life. What's this injury? The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade was still very calm. However, Zhou Fight could not remain calm. You bunch dancing on the edge of knives really don't care about your lives? You're the strongest protective umbrella around me now. If you're done for, what should I do? He still did not have the strength to fight against a top Ultimate Void Supreme God. Zhou Fight took out a large number of healing pills from his number 1 treasure vault without another word. Including those that healed the divine body, the soul, the divine spark, the will. All kinds of grade 3 Supreme God Realm divine medicines were taken by him and stuffed into a world ring, finally placed in the hands of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. Your Excellency Heavenly Blade, there are probably more than 1000 grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Herbs inside. I estimate that you should be able to be saved even if you suffer 5 or 6 more such injuries. Rest well. We'll talk about it when you're better. Zhou Fight said seriously. After hearing this, the Lord of 10,000 Evils couldn't help but widen his eyes and look at the world rings in the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade's hand. More than 1000 grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Medicines? Would the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade be taking them as meals? Also, was this guy really a newly promoted Supreme Lord Reserve Army? His strength was clearly only at the level Master God tier advance grade, but his attacks were almost comparable to ordinary Supreme Will level existences. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought that he was rich, but he also felt that he could not be like Zhou Fight, who could take out more than 1000 grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Herbs at once. They all needed divine crystals. Where did the common people's regal get these things? Could he have inherited the inheritance of a Supreme Will level existence? The Lord of 10,000 Evils could not help but have such doubts. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade looked at the world rings in his hand and felt that there were more than 1000 grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Herbs inside. He could not help but be stunned. This was the first time he had met such a generous person like Zhou Fight in his life. More than 1000 grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Medicines were given away just like that? What kind of family was this? He was silent for a long time before saying, I owe you more and more. You've saved my life twice. Zhou Fight smiled. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade nodded. Right at that moment, a voice appeared in the minds of Lord of 10,000 Evils, Zhou Fight, and the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. It was the voice of the Supreme Will. Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, you have a Supreme Will. Do you want to follow me to a wider battlefield to train? There, the probability of you advancing to the Supreme Will state will increase by at least tenfold. The three gods were stunned. Then, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade was also stunned for a second before falling silent. What are you hesitating for? Your Excellency Heavenly Blade, this is a perfect opportunity. The Supreme will personally recruit you. This treatment is not something every quasi-supreme willpower realm expert can obtain. Zhou Fight hurriedly sent a voice transmission. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had the same thought. However, what the Lord of 10,000 Evils said next exceeded their expectations. Lord Supreme Will, can I postpone my trip? The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade said, Your Excellency, the common people's regal, has done me a favor. Now that he is in such a dangerous place like the Ultimate Void Battlefield, I want to guard him first and wait for him to finish his trip to the Ultimate Void Battlefield before going to the battlefield to train. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils were stunned as soon as he said that. Then, the Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at Zhou Fight enviously. This guy is really lucky. An existence with quasi-supreme willpower actually cares so much about him? If the other party really became a Supreme Will Realm existence later on, wouldn't there be a Supreme Will Realm supporter behind the common people's regal? He and the other two Supreme Lord Reserve Army naturally had supporters of the Supreme Will Realm behind them. However, when did they obtain the support of a Supreme Willpower Realm expert? When was the common people's regal? He had just advanced, but a quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm expert had taken the initiative to come and protect him. Now, this quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm expert had even been personally admitted by the Supreme Will to have the bearing of a Supreme Will. His heart immediately ached with such a comparison. What did he do to deserve this? Chapter 1525, Supreme Race Divine Artifact Common Life Cauldron. 1. I know what you're thinking. The Supreme Will said, but I have to remind you of something. As a quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm expert, the Void Emperor will definitely not ignore you once you appear on the Ultimate Void Battlefield to protect Zhou Fight. Instead, he will send out an equal or even more quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm experts to deal with Zhou Fight on the battlefield. You seem to be protecting Zhou Fight, but you're actually attracting stronger enemies for him. If you hadn't appeared, Zhou Fight's situation would have been better. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade was stunned. He thought of the three Supreme Gods of the Void who had suddenly appeared. He had originally thought that their appearance was a coincidence, but after hearing the Supreme Will's explanation, he understood that the three Supreme Gods of the Void were probably here for him. He fell silent thinking of this. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils were also stunned. They did not expect that Zhou fight would be the reason why the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade encountered 3 Supreme Gods of the Void at the Quasi-Supreme Will Realm. Zhou fight pondered for a few seconds and said, "Your Excellency Heaven Blade." The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade looked up at him. Zhou fight smiled and said, "Your Excellency Heavenly Blade, the Supreme Will is right. You can follow the Supreme Will to train first. The situation on my side, even though slightly dangerous, is still under my control. Wouldn't it be better for you to protect me when Your Excellency Heavenly Blade becomes a Supreme Willpower Realm expert?" The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade hesitated for a moment and nodded firmly. "I will definitely become a Supreme Existence. I believe in Your Excellency," Zhou fight also said seriously. "Here you go." The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade stretched out his right hand and saw a palm-sized sharp blade light quietly floating in his hand. He said, "This is an attack that contains all of my strength. Under the circumstances of guaranteeing a hit, unless the other party is a god who specializes in defense, it's enough to kill a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert in one strike. If used separately, it's enough to kill 4 fourth-order supreme gods before their divine power is exhausted. Leave this thing with Your Excellency." A smile appeared on Zhou fight's face. "Your Excellency Heaven Blade. Between you and me, there's no need to be so polite." The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade pointed at the world rings in his hand and said, "These more than 1000 Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Medicines were enough for he to have the confidence to experience dozens of life and death battles. It's a very heavy gift." Next, he would follow the Supreme Will to the training ground mentioned by the Supreme Will. He had a feeling that these 1000-odd divine medicines would play an incomparably huge role in his training. It might even be very useful for him to advance to the Supreme Will realm. "Okay." Zhou fight nodded. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade nodded and turned around respectfully. "Lord Supreme Will, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm willing to accept the training you gave me." "Okay, let's go now," the Supreme Will said. As soon as he finished speaking, the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade's body turned into specks of light and disappeared. Zhou fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils waited for a while, but the Supreme Will did not speak again. Only then did they confirm that the other party had left. The 2 god spirits heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. "I didn't expect it to attract the Supreme Will." Zhou fight smiled. "With the potential of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, I'm not surprised." The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Zhou fight nodded. Then, he suddenly asked, "Brother Demon Lord, when you fought with the Ultimate Void race in the past, did you encounter any quasi-supreme will powerhouses who came to attack you?" "Of course." The Lord of 10,000 Evils knew what Zhou fight wanted to ask. He smiled and said, "At that time, it happened so suddenly that the planet of our Demon Lord's base almost fell, but they withdrew their troops the next day. Because after the Supreme Will found out about this, it directly sent 3 quasi-supreme will powerhouses to kill their sacred region and personally killed their 5 quasi-supreme will powerhouses. After that, they never did such a bad rule of sending the strong to ambush them again." Zhou fight smiled. "This is the unspoken rule of war. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Both sides of the war have to follow this rule. If you suddenly confront the army, you will be bullying the weak and not following the rules. Then the ambushed party will have a reason not to follow the rules and fight you. You sent a general to kill my soldiers? Then I'll also send a general to kill your soldiers, and I'll do anything. I'll kill until your heart aches and you regret it." Quasi-supreme willpower experts were all seeds that could achieve supreme willpower in the future. Even if it was a supreme will, existences like the Crimson Overlord and the Void Emperor would feel heartache if any of them died. It was not beneficial for either party to continue being so unruly. Then such unruly actions would naturally be forcefully stopped. It was just like how during wartime, it was tacitly forbidden to assassinate the leaders of both sides. This was also an unspoken rule. Everyone was a chess player after all. Winning or losing was only determined on the chessboard. If you lost, you lost. If you won, you won. If you suddenly raised the chessboard and attacked the other party's chess player, what was going on? Who would play with you in the future? Of course, if those who participated in the war were confident that they could win in one go, it did not matter. History is always written by the winners after all. Then am I breaking the rules by suddenly asking the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade to help me? Zhou Fight stroked his chin and said. Chapter 1526, Supreme Race Divine Artifact Common Life Cauldron. 2. How is this a bad rule? The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade was not sent by the Supreme Will. You invited it with your own ability. If you really broke the rules, the 3 guys who injured the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade would have caught up by now. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, the 2 God Lords chatted for a while before the Lord of 10,000 Evils left. Zhou Fight also returned to the Eternal Mothership, preparing to use his race's divine artifact to advance. He took out all his race's divine artifacts and looked at them as he began to think. Which racial divine artifact should he advance? Xian Yuan Saint Dao Sword. Holy Record. Sacred Spear of Long Inus. Book of Life. Venus. Lucky Star. Zhou Fight looked at these race divine artifacts one by one and felt a little emotional. Unknowingly, he already had a pile of the race's divine artifacts that other races treated as treasures. He looked at it for a long time before his gaze finally landed on an ancient, chaotic cauldron. It was the lost Chaos Dao worshipping cauldron, the divine artifact of the human race. This race divine artifact exclusive to the human race could transform the race divine artifact of the people of foreign races into a race divine artifact exclusive to the human race. However, the price was that they had to sacrifice the corpses of the god spirits of the people of foreign races and a certain number of divine crystals. Moreover, that was because the Chaos Will had long died, there was a limit to using this lost Chaos sacrificial Dao cauldron. Even with the enhancement of his Lord talent, this usage increased a few times, but the effect was not much. That was not bad. Zhou Fight looked at this racial divine artifact and rubbed his chin as he thought. He had seen many racial divine artifacts with good effects on the Supreme God Realm Monument. However, because they were not of the same race, it was a pity that he had no use for it even if he bought it. However, if he could upgrade the Chaos Dao Sacrificial Cauldron to a Chaos Sacrificial Dao Cauldron that had no limit to how many times it could be used, he would be able to use these top-grade race divine artifacts. The more Zhou Fight thought about it, the more tempted he became. Then, he no longer hesitated and directly decided to advance to the Lost Chaos Sacrificial Dao Cauldron. Zhou Fight placed his hand on the Lost Chaos Sacrificial Dao Cauldron and chanted the advancement in his heart. The next second, a large amount of chaotic airflow appeared out of thin air around the Lost Chaos Dao Sacrifice Cauldron. These chaotic airflows were like chaos pythons. As soon as they appeared, they quickly and agilely rushed to the surface of the Chaos Dao Sacrificial Cauldron and quickly fused into it. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of chaotic streams of air rushed into the Lost Chaotic Dao Sacrifice Cauldron. At the same time, the Chaos Dao Sacrifice Cauldron, which should have been very calm, seemed to have sensed its improvement and actually trembled slightly. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure quietly rose from its surroundings. When Zhou Fight felt this pressure, he could not help but be secretly surprised. Under normal circumstances, there was no specific difference in level between racial divine artifacts. Be it a true god tier, a master god tier, a supreme god, or even a high and mighty supreme will level existence, they could casually use divine artifacts of various levels and unleash the corresponding effects. Therefore, it could also be understood as an adaptive divine artifact. However, even though there was no difference in level, there was a difference in effect. Therefore, according to the effects of racial divine artifacts, god spirits divided racial divine artifacts into low-level racial divine artifacts, high-level racial divine artifacts, top-level racial divine artifacts. Generally speaking, racial divine artifacts that were very useful to true god tier factions were called low-level racial divine artifacts. A racial divine artifact that was very useful to a master god tier faction was called a high-level racial divine artifact. A racial divine artifact that was very useful to supreme god level factions was called a top-notch racial divine artifact. If one wanted to differentiate these different grades of race divine artifacts, other than looking at the specific effects, the simplest way was to look at the divine artifact pressure that these race divine artifacts carried. At this moment, the pressure emitted by the Lost Chaos Sacrificial Dao Cauldron was probably already comparable to a top-notch race divine artifact. At its peak, the Chaos Sacrificial Dao Cauldron was probably a supreme race divine artifact that surpassed the supreme will of a top-notch race divine artifact, right? This thought appeared in Zhou Fight's mind. A supreme race divine artifact. This was an exclusive term for a racial divine artifact that surpassed a top-notch racial divine artifact. These race divine artifacts could only be possessed by a supreme will. However, even if it was a supreme will, it had always been kept a secret. Most god spirits and even other supreme wills did not know what type of supreme race divine artifact those supreme will existences that had grasped the supreme race divine artifacts had grasped. It was said that the supreme will controlled a racial divine artifact of this level. It was precisely because of that racial divine artifact that he had the confidence to create a great era event like the Lord of all races that affected the heavens. Zhou Zhou stared intently at the changes in the lost chaos sacrificial Dao cauldron. He was secretly looking forward to it. At the same time, in the supreme domain, the supreme will's chuckle sounded. The holy word spread throughout the entire supreme domain, but it did not leak out to the supreme lord. As expected, he used the opportunity to advance his race's divine artifact on the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron. A little fellow who's not even a supreme god is actually about to possess a supreme race divine artifact. My fourth reserve army really surprises me. This is good too. I hope his appearance can give God King Heaven punishment and Dharma Lord Spring and Autumn some pressure. At the same time, an hour later, Blazing Sun Base 3, City Lord Manor. Zhou looked at the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron that was gradually stabilizing in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. It looks like the promotion is complete. He muttered to himself. A moment later, the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron completely stabilized. The current Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron had actually lost its former chaotic talent. Its entire body had turned dark gold, and its body was clearly smaller than before. It looked much more ancient. At the same time, the patterns on his surface changed. Zhou took a closer look. As he watched, his eyes widened slightly. Isn't this what I experienced after I became the Lord of all races? After the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron advanced, why did it portray my experience? And why are there still carvings of all races and people bowing their heads and calling me supreme under my experience carvings? Zhou said in surprise. After the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron changed, the changes were too great. How is this a promotion? Those who didn't know better would think that they had changed divine artifacts. He hurriedly looked at the information of the new Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron, afraid that the new racial divine artifact would change the effect of converting racial divine artifacts. Race divine artifact name, Common Life Cauldron. Equipment grade, Race. Race divine artifact ability unification of all life, Universal race divine artifacts. Place the race divine artifact of the people of foreign races in the cauldron of all life. After consuming a certain amount of luck, you can transform the divine artifact of the people of foreign races into a universal race divine artifact. The successfully transformed divine artifact of the people of foreign races will nourish your luck and augment your own forces. Note, the unification of all living beings can only be used once a day. Race divine artifact description, Common People's Cauldron, also known as the Common People's Unification Cauldron. It's a race divine artifact exclusive to the Common People's Regal. It has the effect of changing the world and bathing the common people. Zhou held his breath after reading it. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The effect of this lost chaos sacrificial Dao cauldron had actually increased so much after it was upgraded. Not only was the usage limit removed, but it was enhanced to be usable once a day. The strongest thing was that he could actually change the exclusive racial divine artifact to the universal race divine artifacts. Such an effect. Not to mention supreme gods, even those will-level existences would go crazy. With this common people's cauldron, Zhou could completely transform into a vast number of race divine artifacts to create the strongest race in history. He might even be able to create the strongest patriarch. Among the race divine artifacts, there were also many race divine artifacts that could enhance the patriarch after all. At this thought, the smile on Zhou face became even more obvious. It was indeed the right choice to use the opportunity to advance his race's divine artifact on this lost chaos sacrificial Dao cauldron. However, it was not without flaws. That was, transforming racial divine artifacts required consuming luck. Fortunately, the racial divine artifact that had been successfully transformed could also nourish the providence it consumed. This way, he might be able to make a profit. Chapter 1527, Ancient Spatial Reflection Mirror. War Summary. 1. After Zhou Fight saw the effect of the common people's cauldron, he decided to try converting a racial divine artifact. The first target he thought of was the Xian Yuan divine sword. This racial divine artifact could be said to be the most important racial divine artifact of the human race. The effects were also extremely shocking. It could be said that it could increase the potential of the entire human race by a huge step. Once the effects of the Xian Yuan divine sword's racial divine artifact radiated to the various races and citizens of the Blazing Sun divine kingdom, the potential of the races under him would undoubtedly increase greatly. However, after thinking about it and much hesitation, he temporarily didn't want to do this. Firstly, this was the first time he had used the common people's cauldron to transform into a racial divine artifact. He did not have much experience. If an accident or something that he did not understand happened, he would not only lose a racial divine artifact, but also the growth potential of the entire human race. That was something Zhou Fight did not want to see. Secondly, Zhou Fight was still from the human race and had grown up listening to the legends of the Xian Yuan divine sword. It was possible for him to radiate the effect of the Xian Yuan divine sword on all the citizens of the Blazing Sun divine kingdom, but he felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if his treasure had suddenly become a public treasure. Even though it was still his when it was public. Maybe I'm too narrow-minded. Zhou Fight sighed. However, he did not hide it in his heart. He had never felt like a noble character. He had stepped on the corpses of all races to reach his current position. Righteousness? There is no such thing. He was biased towards humans. I'm from the human race. What's wrong with me being biased towards the human race? One of his goals for working hard to this day was to lead the human race to rise in the forest of races, not to lead the races to rise and fight for supremacy. Furthermore, he had grown up under the protection of the humans. When he grew up, he naturally had to repay the humans and protect them. This was a matter of course. There's nothing anyone can say about it. Zhou Fight stopped thinking about it and began to think about using that racial divine artifact to test the transformation function of the common people's cauldron. Suddenly, a racial divine artifact appeared in his mind. You can try that. Zhou Fight's eyes lit up. Then, he flew out of the city Lord Manor without hesitation and awakened the dragon god of all life. He transcended the heavens and arrived at the planet where the demon lord's base was. This time, Zhou Fight did not disturb Lord of 10,000 Evils. He came to the Supreme God Realm Monument alone and searched for the racial divine artifact that he wanted. Soon, Zhou Fight did not disturb Lord of 10,000 Evils. He came to the Supreme God Realm Monument alone and searched for the racial divine artifact that he wanted. Zhou Fight looked over. Information about the divine artifact appeared. Race Divine Artifact Ancient Spatial Illumination Mirror, High-Level Race Divine Artifact An exclusive Race Divine Artifact of the Space God Race. It can reflect hidden life forms and items hidden in the interlayer of space and the void. Moreover, it can reduce 50% of the nomological damage from the Void Race and the Ultimate Void Race. It's a treasure of the Space God Race. Required military merits, 3 million military merits, 5 Master God Tier Mission Medals. Zhou Fight looked at the information about this racial divine artifact and nodded in satisfaction. Space God Race. This was also one of the high-level bloodline races in the Supreme Great Cosmos. It was enough to rank in the top 100 of all high-level bloodline races. Being able to use space as their race name was enough to prove their talent in spatial laws. In terms of talent in the law of space, this Space God race could indeed be said to be number one among all high-level bloodline races. And this ancient spatial reflection mirror was one of the Space God clan's ultimate treasures. Later on, for some reason, this race sold their treasures to the Ultimate Void battlefield and became one of the treasures in the Supreme God Realm Monument. However, because this race divine artifact was only useful to the Space God race, this spatial mirror had always been left in the Supreme God Realm Monument. Until now, no one had exchanged for it. However, that didn't matter. Most importantly, Zhou Fight planned to exchange for it now. 3 million military merits and 5 Master God Tier Mission Medals. I bought it. Zhou Fight did not hesitate to spend military merits and mission medals to buy this ancient space reflection mirror. Then, he looked at his remaining military merits and medals. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battleground, the 2nd Leader of the Supreme Wool Camp. Military merit, 16 million points. Mission medal, 11.5 Supreme Mission medals. Other rewards, none. Zhou Fai nodded slightly before his gaze landed on the ancient mirror that had appeared in front of him. He reached out to touch it. It was warm to the touch. At the same time, he could sense the artifact spirit of the ancient mirror cheering. It seemed to like worshipping him, its new master. Zhou Fai chuckled. With his current status, it was indeed not his luck to be able to obtain a racial divine artifact, but the honor of these racial divine artifacts. In addition, the fact that he had the bloodline of the space gods in his body was also one of the reasons why the ancient sky reflection mirror was so happy. Even though Zhou Fai himself had forgotten when Zhou Zhou's main body had absorbed the bloodline of the space god race, that doesn't matter. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm going to remake you first. Zhou Fai said softly. The artifact spirit of the ancient spatial reflection mirror was stunned, not knowing what its new master meant. When Zhou Fai saw this, he explained to the artifact spirit of the ancient sky reflecting mirror as he flew out of the Demon Lord base planet. Then, he summoned the dragon god of all life and used it to travel through the heavens to return to the city lord residence of the blazing sun base planet No. 3. At this moment, the artifact spirit of the ancient sky mirror also knew that its new master actually had the ability to transform itself into a divine artifact of the universal race divine artifacts. Chapter 1528, Ancient Spatial Reflection Mirror. War Summary. 2. He was immediately excited. The status of universal race divine artifacts was much higher than that of exclusive race divine artifacts. Even though he felt a little strange about modifying himself, for the sake of his status, the artifact spirit decided to endure it. Zhou Fai was also very satisfied with the artifact spirit of the ancient sky mirror. It saved him the trouble of persuading him. Then, he didn't waste any time and directly threw the spatial mirror into the common people's cauldron. A supreme race divine artifact. As soon as the ancient mirror entered the body of the common people's cauldron, it sensed the terrifying aura of the common people's cauldron and immediately exclaimed. The next second, a scorching sun suddenly appeared above its head. This scorching sun emitted an extremely terrifying light and heat that shone on its body. Under the illumination of this terrifying light and heat, the artifact spirit of the ancient sky reflecting mirror felt pain and a trace of joy. At the same time, it could vaguely hear the fanatical prayers of all the races coming from all directions. This fervent prayer seemed to be blessing it, hoping that it would advance to a wider world. And with its advancement, it would be able to feed them better in the future. Possess it for the people and use it for the people. This was the meaning of a racial divine artifact. I feel like my ancient limitations have been opened. This thought suddenly appeared in the ancient spatial reflection mirror's mind. Then, he was struck by a strong evolutionary emotion and fainted. In the outside world, as Zhou Fai looked at the cauldron that emitted shocking light and heat in front of him, he felt the change in his luck. Suddenly, he felt a trace of his providence being stripped away from his massive providence and fused into the common people's cauldron, transforming it into the mighty power of the common people's cauldron itself to modify the high-level racial divine artifact in his body, the ancient space illumination mirror. Zhou Fai raised his eyebrows. Luck was originally invisible. Most god spirits, unless they were god spirits who specialized in destiny and the Dao of fate, did not know how to use their power of destiny. Zhou Fai did not expect the common people's cauldron to be able to transform the power of providence and use it for its own use. There were countless racial inheritances in Zhou Fai's mind. However, even so, this was the first time he had seen such a method. I've learned something. Zhou Fai was amazed. Then, he stopped thinking and continued to focus on the common people's cauldron in front of him. Half an hour later, after the common people's cauldron absorbed about 3% of Zhou Fai's luck, it gradually stopped. Boom! A low and muffled sound sounded, and the entire common people's cauldron shook slightly. Then, the lid of the common people's cauldron suddenly opened automatically. A silver stream of light flew out and headed straight for Zhou Fai before stopping in front of him. It was a modified ancient mirror. At the same time, Zhou Fai only felt a stream of luck fly out of the ancient space reflecting mirror and feed into his luck. Then, he felt that not only did the 3% of providence that he had just lost return in the blink of an eye, he had even increased his total providence by 5%. Zhou Fai's eyes widened. This was a total of 5% of luck. Even though this number sounds small, his providence was equivalent to Zhou Zhou's providence. What was Zhou Zhou's status? It was no exaggeration to say that he could casually take out 1,000th of his providence and bestow it on an ordinary person. It could allow this ordinary person to have a smooth journey and build a divine kingdom lord faction from nothing to become the lord of the divine kingdom. It was enough to show the weight of this 1,000th of luck. And now, this modified ancient mirror had directly fed him 80% of his total luck. Even if this was nourishing providence, it was equivalent to giving him 8 divine kingdom lord factions. Zhou Fite was shocked. At this moment, he even wanted to infinitely modify the race's divine artifact to nourish his luck and allow it to grow infinitely. This way, he might be able to directly make his luck reach the level of a supreme lord. When the time came, what's there to compete for? Even if he didn't do anything, he would naturally have supreme chi to transport him to the clouds. However, he soon thought of the restriction that the common people's cauldron could only modify one racial divine artifact a day, so he could only give up on this wonderful idea. However, we can't let go of converting a racial divine artifact every day. One of the key elements of success is accumulation. Zhou Fite thought. Then, he looked at the information of the modified divine artifact. Race divine artifact ancient space mirror, high-level race divine artifact a universal race divine artifact. It can reflect hidden life forms and items hidden in the interlayer of space and the void. Moreover, it can reduce the nomological damage from the void race and the ultimate void race by 10%. It's a treasure of the space god race. Zhou Fite's gaze froze after reading it. Sure enough, after modifying it into a universal race divine artifact, even though the main effect of the ancient sky mirror did not change, the percentage of damage that weakened the nomological laws decreased. Regarding this, Zhou Fite was not surprised. From an exclusive racial divine artifact that could only be used on the spatial god race to a racial divine artifact that could be used on all the races in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, the effect would definitely decrease. Zhou Fite was already very satisfied with the reduction to 10%. Then, he didn't stay any longer and rode the Dragon God of All Life back to Blazing Sun Base 3. At the same time, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou was looking at today's battle summary. Under the joint efforts of the two armies of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, today, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had eliminated a total of 183 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 111 intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 65 advanced Divine Kingdom Lord factions, and 18 Overlord-level Lord factions. Adding on the enemies destroyed in the Ultimate Void battlefield, they had eliminated more than 400 enemies from the people of foreign races in the capital units, more than 20 billion god spirits, more than 200 million true god tiers, nearly 10,000 master god tiers of the people of foreign races, and 6 ultimate void supreme gods. Most of the god spirits that were destroyed were god spirits from the ultimate void race. And after today's war, after statistics, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of 3.5 million mist cores of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials from the capital units. 3,123, 342, 197, 832, 342 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1,924,231 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. There were also 312 capital units, 9,782,832,240 units of divine crystals from the low-tier deity level to the high-tier deity level. 123,923,119,182 true god-tier divine crystals. 62,133,133,221 master god tier divine crystals. 8,212,391 grade 1 to grade 3 supreme god divine crystals. 8,123,239,42,910,000 low level to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 929,380,000 true god tier divine artifacts. 1,763,429 Master God Tier Divine Artifacts. 19,384 Supreme God Divine Artifacts. There were a total of about 7,123.321 trillion Divine Spark Fragments, God Tier Herbs, God Tier Ingredients, God Tier Ores, God Tier Blueprints, and other treasures. 302,334,238,979 Master God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 652,413 Supreme God level God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of incite defection, Zhou Fight directly instigated incite defection to have 20,089,997,790 ordinary God spirits, 232,314,231 ultimate void true God tiers, 8,211 ultimate void master God tiers, and 6 ultimate void supreme gods. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance had also instigated 74 capital units soldiers, more than 210 million God spirits, more than 9,000 true God tiers, and 41 master gods. In the end, in terms of the advancement of God spirits, today, a total of 5,131,212,398 legendary tier advance grade soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade God spirit. There were also 181,313 high-tier deity level advanced grade God spirits who had advanced to true God tier elementary grade God spirits. Another 241 top-notch true gods of the human race and 309 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races felt their master God tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion to try to break through to the master God tier realm. There was a high chance that they would officially break through tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 1,040 capital units 7,213, 416, 634, 48 8,253 soldiers, 6,236.14 million 2,754 God spirits, 2,644,113 true God tiers, 1,254 supremacy gods, and 1 supreme God. Now, with the addition of these divine spirit experts who had instigated incite defection, the military strength under him had reached 242 capital units with 3,73107, 320, 336, 294,754 God spirits, 2,637,453 true gods, 1,254 master gods, and 1 supreme God. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. After today's war, the troops under he had once again increased explosively. Especially the supreme gods, it went from 1 supreme god to 7 supreme gods. The speed at which the number of supreme gods increased was so terrifying that even those willpower technique factions would probably exclaim. Chapter 1529, 800 capital units recruits. The shock of the extreme world-honored dragon. The next day, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and revealed a smile feeling his evolution. I didn't waste all my Lord Talent spheres and Lord Talent crystal fragments in vain. Now, I'm only 1 step away from a grade 1 supreme sacred body. After absorbing about the same amount of Lord Talent spheres and Lord Talent origin divine crystals, it should only take me a day. I should be able to advance to a grade 1 supreme sacred body. At that time, I can create the supreme unique Lord Talent myself. I don't need to rely on outsiders anymore. Zhou Fight lamented. The deeper he went into the Supreme God level, the more he felt the powerlessness in his hands that had not reached the Supreme Unique Lord Talent. Those Lord Talents that could play a huge role in killing in the past were almost equivalent to 0 at the Supreme God level. And the key to solving the crises that he had encountered recently was almost all related to the Supreme Unique Lord Talent. Therefore, the current he was very eager and looking forward to whether he could create the Supreme Unique Lord Talent. Whether he could really advance to the grade 1 Supreme God Supreme Sacred Body and create the Supreme Unique Lord Talent would be revealed tomorrow. Then, he walked out of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and came to Mu Gu. At this moment, Wu Xin had already led his soldiers to deal with the Scarlet Broodmother's monster. He was chatting with Mu Gu while waiting for Zhou Zhou. Seeing their emperor arrive, the two of them immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I've already dealt with all the mother nest monsters. These are all the spoils of war." When Wu Xin spoke, there was still a trace of excitement on his face. Then, he handed the 2 world rings to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it with a smile and entered it with anticipation. When he saw the treasures inside, he immediately revealed an even more obvious smile. Among the 2 world rings, one of them contained 200 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Recruitment Books and 200 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Recruitment Books. In the other world, there were 200 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Class Change Certificate and 200 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't control his emotions when he saw so many recruitment books and class change certificates. This was a total of 800 capital units recruitment books and class change certificates. He only had 31 capital units soldiers under his command. This time, the Scarlet Broodmother's harvest had directly doubled his overall military strength. Moreover, these soldiers were all supreme soldiers with the lowest strength of an extraordinary tier advance grade. They, who were extraordinary tier advance grade, had already grasped law skills. Although they could not fight god spirits yet, they were not that weak. If any of them obtained the hero inheritance god spirit inheritance, their combat strength would not be inferior to the god spirits at all. Coincidentally, Zhou Zhou did not lack the hero inheritance and the god spirit inheritance. He could use this as a foundation to create a terrifying army with god spirit level combat power. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou was even more excited. He forcefully controlled his emotions and looked up at Wu Xin. Then, he handed the world ring containing the class change certificate to Wu Xin. Legion Commander Wu. As usual, you should find reserve recruits to change your profession. This emperor will go to the gate of summoning to recruit new recruits. He said. Yes, your majesty. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he turned around and flew towards the gate of summoning. In front of the gate of summoning, he came directly to the gate of summoning. He first called for an eternal battleship of the Master God tier advance grade, then threw all the recruitment books in. Finally, he spent 100 intermediate true God tier divine crystals to recruit all of them in one go and arranged them on this eternal battleship. A total of 400 capital units extraordinary tier troops were neatly arranged in the inner world of the eternal battleship. His expression was solemn. His fighting spirit was raging. This was the power of a top supreme soldier type. Zhou Fai chatted briefly with them and received a warm response from the new recruits. He smiled. Then, he opened the original Dragon Abyss interface of the Gate of Summoning and spent 100 true God tier advance grade divine crystals to summon 66,666,600 pure-blooded dragons. He also placed them on the Eternal Mothership. Then, he carefully observed these dragons and was pleasantly surprised to discover that among these pure-blooded dragons, there was a pure-blooded dragon. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The original Dragon Abyss of a true God tier advance grade had a 50% chance of summoning a legendary dragon every time. This summoning probability was indeed high. Then, he patiently observed the legendary dragon. Looking at it this way, he raised his eyebrows slightly. This legendary dragon was actually a mature dragon that he had seen once. Your extreme world-honored dragon. Long time no see. Zhou Zhou smiled. That's right. The legendary dragon he had summoned this time was the first legendary dragon he had encountered in the past, the extreme world-honored dragon. The ancestor of the extreme dragon. The dragon with the strongest physical body. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh sounded. Then, the extreme world-honored dragon teleported to the sky not far from Zhou Fai and looked down at the Lord of the Blazing Sun who was smiling at him. No, it should be the common people's regal, the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. The expression of the extreme world-honored dragon did not change, but he sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that? Back then, he only admired the human lord a little. Now, he had actually defeated all the races in the world and ascended to the position of the Supreme Lord's Reserve Army. He was on par with the 3 legendary existences. As for those 3 existences, they were existences that even the Dragon Clan had to look up to at their peak. As for those 3 existences, they were existences that even the Dragon Clan had to look up to at their peak. Who would have thought that not long ago, he had considered himself a senior in front of him? When the extreme world-honored dragon thought of this, his expression suddenly turned strange. This matter would not become something that he and his other legendary dragon companions could brag about in the future, right? Shaking his head, he dispelled the boring thoughts in his mind. He then looked at Zhou Fai again. He watched and watched. Shock and bewilderment appeared on his face. This was because not only did he feel an extremely terrifying threat from the other party, it was as if as long as the other party attacked, he would definitely be killed easily without any ability to resist. This was not the most terrifying thing. What scared the dragons the most was that he felt an extremely terrifying dragon bloodline pressure from the other party. This bloodline pressure had even exceeded the bloodline pressure of their ancestor, the primordial dragon, to a level that they could not see through. What kind of dragon was this dragon bloodline pressure? The extreme world-honored dragon was completely shocked. Apart from shock, there was also deep reverence. In front of a pervert like Zhou Zhou, he realized that his pride as a legendary dragon had completely vanished. Chapter 1530, Reason. The extreme world-honored dragon naturally did not know. Zhou Zhou had absorbed a large number of legendary dragons and ordinary dragons' bloodlines, so quantitative changes had long caused qualitative changes. Therefore, his dragon bloodline had long reached the level of a supreme god-level dragon bloodline. Currently, only Lord of 10,000 Evils Azura Evil Dragon has barely reached this level of bloodline. Coupled with his contract with the dragon god of all life, his dragon bloodline added another trait of the supreme dragon god. And most importantly, he was infinitely close to the strongest bloodline constitution of a grade 1 supreme sacred body. With all kinds of factors stacked together, the level of Zhou Zhou's dragon bloodline had long exceeded the conceptual limit of the dragon bloodline. This made the extreme world-honored dragon feel a sense of awe. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. He looked at the extreme world-honored dragon, whose aura was even stronger than before, and was first surprised. Then, he smiled and congratulated, "Congratulations to your extreme world-honored dragon for increasing your strength again. The current Your Excellency should not be weaker than the former 10 Master God tiers, right?" The extreme world-honored dragon said embarrassedly. "I have to thank Your Excellency for improving my strength. I missed the part where that's my problem." Zhou Zhou was stunned. "Your Excellency, do you still remember the last time we met?" "Last time?" Zhou Zhou recalled. "Didn't I only meet him once?" "No." Zhou Zhou suddenly remembered. He and the extreme world-honored dragon had not only met once, but twice. The first time they met was on the final will battlefield against the lords of the extreme dragons. It was the first time they met. The second time he saw it was when he was absorbing the first demon's bloodline Deep Abyss Remnant Will. He was almost possessed by Deep Abyss Remnant Will. At that time, in a moment of desperation, he had used the Dragon Sacrifice Holy Tower to summon the extreme world-honored dragon. In the end, as soon as the other party appeared, his incomplete dragon body was shattered by Deep Abyss's glare, and the summoning failed. Zhou Zhou was even more puzzled at the thought of this. How did the extreme world-honored dragon's strength increase because of me? No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem to have anything to do with him. When the extreme world-honored dragon saw Zhou Zhou's expression, he did not become a riddler and directly explained. "The last time I was shattered by the power of the Deep Abyss Will Divine Transformation Realm, even though I suffered some injuries, fortunately, the Deep Abyss's will was only incomplete at that time and did not cause me serious injuries. On the contrary, I took this opportunity to sense the power of the Will Divine Transformation Realm for the first time. Ever since then, I've been focused on studying this level of power. In the end, I made a small breakthrough." Towards the end, the embarrassment on the extreme world-honored dragon's face disappeared and he revealed a proud expression. There were only about 100 legendary dragons in total. Among these dragons, Deep Abyss could confidently say that he was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the advancement of the Will Divine Transformation Realm. The only person who could match his willpower was probably his ancestor, the primordial dragon First Venerable. The extreme world-honored dragon still did not know that there was a grade 1 supreme god Azura evil dragon in the ultimate void battleground. He wouldn't think that way if he knew. "I see." Zhou Zhou came to a realization. Then, he clicked his tongue in wonder. The last time the extreme world-honored dragon's body was shattered, he had originally felt a little guilty, thinking that he had implicated him. He did not expect the other party to benefit from this misfortune. Zhou Zhou shook his head and didn't think too much about it. After a simple conversation with he ignored he and let he reunite with the other legendary dragons. And on his side, he spent another 100 true god tier advance grade divine crystals to recruit the new subjects of today. In the end, he had recruited more than 1.25 billion new subjects today. He had summoned more than 220 million new subjects than usual, including the 13 true God tier advanced grade God spirits. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. A total of 550 nomological pillars of various colors soared into the sky from the direction of the reincarnation sacred palace. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he smiled again. It seemed that the true God tiers who had entered the reincarnation sacred palace yesterday had already successfully broken through and advanced to Master God tier. This time, a total of 550 intimidators had advanced to Master God tier at the same time. It directly broke the previous promotion record. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. 550 Master Gods. This number of Master God tiers was not a small number even for Lord of 10,000 Evils, who had tens of thousands of Master God tiers. There was even less to say to him. At the same time, the God spirits of the myriad worlds saw this scene. Even though they were already numb, they still instinctively observed the source of the advancement. After this glance, their expressions became even more calm and numb. It was indeed the blazing sun divine kingdom of the common people's regal. Last time, 392 true gods had advanced to Master Gods at the same time. This time, 550 true God tiers were promoted to Master Gods at the same time. Throughout the myriad worlds, from ancient times until now, which Master God tier had not gone through countless hardships to be born. After countless years and accumulation of resources, one had barely been born. You, on the other hand, have started to do wholesaling. Is there still any justice left in this world? What would those races and factions that didn't even have one Master God think? As expected of the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army personally chosen by the Supreme Will. It was unknown which God spirit was the first to sigh. Then, this sentence quickly received the approval of all the God spirits. The other 3 Supreme Lord Reserve armies were already famous and had even become legendary existences. Even for God spirits, most of them had only heard of his name and could not see his divine being. Even though the new Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army did not have the prestige and power of the top 3 because it had only been in office for a short period of time. The gods could already tell. This still immature common people's regal had already begun to show off his talents and began to leave a legend of him in the myriad worlds. There was a good saying. Never question the judgment of the Supreme Will. The gods couldn't help but think of this. At the same time, Zhou Zhou waited for half an hour before the Master God tier advancement phenomenon in the sky began to dissipate. After all the advancement phenomena dissipated, 550 light pillars of various laws flew out of the reincarnation sacred palace and quickly landed around Zhou Zhou, revealing their figures. It was none other than the 550 High Lords who had just been promoted. The moment they appeared, they knelt down and thanked Zhou Zhou in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you for your nurturing, Your Majesty. We have all successfully advanced to become Master God tier elementary grade God spirits. Good. 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 Zhou Fight used 3 good S to express his joy. Tonight, this Emperor will personally preside over your promotion ceremony. Thank you, Your Majesty. The newly advanced Master Gods immediately said respectfully. Chapter 1531. Lower tier deity level elementary grade potential. Then Eidos leveled up. Zhou Zhou looked at the 550 new Master God tiers in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he chatted with them for a while longer before letting them go to the Blazing Sun Army's encampment and return to their respective posts. Zhou Fight calculated his current military strength after they left. Including the 800 new recruits from the capital units, 66,666,660 pure-blooded dragons, and these 550 new Master God tiers. The troops under him had already reached 1,914 capital units with 7,213,483,488,253 soldiers, 31,723,973,942 God spirits, 235,215,256 true God tiers, 10,057 Master Gods, and 7 Supreme Gods. At this point, Zhou Zhou could not help but smile. Nearly 2,000 capital units soldiers, 30 billion God spirits, 200 million true gods, tens of thousands of Master Gods and the 7 Supreme Gods. Such combat strength was not inferior to Lord of 10,000 Evils at all. It was hard to imagine that he was just a dumbfounded character who looked at the troops of the Lord of 10,000 Evils 2 days ago. Be it strength, status, power, or military strength, he was not inferior to Lord of 10,000 Evils at all. It had only been 2 days that he had walked the path that Lord of 10,000 Evils had walked for his entire life. Apart from the fact that the ultimate void battleground was a good place, the most important contribution was naturally thanks to his supreme unique Lord Talent Son of Destiny. The Son of Destiny is too heaven-defying. Zhou Zhou lamented. In the past, this Lord Talent had been concealed by him, the king of spoils of war. However, the light it emitted already seemed to surpass the stronger heavenly fate de Huang. Zhou Zhou shook his head and felt the lower limit of the human race's potential. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Low-tier deity level elementary grade. Today, the newly advanced Master God tier of the human race had finally advanced from the legendary tier to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. From now on, we humans can also call ourselves top-notch bloodline races, or gods. The name of our human race's god race shall be the Blazing Sun God race. Zhou Zhou had long thought about the name of the human race's god race, so he made this decision. Then, he sensed how many new Master God tier humans were needed for God Lord Blazing Sun to advance from the lower limit of the low-tier deity level elementary grade to the lower limit of the low-tier deity level intermediate grade. The answer is a familiar number. 500 new Master God tiers. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. With the ultimate void battlefield, this number was not much to him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, he called Zheng Yuankai over and asked him to publicize the name of the Blazing Sun God race. He had to inform the entire territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and even the myriad worlds. Let the myriad worlds know the name of their Blazing Sun God race. Zheng Yuankai naturally agreed immediately. With this divine name, our Blazing Sun God race can truly stand at the peak of all races. He was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Zheng Yuankai had followed Zhou Zhou for so long. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would be able to personally experience such a major event that would be remembered in history. This life was worth it. Then, he didn't have time to say anything else and immediately went to do it. Zhou Zhou smiled and went to the Lord's shop. However, while only the mythical tier Lord's shop naturally didn't have anything that Zhou Zhou was interested in, he still bought the 3 Master God tier treasures that were on sale today and threw them into his number 1 treasure vault. Then, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and teleported to a wasteland. This wasteland was already outside the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, but to Zhou Zhou, there was naturally nothing to worry about. He only looked at the black-robed figure in the distance. It was the Master God tier of Death, Thanatos. Thanatos was staring blankly at the barren land under his feet, thinking about something. Suddenly, he squatted down and looked at the grass seedling that had just been born in the desolate land beneath his feet. It was born in a barren land with almost no nutrition, but it forcefully displayed its endless green brilliance in this barren land. This touch of green was especially dazzling in Thanatos's eyes. Thanatos looked at the seedling with pity and love. Then, he looked at the entire wasteland with pity and love. The wilderness may be the wilderness, but under its barren land, there are countless plants and even other life forms that once died in this wasteland. It's precisely because of the nutrients left behind after their deaths that this grass seedling and other grass seedlings grew. The green on you is not your own green. It's the green of the whole wasteland. Desolation is not heartless. It's just dust to protect the green. Death is the end of life. That's true. The beginning of life. With that, Thanatos suddenly sat down with a relieved smile. Then, there was no longer any life in his body. He had fallen. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw this. He was preparing to walk forward to investigate when he suddenly had a premonition. After thinking for a few seconds, he closed his eyes before opening them again. His eyes flickered. At this moment, the world in his eyes suddenly changed. After the remnant will of the Master God tier, Thanatos, perished, it turned into the light of will and dissipated into the world like resplendent stars. The world received an active feedback from the will of a Master God tier. The light between heaven and earth seemed to have become brighter at this moment. And so, the world also began to give feedback on the Master God Thanatos. An existence that carried a very small portion of the destiny of the high continent gradually condensed at the place where the Master God of Death, Thanatos, had died. It was the fallen Thanatos. He had already come back to life. The newly resurrected Master God Thanatos was only at the Black Iron Tier elementary grade. However, he looked up, opened his arms, and embraced the world. In the next second, a vast amount of heaven and earth energy surged into Thanatos' ordinary body as if it was attracted by a vortex. Thanatos' strength began to increase at an astonishing speed. White Silver Tier elementary grade. Diamond Tier elementary grade. Epic Tier elementary grade. Low Tier Deity level elementary grade. High Tier Deity level elementary grade. True God Tier elementary grade. Master God Tier elementary grade. Master God intermediate grade. Master God Tier advanced grade. Boom! The final shackle that prevented Thanatos from advancing only lasted for a few seconds before it was broken. An aura of extreme nomological power, God among gods, and will divine transformation realm emitted from Thanatos. He also announced his existence to the myriad worlds. At this moment, the myriad worlds were shocked by this aura. Another supreme god had finally been born in the myriad worlds. Even the supreme will, who was far away in the supreme domain, took the time to look at Thanatos, who had just advanced to grade 1 supreme god. Among the 10 most likely to advance to supreme god, the first one to advance was actually him. I really didn't expect this. I thought it would be Terence. Then, the Supreme Will saw Zhou Zhou, who was not far from Thanatos. When the Supreme Will saw this, he instantly understood. Thanatos' advancement was probably related to this little fellow. That would be normal. He had personally chosen the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army after all. The birth of a Supreme God with his help was surprising, but it was not incomprehensible. At the thought of this, the Supreme Will withdrew his gaze and focused on the battlefield where the illusionist clan was fighting. Chapter 1532. Race Divine Artifact, Heavenly Water Holy Pearl. On the wasteland, when Zhou Zhou saw Thanatos advanced to a grade 1 Supreme God, a smile appeared on his face. He had indeed invested in the right choice. This Master God Tier of Death, Thanatos, had actually made a breakthrough between life and death and advanced to become a Supreme God. There were only about 10,000 Supreme Gods in the entire universe. And Thanatos was one of them. At this moment, Thanatos turned to look at Zhou Zhou and said respectfully. Grade 1 Supreme God of Death, Thanatos, greets the common people's regal, Your Excellency Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. Congratulations on becoming a grade 1 Supreme God, Your Excellency. Zhou Zhou also congratulated him with a smile. It's all thanks to Your Excellency's help that I was able to become a grade 1 Supreme God. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have already died. How can I still see the scenery that only Supreme Gods can see? Thanatos sighed. This Emperor only gave Your Excellency a slight push. Zhou Zhou shook his head and did not take credit. His Majesty's push directly created a Supreme God. Thanatos smiled. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded before asking. I wonder what plans Your Excellency has for the future after you become a Supreme God. I plan to join the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and serve His Majesty to repay His Majesty for saving my life and achieving the Dao. Your Majesty, please agree. Thanatos said without hesitation. In that case, I'll oblige. The smile on Zhou Zhou's face became even more sincere. Wasn't he investing for this? Thanatos was clearly a smart person. After knowing Zhou Zhou's intentions, he immediately agreed. Zhou Zhou liked to make friends with such people. Welcome, Your Excellency, to becoming the 8th Supreme God of this Emperor's Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. I hope that in the future, Your Excellency can work together with us to create a greater divine kingdom. You can also seek a better future for yourself. The current him wouldn't be afraid of any enemy. Thanatos nodded. Then, he suddenly reacted and widened his eyes. Wait a minute, what was going on? Was he the 8th Supreme God? How long had it been, and this Your Excellency, the common people's regal, already had 7 Supreme Gods? The last time he saw the common people's regal, the other party didn't even have a Supreme God, right? What exactly happened in just 2 to 3 days? Thanatos was deeply puzzled. Even though he had just become a Supreme God, it was precisely because of this that he could deeply experience the power of a Supreme God. That was why he didn't understand. However, he didn't think too much about it. Perhaps this was the reason why Zhou Zhou was the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. He could always create miracles that others could not understand. At this moment, Zhou Zhou threw another boundless universe-level world rings to him. Then Eidos subconsciously took it. Then, he heard Zhou Zhou say, "There are 6 Grade 1 Supreme Divine Artifacts here. They are all Supreme Divine Artifacts related to the law of life and death. They should be very suitable for Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you can choose one of them as a gift for this Emperor to celebrate your advancement to a Grade 1 Supreme God. The remaining 5 Supreme Divine Artifacts will be lent to Your Excellency by this Emperor for his own use. When Your Excellency has accumulated enough military merits under this Emperor, Your Excellency can use the military merits to purchase 5 Supreme Divine Artifacts first." Then Eidos. His heart was already numb. First, he threw out the news that he already had 7 Supreme Gods worshipping him, and now, he threw 6 Supreme Divine Artifacts at him with a nonchalant expression. "Could Your Excellency already be a supreme existence? Otherwise, why would you be so generous?" The offerings of supreme gods and supreme divine artifacts were not as common as cabbages in his hands, but they were almost there. He didn't dare to think too much about it. Then Eidos said respectfully and gratefully, "Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. I will definitely do my best to contribute more military merits." Zhou Zhou nodded and said, "Come back with this Emperor." "Very well, Your Majesty." Then Eidos nodded. The two of them teleported back to Blazing Sun Divine Capital. In the Divine Capital, Zhou Zhou had just arrived when he got Zhou Marshal and company to lead the soldiers to the Chaos Sea to continue harvesting Chaos Divine treasures. He currently had 136 Chaos Divine treasures in his hands. He was still far from the 500 Chaos Divine treasures needed for his advancement. He would probably need 2 to 3 days to collect all of them. After sending Zhou Marshal to the Chaos Sea, Zhou Zhou took out all his race divine artifacts and began to think about how he should modify that race divine artifact today. A moment later, Zhou Zhou had a goal. He took out a crystalline clam pearl. This clam pearl emitted a dense aura of the law of water, and countless illusory clam gods could be vaguely seen living inside. The divine artifact of this race was one of the spoils of war these days. However, Zhou Zhou didn't care because it wasn't a human race divine artifact. Now that it was starting to be useful to Zhou Zhou, he took it out. He looked at this racial divine artifact. A notification appeared. Race divine artifact name, Heavenly Water Holy Pearl. Equipment grade, Advanced Race Divine Artifact, Bound, Clam Race. Race Divine Artifact ability Divine Protection of Clams, Exclusive Race Divine Artifact. Under the protection of the God of Clams, all clams will obtain a weak increase in their water law talent. Moreover, they will be immune to 30% water type damage. The strength of the water type attacks released will be increased by 30%. Race Divine Artifact Description: the Heavenly Water Holy Pearl is the first ancestral god of clams in the myriad worlds. After it died, it used up all the essence of its divine body to condense a racial treasure. It can protect the clam race and allow them to have more future development potential. I'll choose you. Zhou Zhou finally made a decision after watching for a while. The reason why he chose this race divine artifact was because he had plans. The chances of modifying the race's divine artifact were limited, so he had to have his own plans. And his thoughts were: he wanted to first enhance the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom with an immunity to all attributes, ignoring those messy races' enhancement abilities. For example, 5-element damage immunity, space-time damage immunity, physics damage immunity, soul damage immunity, and even willpower damage immunity. He would first increase the basic attributes of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Then, step by step, he would increase his luck, appearance, perception, bloodline, and so on. He would gradually build the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom into the strongest race in the world. This Heavenly Water Holy Pearl was his first target. This was because he could augment the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom with immunity to water-type damage. Even though it was not the divine artifact of all races that had the highest immunity to damage, it was at least the highest among the many race divine artifacts in his hands. However, it was at least the highest among the many race divine artifacts in his hands. Zhou Zhou did not waste any time after choosing his target. He immediately took out the Common People's Cauldron and threw the Heavenly Water Holy Pearl in to accept the modification of the Common People's Cauldron. Soon, Zhou Zhou felt that 2% of his luck had been stripped out of his total luck and fused into the Common People's Cauldron, turning into firewood for the common people's cauldron. He began to modify the heavenly water holy pearl. A moment later, boom! A low and muffled sound sounded, and the entire common people's cauldron shook slightly. Then, the lid of the common people's cauldron suddenly opened automatically. A silver stream of light flew out and headed straight for Zhou Fight before stopping in front of him. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also felt it. About 4% of the power of providence flew out from its surface and fused into his providence. When Zhou Zhou sensed this, he immediately smiled. Nov, L, B / JNN. His luck had increased by 2%. It was equivalent to using a moment to obtain 2 Divine Kingdom Lord factions for free. This was a good deal. Then, he looked at the modified racial divine artifact. Chapter 1533. Sky Divine Kingdom. Race Divine Artifact Name, Heavenly Water Holy Pearl. Equipment Grade, High Level Racial Divine Artifact, Bound, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Race Divine Artifact Ability Divine Protection of the Clam, Exclusive Race Divine Artifact. Under the protection of the Clam God, all citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom will receive a weak increase in their talent in the Law of Water. Moreover, they will be immune to 20% water-type damage. The strength of the water-type attacks released will be increased by 20%. Race Divine Artifact Ability Divine Protection of the Clam, Exclusive Race Divine Artifact. Under the protection of the Clam God, all citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom will receive a weak increase in their talent in the Law of Water. Moreover, they will be immune to 20% water-type damage. The strength of the water-type attacks released will be increased by 20%. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. As a universal race divine artifact, it could be used on any race or multiple races in the myriad races of the heavens. Naturally, it was not limited to just one Blazing Sun God race. Therefore, Zhou Zhou bound it to all the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. This way, all the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could obtain the protection of the Heavenly Water Holy Pearl. Of course, even though the universal race divine artifacts could be used by one or more races, it did not mean that they could be used on all races in the entire myriad worlds at the same time. Only a divine artifact of a race that surpassed a supreme divine artifact could do such a thing. However, Zhou Zhou had never heard of such a thing. Just as Zhou Zhou modified the Heavenly Water Holy Pearl, a race divine artifact, all the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom also knew that the Blazing Sun human race had become the Blazing Sun God race. They also sensed the changes brought about by the Heavenly Water Holy Pearl. They were naturally overjoyed and excited about this. Just as Zheng Yuankai had said, their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could be considered a top bloodline faction with the Blazing Sun God race. Without the Blazing Sun God race, no matter how many Master God tiers they had and how many races submitted to them on the surface, in the eyes of others, they were just a high-level race with many Master God tiers. At the Chaos Sea, at that moment, Joe Marshall and company had already brought the God of Death, Thanatos, here. One Grade 1 Supreme God like God of Death Thanatos around, it was comparable to an army of 1 billion God spirits after all. He soon saw the space-time chaotic divine demons. Joe Marshall only took a glance before a smile appeared on his face. Therefore, there were a total of 62 chaotic divine demons below. There were 27 more than last time. He flew down with Thanatos and arrived in front of him. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 4 chaotic divine demons Space, Wind, and Ghost immediately came in front of Joe Marshall and said respectfully. The other chaotic divine demons followed suit and bowed to Joe Marshall. You guys did well. This Emperor is very satisfied. Joe Marshall first spoke to the space-time chaotic divine demons before looking at the remaining chaotic divine demons. Are all of you willing to trade chaotic divine treasures with this Emperor? Exactly. That's what we're here for. We also want chaos divine treasures. The remaining 58 chaotic divine demons spoke one after another, each with their own reasons. The space-time chaotic divine demons looked at each other and smiled without saying anything. At the same time, their expressions relaxed. When Joe Marshall saw that these chaotic divine demons were willing to trade, he did not waste any time. He took out 238 Master God tier divine artifacts and threw them to the space-time chaotic divine demons to manage them. Then, he made them stand obediently and kill them with a single palm strike. Now, even if he did not use a supreme divine artifact, his combat strength was comparable to an ordinary grade 3 supreme god realm. Therefore, it was naturally easy for him to kill the chaotic divine demons at the level of the 58 master gods. As for the space-time chaotic divine demon, he did not know about Zhou Marshall's situation. They only saw Zhou Marshall casually kill a total of 58 chaotic divine demons with a single palm strike. It seemed to be even easier than the last time. A thought appeared in the minds of all the chaotic divine demons. Their Majesty's strength had increased again. They couldn't help but gulp. Wasn't His Majesty's strength increasing too quickly? How long has it been? While they were shocked, they could not help but feel lucky and pleasantly surprised. The faster His Majesty's strength increased, the more it proved that their decision to join His Majesty was right. Congratulations on improving your strength, Your Majesty. The space-time chaotic divine demons said respectfully. Nov. L. B //JNN. Zhou Marshall smiled and nodded. He was in a good mood. This was because he had obtained 268 units of chaotic divine treasures after extracting the 58 chaotic divine demons. He was only 96 chaos divine treasures away from the 500 units of chaos divine treasures needed to advance. 96 chaos divine treasures isn't much. I'll be able to upgrade my territory by tomorrow. Then I'll be able to upgrade the country. Zhou Marshall's eyes lit up. The collection of the chaos divine treasures was much faster than he had imagined. Following that, he didn't say anything else. He first rewarded the space-time chaotic divine demons and got them to bring more chaotic divine demons here the next time. He then activated the warp gate and returned to the Blazing Sun divine capital with the Natos. Today, the Natos still had to follow the Blazing Sun divine kingdom's army to conquer the high continent. It would not be a problem even if they encountered a Divine Kingdom Lord faction that was even harder to deal with a grade 1 supreme god like the Natos holding down the fort. At the same time, in the ultimate void battlefield, Zhou Fight had already led the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's army and Lord of 10,000 Evil's army to the first Void Mystic Realm. The first Void Mystic Realm that Zhou Fight and the others came to was called the Sky Void Mystic Realm. The entire Void Mystic Realm was a dark purple ball of light. Outside the ball of light, there was a faint layer of pure white light wrapped around the dark purple ball of light. Zhou Fight took a closer look at the pure white light membrane and suddenly said, "The power of the Supreme Will." That's right. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. This Void Mystic Realm was originally prepared for us, so it's naturally impossible for the ultimate Void race to step in. Therefore, the Supreme will specially set up this protective barrier. This protective barrier is harmless to the gods of our supreme great cosmos, but to the living beings of the ultimate void race, whoever touches it will die. It's precisely because of this that these void secret realms have been preserved until now. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, they flew straight into the void mystic realm. Just as Lord of 10,000 Evils said, this pure white membrane of light was completely harmless to them. The gods easily entered the pure white membrane of light. Then, they entered the purple ball of light. This was a world where chaotic air currents intertwined with the dark purple void. After Zhou Fight and the others arrived, they realized that they were on a land full of vitality. This continent was extremely large, about the size of 1,000 boundless universes. It was completely enough for the tens of billions of god spirits to fight and live on this continent. What abundant promotion energy! Zhou Fight grabbed the condensed mist in his hand and exclaimed after taking a deep breath. The promotion energy here was so abundant that it was visible to the naked eye. A low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit would probably be able to advance from low-tier deity level elementary grade to low-tier deity intermediate grade within a month. It could be seen how rich the promotion energy here was. And then, he quickly discovered a shocking fact. Chapter 1534. All the land in the world belongs to the king. That was, there were actually non-god spirits living beings in this sky void mystic realm. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Their strength was also generally very high. He looked over and realized that the weakest among them had the strength of an elementary grade extraordinary tier. As for god spirits, even though there were fewer of them, there were still many of them. As for god spirits, although there were fewer of them, there were still many of them. Because this place is isolated from the ultimate void environment of the outside world, coupled with the abundance of promotional energy, it's very easy to give birth to some powerful life forms. Moreover, they won't be affected by the outside environment. However, they can only stay in the void mystic realm for the rest of their lives. They can't go out for the rest of their lives because if they go out, they won't be able to withstand the ultimate void environment outside and will die. Also, look up there. The Lord of 10,000 Evils pointed at the sky after he finished speaking. Zhou Zhou looked over. Then, he realized that there was a kingdom in the sky. That country seemed to be very prosperous. God spirit level existences lived there, causing the entire country to emit various nomological divine lights, making it seem like a holy country. The life forms on the continent would occasionally look up at the divine kingdom in the sky with envy in their eyes. Only a small number of gods looked at the divine kingdom in the sky with hatred in their eyes. What's that? Zhou Zhou asked. That's the sky divine kingdom. A divine spirit kingdom formed by the strongest god spirits in the firmament void mystic realm. They see this as their territory. Furthermore, the treasure left behind by the Supreme Will is in the hands of these guys. If we want to conquer this void territory, we must destroy this country. The Lord of 10,000 Evils said. Zhou Zhou nodded. As for why the other party knew so much about it, Zhou Zhou did not need to ask. Lord of 10,000 Evils had run this place for so many years, so it was natural for him to know this. If he didn't even know these things, it could only mean that Lord of 10,000 Evils was really useless. At this moment, God spirits soared into the sky from the sky divine kingdom and quickly formed an army of more than 10 billion God spirits in the sky. Among them, were more than 10 billion ordinary God spirits. There were more than 1 billion true God tier. There were more than 30,000 master gods. There were a total of 5 supreme gods. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, even though he was surprised, he did not panic. This was because from the looks of their military strength, it was obvious that they had the upper hand. He clicked his tongue in wonder. A small void mystic realm can actually nurture so many god spirits and even supreme gods. Lord Supreme Will, you've really put in a lot of effort into this void secret realm. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't speak. This was because he was too embarrassed to say it. After all, it was true that the Supreme Will had prepared so much, but he didn't have the ability to take it. Now, he had asked a junior to bring them over to take it. Lord of 10,000 Evils had a complicated feeling in his heart. At this moment, they saw the gods of the Sky Divine Kingdom suddenly fly towards them and quickly stop above them, surrounding them. This scene was also seen by the living beings and god spirits on this mainland. What happened? 1032. What are the army of God doing there? They seem to have surrounded a group of god spirits. Is it a new outsider? I wonder if this group of outsiders can do it. Can we teach this high and mighty army of God a lesson? The last one left not long after he arrived. It's better not to have any hope for them. The deities on the continent discussed animatedly. At the same time, you're outsiders. In the Sky Divine Kingdom's Sky Army, the leader, a tall god spirit in a red general robe, looked down at them and said. He exuded the divine pressure of a level 2 supreme god and was one of the strongest in the Sky Army. We are the 3rd and 4th reserve army under the Supreme Will. I came here this time to take back the treasures and legacies that the Supreme Will left for us. And who are you? Zhou Zhou asked calmly. Treasures. Legacies. Left for you. The red-robed general chuckled. As long as something in this world belongs to our Sky Divine Kingdom. Where did you get your face from? How dare you say such shameless words? Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. He only drew the Xuan Yuan divine sword from his waist and aimed the tip of the sword at the grade 2 supreme god. Since we can't negotiate, let's see what we can do. He said softly. The red-robed divine general was stunned. The supreme gods behind him were also stunned. A war involving tens of billions of god spirits could be started just because they had exchanged a few words. Do you think war is a game? You still wanted to chat more and fight for some conditions for the upcoming negotiations? In the end, you wanted to fight the moment you came up? The Lord of 10,000 Evils couldn't help but smile when he saw the red-robed divine general's expression. Over the past few days, he had finally figured out the temper of this common people's regal. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that the other party could make such a decisive decision. This was a ruthless person who led troops to take down a void base as soon as he arrived at the ultimate void battleground. Do you still expect him to negotiate with you? Those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. This was the essence of these lords. In the past, he could not come, but now that he was here, he came with the intention and determination to conquer the other party. Kill the enemy with me. Bai Yun was the first to activate the war horn after receiving Zhou Fai's order. He picked up the bow and pulled the arrow. 9 streams of light instantly flew out and then fused into one, transforming into an arrow that tore through the sky with a surging momentum. It went straight for the red-robed divine general's head. Bai Yun, who was Master God tier advance grade, had already touched the threshold of the Supreme God under the double blessing of the Lord Talent, the protection of the Supreme Will, and the inheritance of the Supreme God that he had. In addition, he walked the path of military formations and was best at gathering the strength of an army. Therefore, this arrow actually erupted with the aura of a supreme law skill. This. The red-robed divine general's expression changed slightly. How could he dare to underestimate this sky-breaking arrow? He immediately brandished the spear in his hand and sent out a huge nomological spear blade to counterattack the arrow that tore through the sky. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and a shocking explosion occurred. After the light dissipated, these two attacks actually disappeared from the world at the same time. When the red-robed divine general saw this, his expression immediately turned ugly. However, he was a grade 2 supreme god. The other party was only a master god tier advance grade god spirit, at most a quasi grade 1 supreme god. They were evenly matched in this battle, so in the eyes of the other god spirits, he had already lost. At this moment, Zhou Fai's cold voice sounded. This emperor doesn't like things barking on this emperor's head. Fight us on the continent. With that, Zhou Fai directly activated the law skill. All the land in the world belongs to the king. This emperor orders all of you, to only fight on the ground. With a single word, the world became his domain. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The strongest lord's nomological fluctuations came from him and radiated in all directions. The Sky Divine Kingdom's Sky Army was the first to bear the brunt. They could not control their divine bodies and fell from the sky like dumplings. Even the red-robed grade 2 supreme god fell from the sky with a drastic change of expression and landed heavily on the ground. The red-robed divine general was not injured at all. He immediately stood up and looked at Zhou Fai with red eyes. The fact that he had just fallen from the sky was definitely the greatest insult he could remember. There's a huge contrast between the way you're eating shit and the way you were talking nonsense in the sky just now. This emperor likes it very much. Zhou Fai said with a faint smile. Chapter 1535, Activate the Sun of Destiny. 1. The red-robed divine general was enraged. He was the Sky Divine Kingdom's great general. In terms of status, other than the few subordinates who had contributed greatly, he was second only to the Sky Divine Kingdom's marshal. He had long been used to living a high and mighty life after so many years. How could he tolerate Bai Yun's provocation? Fight back! Destroy these foreigners who don't know the dignity of the Divine Kingdom! He ordered angrily. At this moment, the Sky Divine Kingdom's marshal did not say anything when he saw this. He tacitly agreed to the other party's order to attack. The other party had already attacked after all. He had no choice but to counterattack. Soon, the two armies clashed on land. It could be seen with the naked eye that the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's army and the Thousand Evil army had an absolute advantage with their numerical advantage and the number of supreme gods. The founder of the Sky Divine Kingdom and the only grade 4 supreme god of the Sky Divine Kingdom naturally saw this scene. His expression was a little ugly, but he did not panic. He first took out an ancient golden mirror that was engraved with complicated patterns. Zhou Fai and Lord of 10,000 Evils immediately noticed this ancient mirror. What's that? Zhou Fai asked. I don't know. The last time I came, I only roughly investigated the forces of this Sky Divine Kingdom and withdrew. Later on, the Sky Void Mystic Realm was occupied by the Ultimate Void race, and I never came again. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression was solemn. But I guess it should be a treasure left behind by the Supreme Will. Because the quality of this mirror should be at the Supreme God level. Even though this small void mystic realm is comparable to or even surpassed many Supreme God level blessed lands in terms of energy quality, it's very, very difficult to give birth to a divine artifact of this quality. Zhou Fai nodded. He had the same thought. All hands on deck. Beware of the ancient golden mirror. Zhou Fai ordered the entire army through the army's interface. The order had just been given. All the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom soldiers raised their heads and looked warily at the golden ancient mirror. Shortly after, the golden mirror soared into the sky and floated above the army, reflecting the army of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and Lord of 10,000 Evils. This move reflected nearly 1 billion god spirits in the mirror. Boom! Powerful spatial laws emanated from the surface of the ancient golden mirror, causing the surrounding space to be sealed. As for the shining army, their bodies suddenly stiffened, unable to move. Then, the golden mirror suddenly turned around and shone the other side of the mirror on the billion god spirits. These nearly 1 billion god spirits actually seemed to be controlled. They turned around expressionlessly and brandished the divine artifacts in their hands to attack their allies. Seeing this scene, the Sky God Lord nodded slightly. This was one of the 4 void treasures in his hands. It was called the Summoning Mirror. As long as he used the Summoning Mirror to illuminate the other party, he could freeze the other party. Then, he could use the other side of the Summoning Mirror to illuminate the other party and order the other party around. Even supreme gods were very vulnerable to his Summoning Mirror. Even if one specialized in mental defense, soul defense, or even will defense, it would be useless. As long as he was under the light, he would definitely be controlled. This was the magical aspect of the Summoning Mirror. However, this Summoning Mirror was only useful to life forms below the Supreme God level. It was completely useless to existences at the willpower level and above. However, that was not a flaw at all. It was difficult to even produce a supreme divine artifact in this sky void mystic realm, let alone a supreme will realm existence after all. Therefore, the Summoning Mirror was basically invincible in this world. At the same time, just as the Sky God Lord was rejoicing over the effects of the Summoning Mirror, Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at Zhou Fight with a strange expression. Zhou Fight raised his eyebrows slightly with a strange expression. He knew what Lord of 10,000 Evils wanted to say. That mirror's method was indeed a little like his Son of Destiny. However, the actual effect is far from good. He could directly incite half of the other party's troops after using his Son of Destiny. How could he only instigate the incite defection of 1 billion god spirits? Petty. I'll show you real control. Zhou Fight raised his right hand and activated the Son of Destiny. The Lord Talent notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your supreme unique Lord Talent, Son of Destiny. You have been blessed by the heavens. 50% of the enemies in the enemy Lord's faction have been summoned by the heavens and have become your loyal subordinates. Lord Talent notification: a total of 5,223,414,354 low-tier deity-level god spirits, 3,382,549,365 mid-tier deity-level god spirits, 2,128,372,389 high-tier deity-level god spirits, 520,342,340 true god tiers, 15,123 supremacy gods, 1 grade 1 supreme god, and 1 grade 2 supreme gods left their organizations and became your heavenly followers. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction after reading it. While this Sky Divine Kingdom was only a divine kingdom in a void mystic realm, it had to be said that his Son of Destiny gained a lot. He released the Son of Destiny and directly obtained 10,734,336,108 god spirits, 520,342,340 true gods, 15,123 master gods, and 2 supreme gods. The total number of ordinary god spirits had increased by 1/3. The number of master gods had increased by 1.5 times. It could be said to be a huge gain. Then, he didn't hesitate to get the god spirits that the Son of Destiny had incite defection to immediately counter-attack the Sky Divine Kingdom. Chapter 1536, Activate the Son of Destiny. 2. So in the next second, under the incredulous gazes of the Sky God Lord, the red-robed God General, and the other Supreme God, half of the God spirits under their command suddenly turned around and counter-attacked their own people. What's going on? The Sky God Lord and the others were dumbfounded. Why did the God spirits, true gods, master gods, and even supreme gods on their side attack their own people instead? It must be a trick. Sky God Lord said solemnly. I didn't know there was such a thing. I wonder when they'll regain consciousness. The Sky God Lord felt that the situation was a little tricky. His military strength and number of god spirits were inferior to the other party to begin with. Now that the other party had used such a strange method to make half of his subordinates join the other party, how could they continue fighting? Even if I take out my other 3 void artifacts, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him. This thought flashed across the Sky God Lord's mind, and his expression turned ugly. Your Majesty. At this moment, the Sky Marshal suddenly said, I realized that even though the other party's method is strange, it's not impossible to resolve it. What do you mean? Tell me. Your Majesty, once my method is heard by the other party, it won't work. I need to approach Your Majesty and inform you using a secret technique. The Sky Marshal said solemnly. Then come and talk. The Sky Marshal had no other doubts. In the entire Sky Divine Kingdom, if the Sky Marshal said that he was the second most loyal subject to him, no other god spirit would dare to say that he was the first after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. The Sky Marshal nodded and walked towards the Sky God Lord. When the great general saw this scene, he had a strange feeling. He felt that something was wrong with the Sky Marshal. Just as he was hesitating whether to remind His Majesty, the Sky Marshal had already leaned over to the Sky God Lord's side. He whispered. Your Majesty, the other party's method of cracking this strange law skill is... Puff. The Sky Marshal stabbed his saber into the other party's chest. Then, the faint sound of something shattering could be heard from his chest. That was the Sky God Lord's Supreme God Divine Spark. The Sky Marshal's slash had actually caused cracks to appear on the Sky God Lord's Divine Spark. Ha 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 ha. The Sky Marshal laughed as he retreated. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the battlefield and disappeared. Only his mocking voice echoed in the ears of the Sky God Lord and the surrounding god spirits. Sky God Lord, you are no match for my lord, the common people's regal. Surrender quickly. I'll still ask my lord to spare your life out of consideration for him. If you resist stubbornly, you will die. Silence. The god spirits around the Sky Marshal reacted only after a few seconds. Your Majesty. His Majesty is wounded, hurry and take your medicine. Damn you, Baker! How dare you betray His Majesty and even stab him? I'm going to kill you. At this moment, some god spirits were terrified, some were angry, some were uneasy, and some were secretly happy. As for the Sky God Lord, who was surrounded by the gods, his face was extremely pale and his aura was extremely weak. On the surface, he looked strong and calm. He secretly checked his condition before his heart sank. He was severely injured. Moreover, because of the damage to his divine spark, if he did not take the divine medicine to treat it in time, his strength would fall from a grade 4 Supreme God Realm to a grade 3 Supreme God Realm, or even lower. At the thought of this, he was completely flustered. Strength was the capital and foundation for him to control everything. If his strength decreased, then everything he had now would disappear. Who wouldn't panic? Then, he felt an irrepressible anger. He had been painstakingly cultivating for so long. He did not expect that in a moment of carelessness, he would let his most trusted subordinates stab him in the back. He hated Baker, the Sky Marshal that he once trusted the most. However, the rational him was even more ruthless than Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils, who had brought all of this. They brought all this calamity. Kill them. I want to kill them all. The Sky God Lord's eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone crazy. Your Majesty. What do we do next? Another grade 2 Supreme God asked solemnly. The situation on the field was now very clear. Facing the joint attack of the Lord of 10,000 Evils and Zhou Zhou, coupled with the incite defection of Zhou Fight's Son of Destiny, the army of the Sky Divine Kingdom was no longer their match. If His Majesty could not come up with any trump cards to control the battlefield, they would definitely lose this battle. Kill them all, of course. Otherwise, it's hard to get rid of my heart. The Sky God Lord looked at the Supreme God with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this pair of eyes, the Supreme God and the surrounding God spirits could not help but feel apprehensive. The Sky God Lord snorted and stretched out his right hand. A divine bone covered in dense nomological patterns appeared in his hand. This is a treasure from the ultimate void. It was swept into our world by the space vortex and became one of our world's most precious treasures. I call it the Heavenly Divine Bones. There's an incomplete law skill in the Celestial Divine Bones called the Celestial Divine Light. It's extremely powerful. Even a top Supreme God wearing a 4th grade Supreme Divine Artifact can't withstand the power of the Celestial Divine Light. I will use it to slay the leader of this enemy. The Sky God Lord said hatefully. His Majesty actually has such a supreme treasure. Our divine kingdom is saved. Hearing this, the deities were instantly excited. Watch me take the head of the enemy. The Sky God Lord raised the Sky Divine Bones. In the next second, the Heaven Divine Bones emitted an extremely resplendent light. This light was so bright that all the living beings on the entire continent could see its existence. Shortly after, the light condensed once more, quickly forming a sphere of golden flames. It seemed to have eyes as it spun around. In the blink of an eye, he looked at all the living beings on the battlefield and finally fixed his gaze on Zhou Fight. So it's all his doing. The heavenly divine light had the ability to find enemies, so it could tell at a glance that Zhou Fight was the leader and decision-maker of the war. Kill him! The Sky God Lord said with hatred. As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh! A golden flame flashed and headed straight for Zhou Fight. Not long ago, Zhou Fight was chatting with the Lord of 10,000 Evils. This Sky Divine Kingdom is really weak. With so many god spirits, you're nothing but a silver spearhead. Zhou Fight lamented. The corners of the Lord of 10,000 Evils' mouth twitched. Anyone would be useless in front of your strange insight defection method. Fortunately, this ability could only be used once. Otherwise, in 2 days, the ultimate void battleground would be surnamed Zhou. It's normal. After the Lord of 10,000 Evils calmed down his complicated emotions, he explained. The Void Secret Realm is a reward-type secret realm created by the Supreme Will. Naturally, there won't be any powerful opponents. It's enough for us to sharpen ourselves. Zhou Fight nodded. Right at that moment, he felt a faint sense of threat. He looked up and happened to see a golden resplendent divine light flying towards him with an earth-shattering momentum. Zhou Fight's eyes narrowed, but he did not panic. With a thought, he saw 3 divine incarnations condensed from his divine power appear in front of him. These incarnations of divine power were covered in supreme divine artifacts. As soon as they appeared, they flew straight towards the golden light that reached the sky. The first divine clone quickly clashed with the divine light. With the help of the supreme divine artifact on him, this first divine power clone only resisted for a few seconds before it was destroyed by the heavenly divine light. Even the supreme divine artifact was shattered to a certain extent. However, the golden light also dimmed a little. Next, the second clone and the third clone also stepped forward to block the divine light. After the 3 doppelgangers, the divine light in the sky had already dissipated because it had neutralized the divine light's power. The ambush failed. Your Majesty, bring on whatever else you have got to avoid being put in a coffin after death. Zhou Fight smiled at the Sky God Lord in the distance. Chapter 1537, Conquering the Sky Divine Kingdom, 1. The Sky God Lord was about to go crazy, but at the same time, he felt immense fear towards the God Spirit, Zhou Fight. This guy is too scary. It was as if he could easily resolve any trump card he brought out. No way. The Sky God Lord calmed down and his gaze became vicious again. No matter how many tricks the other party had, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, once he was defeated, his life would no longer be in his hands. Then, the Sky God Lord used 3 more treasures in a row. The first treasure was a pink gauze. After he used this treasure, the 10 billion god spirits under him had an additional layer of pink gauze on his body, increasing his defense. Increasing the defense of 10 billion god spirits at the same time was indeed a good treasure, but it was only so-so for Zhou Fight. He had only summoned the dragon god of all life and added a few buffs to him and the evil army. He had easily surpassed him and even destroyed the effects of the other party's pink gauze treasure. The second treasure that the Sky God Lord took out was a treasure that could affect and even control the will of the God Spirit army. However, as top-notch Supreme Holy Mage gods, the Supreme God Realm soldiers and Supreme Holy Mage gods under him had the talent for will defense. The other party's will to control treasures did not have any negative impact on their army at all. Coupled with the existence of the Resolute Treasure Seal, such a treasure that attacked the will was even more useless to them. The third treasure was a pill. After the Sky God Lord carefully took out the pill, he asked the Grade 2 Supreme God level Great General to come over and let them take it. After consuming this pill, this Great General's strength had actually temporarily advanced from a Grade 2 Supreme God to a Grade 4 Supreme God. His combat strength had greatly increased, and he had thrown himself into the battlefield to show his might. Zhou Fight, who had not reacted all this while, was a little angry when he saw this scene. He had long treated the treasures of the Sky Divine Kingdom as his own. In particular, some of the treasures were left behind by the Supreme Will. It was fine if the other party used the first few treasures. He could still use them after taking them over after all. However, this pill was a consumable treasure. If you used it all up, there would really be nothing left. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. You're using my pills. Zhou Fai was very dissatisfied, so he immediately ordered the 2 Grade 2 Supreme Gods under him who were dressed in Supreme God artifacts to destroy this Sky Divine Kingdom's great general. This fellow had just eaten this pill not long ago. After eliminating him, he could extract the other party's spoils of war. Perhaps he could even drop the pill. Zhou Fai thought to himself. As for the Sky Divine Kingdom's great general, he immediately became high-spirited after taking the elixir and temporarily increasing his strength to that of a Grade 4 Supreme God. He looked at Zhou Fai viciously. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Zhou Fai also noticed the other party's gaze. He extended his right hand and saw the recently obtained ancient mirror appear in his hand. He threw it up and saw the ancient mirror fly above his head and slowly rotate, illuminating all directions of the Zhou Fai, illuminating all the hidden life forms in the space and void. Before the great general, who had just infiltrated in stealth mode, could get close to Zhou Fai, he was directly exposed by the ancient mirror. The great general was stunned. How dare you come alone? Do you really think that you are invincible just because you have the ultimate void escape technique? The Lord of 10,000 Evils laughed sinisterly. Zhou Fai did not say anything else. The Lord of 10,000 Evils turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards the Supreme God of the Sky Divine Kingdom. In addition, 2 Supreme Gods each flew out from the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and the Thousand Evil Army to attack the Great General with Lord of 10,000 Evils. Oh no! When the Great General saw this scene, the alarm in his mind exploded. Without thinking, he turned around and disappeared into the ultimate void again. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. The dragon god of all life had flown out at some point in time and roared in the direction where the great general had fled. Then, the Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others saw a void crack quickly open under this dragon roar. The figure of the great general who had yet to escape could be vaguely seen inside. Give chase! The Lord of 10,000 Evils was overjoyed when he saw this. They thought that after this fellow escaped into the void, they would not be able to continue chasing. Now that they saw this scene, they remembered that this pet of the common people's regal could open the gate of transmigration in the ultimate void at any time and place to teleport for a long distance. With the dragon god of all life around, this supreme god of the Sky Divine Kingdom who dared to come and assassinate him would definitely not be able to return. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others immediately chased after the little dragon opened the gate of transmigration. In less than a moment, the Lord of 10,000 Evils and the others returned. However, unlike when they left, they were still holding a lifeless god's corpse in their hands. It was the corpse of the Sky Divine Kingdom's great general. I'll give it to Brother Common People's Regal. The Lord of 10,000 Evils laughed and threw the corpse in front of Zhou Fai. Thank you, Brother Demon Lord. Zhou Fai said with a smile as he disassembled him. However, it was a pity that the elixir was something that had already been eaten, so it did not drop. Instead, as many as 20 supreme divine artifacts dropped. He was really getting rich. The Lord of 10,000 Evils only waved his hand when he heard this, looking like he didn't care. He had already brought his troops over to claim credit. Giving Zhou Fai a supreme god-level corpse was nothing. At the same time, when the Sky God Lord saw that his great general was killed, he fell into complete despair. There were only 2 supreme gods on his side, including he and the other grade 2 supreme god. He was also seriously injured and could not unleash any combat strength. On the other hand, the other party had more than 10 supreme gods, and all of them were equipped with supreme divine artifacts. It could be said to be extremely luxurious, and the combat power enhanced was naturally needless to say. Under such circumstances, the Sky God Lord looked at his trump cards and realized that he no longer had any hope of turning the tables. He looked at the battlefield below in a daze. He knew that the outcome of this continuing battle had already been announced the moment the great general failed his assassination and died. The other party's various means far exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, the trump card that he believed could be easily dealt with in the other party's eyes. This war. Even though he was very indignant at his loss, he had nothing to say about it. At the same time, when Zhou Fight saw that the Sky God Lord did not use any other trump cards, he guessed that the Sky God Lord did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. Seeing this, he was completely relieved. It seemed that he had already taken down this battlefield. Zhou Fight felt that the overall difficulty of this Sky Void Mystic Realm was moderate. It was neither too easy nor too difficult. It was just right. It seemed that just as Lord of 10,000 Evils had said, these Void Mystic Realms in the ultimate Void battlefield were reward-type Mystic Realms. It would have a certain level of difficulty, but it would not be to the extent of despair. Its main purpose of existence was to give the Supreme Lord Reserve Army experience and rewards. It did not have any other intention of making things difficult. The other two Void Secret Realms should be similar. It would be in a different form at best. Zhou Fight guessed. From the looks of it, there was a high chance that he would be able to take down 3 Void Mystic Realms in the Wanlong War territory today. Chapter 1538, Conquering the Sky Divine Kingdom, 2. The subsequent development was just as Zhou Fight had expected. With the Sky God Lord having no more trump cards to deal, the Sky Divine Kingdom's army, which was already difficult to resist the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's army and the Thousand Evil Army's army, had no hope of turning the tables. In less than 4 hours, the Sky Divine Kingdom army was completely destroyed. Not a single living god spirit of the Sky Divine Kingdom surrendered. Then, a loud laugh suddenly came from afar. "Haha, brother common people's regal, look who I found." Zhou Fight and the rest immediately looked over. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was personally escorting a god spirit over. This god spirit was none other than the Sky God Lord, the master of the Sky Divine Kingdom. At this moment, he had a downtrodden expression and a dispirited aura. After seeing the weekly battle, the once high and mighty Lord of the Divine Kingdom actually revealed a flattering smile. "Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, can you spare my life? I'm a grade 4 Supreme God. If I join you, I'll definitely increase the strength of your subordinates greatly. I promise that I won't be disloyal after joining you. I'll go wherever you want me to go. I'll destroy whoever you want me to destroy. I'm good." Many supreme gods looked scornful as soon as these words were spoken. It was the nature of life forms to be afraid of death. If another god spirit had said this, they would not have reacted at all. If it were them, their performance might not be better than the Sky God Lords after all. However, the most important thing was that just now, all the god spirits in the entire Sky Divine Kingdom, except for those who had been instigated by His Majesty to use the Sun of Destiny to incite defection, had all chosen to fight to the death and not retreat. None of them had chosen to surrender in order to survive, let alone say so many despicable words in order to survive. As the ruler of a divine kingdom, the Sky God Lord's backbone was not even comparable to any low-level god spirit from the Sky Divine Kingdom on the battlefield. They were too ashamed to be associated with such a supreme god. Faced with the Sky God Lord's words, Zhou Fight's expression was very indifferent. "You want to join this Emperor's Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom?" he asked lightly. "Yes, yes. Please give me this chance, Your Excellency Regal. After I join you, I will definitely serve you well." The Sky God Lord's eyes lit up as he hurriedly expressed his loyalty. He had just taken a look at the supreme gods beside this Supreme Lord's reserve army. In the end, he discovered something that surprised him. Among this group of supreme gods, not a single one was a grade 4 supreme god. The strongest one was only a grade 3 supreme god realm, and it had just been induced from their Sky Divine Kingdom to instigate incite defection. As a top-notch grade 4 supreme god, the Sky God Lord could not think of any reason for Zhou Fight to reject him. At the thought of this, the Sky God Lord felt that his life should be saved. He even had some thoughts deep in his heart. There didn't seem to be any top-notch powerhouses around the Third Reserve Lord. The reason why these supreme gods around him were so powerful was mostly because of the set of supreme divine artifacts they had. With the support of the entire set of supreme divine artifacts, these grade 1 and grade 2 supreme gods could even fight against grade 3 and grade 4 supreme gods. And this common people's regal didn't have a grade 4 supreme god by his side. When he went over, he would definitely obtain the other party's favor. If he could make use of this opportunity, he might have a chance to take over the Magpie's Nest and make a comeback. The Sky God Lord thought to himself. If he could seize all the foundations of the Third Reserve Army of the Supreme Lord, not only would he be able to escape from this mystic realm, he might even be able to take a step further and spy on the realm above the Supreme God. At the thought of this, the Sky God Lord was even more excited. However, he hid it very well. He still had a look of regret and hope on his face as he looked at Zhou Fight with anxiety and desire. When Zhou Fight heard the other party's words, he only glanced at the Sky God Lord. This simple glance made the Sky God Lord feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Under his gaze, the Sky God Lord even felt that his thoughts had been completely seen through. "No, I won't. I am a grade 4 Supreme God." And this Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army was only a pseudo-Supreme God that had advanced by relying on law skills. How could he read my mind? The Sky God Lord comforted himself. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "This Emperor refuses." "What?" The Sky God Lord looked at Zhou Fight in disbelief. "You don't even want a grade 4 Supreme God?" What Zhou Fight said next shattered the hope in his heart. "This Emperor won't want a God Spirit who comes knocking on my door with ulterior motives, no matter how strong that God Spirit is," Zhou Fight said with a faint smile. "Sky God Lord." At this moment, Zhou Fight's tone suddenly changed. "Actually, if you had immediately led the army to surrender to this Emperor when you saw that the situation was not right, this Emperor would still be willing to let you join my army. It doesn't matter if you have ulterior motives. Unfortunately, you didn't. You chose to let the war continue until all the God spirits under your command died in battle. Until you became a loner. Only when you completely realized that you really had no hope of winning did you recognize the truth. After that, you chose to escape and didn't give up resisting and join this Emperor. This Emperor will definitely not allow you to surrender. Otherwise, if you survive like this, how will this Emperor explain to the soldiers who just died in the war?" Zhou Fight looked deeply at the Sky God Lord. This principle is the principle of surrender that the body has always adhered to. The clones also approved of this principle. Therefore, even if he did not have a grade 4 Supreme God by his side, Zhou Fight still chose to reject his surrender. Besides, so what if he was a grade 4 Supreme God? Not counting he himself. The grade 2 Supreme Gods under him were not inferior to grade 4 Supreme Gods even if they wore a full set of grade 4 Supreme Divine Artifacts. Did this Sky God Lord really think that he lacked the combat power of a grade 4 Supreme God? When the Sky God Lord heard Zhou Fight's words, he was completely stunned. This was the real reason why he was not accepted as a surrender? After hearing Zhou Fight's words, Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at Zhou Fight with admiration again. Then, Zhou Fight waved his hand and got a Supreme God to bring the Sky God Lord down to destroy him. "After cleaning up the battlefield, I'll conquer the other 2 void mystic realms." Zhou Fight calculated in his heart. With the experience of conquering the Sky Void Mystic Realm, he believed that it wouldn't take too long to resolve the 2 Void Mystic Realms. Chapter 1539, Race Divine Artifact Fire God Barrier. The Old Origin of the New Chaos Divine Treasure, 1. A moment later, the entire Sky Void Mystic Realm shook slightly. Then, 5 white balls of light descended from the chaotic and dark purple sky and landed in front of Zhou Fight. Could this be our reward for attacking the Sky Void Mystic Realm? Zhou Fight looked at the 5 balls of light curiously. Then, he looked at them one by one. Zhou Fight was very familiar with the first 4 balls of light. They were the 4 treasures that the Sky God Lord had used to deal with them. They were Void Treasure Summoning Mirror, Void Treasure Mystic Spirit Mist, Void Treasure Bewitching Bell, Void Treasure Heavenly Saint Spirit Pill. The summoning mirror could immobilize and incite defection the enemy for a short period of time, but there was a certain time limit. Mystic Spirit Mist was a large-scale defensive treasure that could slightly increase the defense of the army under its command. The Bewitching Bell could confuse the mind, soul, and will. As for the Heavenly Saint Spirit Pill, it could temporarily increase one's strength to the level of a grade 4 Supreme God. Zhou Fight looked at the 4 treasures in surprise. It seemed like these 4 treasures could only be obtained by killing the leaders of the opposing factions that occupied the Void Pocket Dimension. Then, he asked the Supreme God who had executed the Sky God Lord. Indeed, he learned from the other party that the Sky God Lord did not drop these 5 treasures after his death. Indeed, the Sky God Lord only had these 5 treasures at the last minute. When his dies, the 5 treasures will naturally return to their original owners. Even this Heavenly Saint Spirit Pill will return to its original state. Zhou Fight thought. However, to be honest, based on the performance of the battle, Zhou Fight was not too interested in the first 3 treasures. Since it was too weak, it was not even comparable to the treasure in his hand. Only the Heavenly Saint Spirit Pill was interesting. Then, he looked at the 5th treasure. It was actually not accurate to call it a treasure. This was because the 5th treasure was the Void Mystic Realm token that controlled the entire Sky Void Mystic Realm. It was also completely chaotic and dark purple. It looked very ancient. As long as ones will recognized this token as its master, they could control the entire Void Secret Realm. Zhou Fight's eyes lit up when he saw the token. This was a true treasure. He could actually control the entire Void Mystic Realm. Zhou Fight had just seen with his own eyes how shocking the cultivation effects of this Void Mystic Realm were. The ordinary life forms living here did not cultivate much. At the very least, they could grow into extraordinary tier experts. If he cultivated seriously and had the guidance of a god spirit or an inheritance, it would not be a problem for him to become a god spirit. A low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit only needed to cultivate here for a month to advance from a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit to a low-tier deity intermediate grade god spirit. There are other benefits as well. Other than the fact that this place was located in the ultimate void battlefield and it was very difficult for life forms from the outside world to enter, there were almost no other shortcomings. Zhou Fight immediately decided to use this place as his military base. Blazing Sun bases 1, 2, 3 were all too weak compared to this place. Then, he thought of something and looked at the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Brother Demon Lord, I want this Void Mystic Realm token and the Heavenly Saint Spirit Pill. As for the 3 treasures, how about you take them? I don't want them either. I've already benefited a lot from being able to fight this Void Mystic Realm with you. The Lord of 10,000 Evils shook his head. He could not even enter the Sky Void Mystic Realm without Zhou Fight, let alone perform in front of the Supreme Will. What were these treasures in the face of earning an improved impression of the Supreme Will? He would have even wanted to pay for Zhou Fight to let he participate in the war that Zhou Fight was about to carry out if he could think of a better reason. However, Zhou Fight was very insistent. The 2 sides gave way to each other for a long time before reaching a conclusion. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't want the treasures of the Void Mystic Realm, nor did he want the control of the Void Mystic Realm. He only needed 1/10 of the gains from the Mystic Realm to lead the troops to participate in the war with Zhou Fight. In addition, he needed to revive the god spirits who had died under him in the battle last week. Of course, supreme gods were too powerful and were temporarily not within the resurrection range. Both of them were very satisfied with this result. Especially Zhou Fight. With the life arc and the grade 1 supreme god of death, the Nados, around, reviving the god spirit would not cost him much after all. By the way, Brother Demon Lord, what kind of treasure is a void treasure? Zhou Fight asked. By the way, Brother Demon Lord, what kind of treasure is a void treasure? Some of them will happen to fall into the universe and become rare extraterrestrial treasures. Of course, the rarity varies from person to person. It's naturally nothing to the Supreme Will. For us, it's a good treasure. For ordinary life forms, it's an unparalleled treasure. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. Zhou Fight was enlightened. He looked at the 5 treasures rewarded by the Sky Void Mystic Realm and clicked his tongue in wonder. So the Supreme Will had placed the treasures floating over from the void here as a reward. He shook his head and did not care about this. He completed the mission only to obtain military merits and mission medals. These other treasures were just bonuses. Right at that moment, a supreme god flew over and came in front of Zhou Fight. Your Majesty! A master god who claims to be from the Sky Mystic Realm wants to see you. Let him in. Zhou Fight said nonchalantly. Yes, Your Grace. The supreme god said respectfully. Chapter 1540, Race Divine Artifact Fire God Barrier. The Old Origin of the New Chaos Divine Treasure, 2. Soon, a 4-headed and 2-armed people of foreign races flew over and landed in front of Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils. Why are you looking for this emperor? Zhou Fight asked. I'm here to thank the regal lord for saving us. The master god of the people of foreign races said nervously and gratefully. This emperor destroyed your Sky Divine Kingdom, yet you're still grateful to me. Zhou Fight smiled. Regal lord, we can't wait for you to destroy this Sky Divine Kingdom as soon as possible. Hatred flashed in the eyes of the master god of the people of foreign races. This Sky Divine Kingdom has chosen the god spirits born in the Sky Continent to join their Sky Divine Kingdom and serve them as slaves. They respected the so-called god spirits with the royal bloodline and did not treat the god spirits who ascended from our continents as god spirits. They even refined a Dharma treasure called the blood transformation pool to fuse with our divine bones and transform into our divine blood as food for their advancement. Many of my friends and relatives died at the hands of these bastards. If I hadn't fled so quickly back then, I'm afraid what you're seeing now would have been a pile of bones. Zhou Fei's expression changed when he heard this and he communicated with Zero. Soon, Zero replied to him and said that there was indeed a chemical divine pool in the shrine of the Sky Divine Kingdom, and there was more than one. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled with an ordinary expression, as if he had just heard a small matter. Most closed-off worlds are like this. No matter how prosperous the world was in the beginning, without communication with the outside world, as time passes, the interior of the world will eventually become a pool of smelly stagnant water. Involution, infighting, fratricidal. It's hard to stop unless there's some outside interference. He casually said. Zhou Fei nodded slightly. He had many inherited memories in his mind. Many worlds were indeed like this. This emperor only wants to conquer this Sky Divine Kingdom and has never thought of killing you. However, since this emperor has taken over the Sky Divine Kingdom, you will be my subject in the future. This emperor can guarantee that your lives will not be like before. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. The Master God of the people of foreign races said nervously and gratefully. They could only believe what this regal said. There was no other choice. A moment later, all the treasures of the Sky Divine Kingdom had been plundered. Right at that moment, Bai Yun came in front of Zhou Fei and raised a world ring. Your Majesty, look at what I found in the treasure vault of the Sky Divine Kingdom. Oh! Zhou Fei looked at Bai Yun's excited expression and could not help but be interested. He took the world rings and entered it with his divine consciousness. Then, his eyes lit up. This was because he had discovered a total of 53 Chaos Divine treasures in this world ring. Were these world rings found in the Divine Kingdom's treasure vault of the Sky Divine Kingdom? Zhou Fei immediately asked. Yes, Your Grace. However, the god spirits of the Sky Divine Kingdom don't seem to understand the use of this Chaos Divine treasure. They even placed these Chaos Divine treasures together with a pile of low-tier deity-level divine crystals. Bai Yun shook her head because she naturally knew that His Majesty valued this Chaos Divine treasure. She did not expect that these god spirits of the Sky Divine Kingdom would actually equate the value of the Chaos Divine treasure to a pile of low-level divine crystals. Find a supreme god of the Sky Divine Kingdom who succeeded in insight defection. Zhou Fei said. Yes, Your Grace. Bai Yun immediately accepted the order and went to look for those guys. Soon, she reappeared with a grade 3 supreme god realm with transparent wings on his back. This supreme god was none other than the Sky Marshal, Baker, who had just ambushed the Sky God Lord. Baker greets Your Majesty. Baker said respectfully with a fanatical expression. Baker, do you know about these things? Zhou Fei asked directly with a Chaos Divine treasure in his hand. Baker took a look and nodded. Your Grace, I know. These are chaotic divine demons' chaotic divine treasures. How can there be a chaotic divine demon's chaotic divine treasure in your Sky Void mystic realm? Zhou Fei asked curiously. It's said that in the ancient legendary tier, our void mystic realm was originally created by the chaotic divine demon. The moment the legendary tier void mystic realm was officially born, the chaotic divine demon fused with the Dao and fused into the entire void mystic realm, stabilizing it completely. Then, we, the life forms of the void mystic realm, were born. These chaotic divine treasures were left behind by the chaotic divine demons after they died. However, after we collected these relics, we discovered that there were only some relatively special chaotic energy and chaotic laws inside. Other than the fact that they were forged by the heavens and the earth, there was nothing special about them. Therefore, the first God Lord of the Sky Divine Kingdom treated them as collectibles and threw them into the treasure vault of the Divine Kingdom. Baker said. Zhou Fei was enlightened. It turned out that this void mystic realm was created by the Supreme Will ordering the chaotic divine demons. No wonder there was so much chaotic energy inside. A smile appeared on his face. It seems I cannot let go of the other void mystic realms in the future. There were many chaos divine treasures inside that he could obtain. More than an hour later, the battlefield had already been cleaned up, and the Sky Divine Kingdom had almost been plundered. Seeing this, Zhou Fite led his army and left with Lord of 10,000 Evils and the 1,000 Evils army. He would naturally bring troops back to this Sky Void Mystic Realm after completing the mission. The remaining 2 Void Mystic Realms were called Hero Void Mystic Realm and All Flames Void Mystic Realm. They were controlled by 2 Grade 4 Supreme Gods and a large number of God Spirits. Their forces were about the same as the forces of the Sky Divine Kingdom, so Zhou Zhou, whose strength had increased greatly again, only spent more than 6 hours to easily take down these 2 Void Mystic Realms. Apart from his normal gains, Zhou Fite also obtained 110 Chaos Divine Treasures from the 2 Void Mystic Realms. Coupled with the 53 Chaos Divine Treasures he had obtained in the Sky Void Mystic Realm, it brought everything to a total of 163 Chaos Divine Treasures. Zhou Fite nodded in satisfaction. He was originally only short of 93 Chaos Divine Treasures to upgrade his territory. Now, not only did he not lack them, he even had a lot more. This way, his main body could upgrade his territory today. At this moment, lines of text appeared in front of Zhou Fite. Ultimate Void Battlefield Mission Hint, congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun. You have successfully conquered 3 Void Mystic Realms in the Wanlong War territory. You are rewarded with 10,000,000,000 military merits, 10 Supreme God Mission Medals and 1 Universal Race Divine Artifacts. Zhou Fite nodded. Then, he opened his military merit panel. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battleground, the 2nd Leader of the Supreme Wool Camp. Military merits, 26 million points. Mission Medal, 21.5 Supreme Mission Medals. Other rewards, none. Bai Yun. Lead the soldiers and station them in the Hero Void Mystic Realm and the All Flames Void Realm. This Emperor will return to the Demon Lord's base planet first. Zhou Fite asked. Yes, Your Grace. Bai Yun said respectfully and immediately made the arrangements. When Zhou Fite saw this, he rode the Dragon God of all life back to the planet where the Demon Lord's base was. The Demon Lord base planet, in front of the Supreme God Realm Monument. Zhou Fite was not in a hurry to choose the treasures in the Supreme God Realm Monument. Instead, he first checked the Universal Race Divine Artifacts rewarded by the mission. This racial divine artifact was a fiery red cover that emitted a faint heat. Zhou Fite first recognized it as his master before looking over. Race Divine Artifact Name, Fire God Barrier. Equipment Grade, Low-Level Racial Divine Artifact, Bound, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Race Divine Artifact Ability Fire God's Heart, Universal Race Divine Artifacts. Living beings protected by the Fire God Barrier have a 10% chance of awakening a fire spirit body during their growth, greatly increasing their cultivation speed. There is a 1% chance of awakening the Fire Supreme Mystic Body. He could also awaken the True God Tier Talent Fire Control as his cultivation speed greatly increases. There is a 0.01% chance of awakening the Fire God's Sacred Body and having all the advantages of the Fire God. When you advance with the Fire Law in the future, you can advance all the way to the Advanced Grade Master God Spirit without any bottlenecks. Moreover, when you advance to the Supreme God with the Fire Law, the probability of advancement will increase by 20%. Race Divine Artifact Description, a law treasure created by the Law of Fire in the myriad worlds. At the same time, it is also a race divine artifact of the Fire Spirit race. Later on, it was sold to the Ultimate Void Battlefield by the Fire Spirit race's Patriarch. Now, it has fallen into the hands of the common people's regal. I don't know if it will be a blessing or a curse in the future. Zhou Fite nodded slightly after reading it. Its attributes were not bad. He put it away and then began to check the top treasures in the Supreme God Realm Monument.